members' prayers. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in their sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic, thou members of Parliament and ministers of state, with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served. Their good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the effort of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen.
Honourable members, may I kindly have your attention for a brief announcement. This is to inform the House of the unavoidable absence of Right Honourable Speaker and to indicate that in accordance with Standing Order 12.2, the Honourable First Deputy Speaker will take the chair and handle all matters relating to proceedings of the House until Right Honourable Speaker resumes the chair. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Clerk. Honourable members, that is the communication from the Clerk. Honourable members, let's move to item numbered 6. Correction of vote and proceedings. Now, members, the vote and proceedings of Friday, 30th May 2025, under correction. Page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Yes, one member, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today being the first day, I want to draw Mr. Speaker's attention to Order 69.
Please read Order 69.
Mr. Speaker, it says that the House shall recite the National Pledge as set out in the 4th schedule at the first sitting of every week of a meeting. So, Mr. Speaker, may I humbly seek your indulgence.
So by this order, are you taking away the power of the Speaker to vary the order of business?
Mr. Speaker, no. But Mr. Speaker,
the honourable member, if you are not taking away my power, kindly resume your seat. Honourable members, correction of vote and proceedings. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8. Page 9. Page 10. 11. 12. 13. 14. 15. 16. 17. Yes, Honorable Frank Afriye.
Speaker, thank you so much. I think I've been blocked by the pillar, so you couldn't see me. Page 13.
Yes.
That's item 2 under attendance. Roman number 8. The name of the honorable member for Dom Kwabena has been wrongly spelled. The name Eli Plim.
Table office can take notes.
Thank you, Speaker.
Page 18. Yes, Honorable Erikafu. Honourable members, in the absence of any further proceedings, the vote and proceedings of Friday, 30th May 2025 is adopted as the true record of proceedings. Yes, Majority Leader.
Right Honourable Speaker, I think we excuse me. Mr. Speaker, if we can go to the commencement of public business and deal with the presentation of papers.
The application is to vary the order of business and do presentation of papers at commencement. Yes, Minority Chief Whip.
Speaker, there should be no objection.
Honourable members, accordingly, we vary the order of business to take the item numbered 10 on today's order paper at commencement of public business. Item numbered 10A, presentation of papers. Yes, by Majority Leader. Item numbered 10A.
An act to review and consolidate the laws relating to the sustainable exploitation of fisheries resources, establish the Fisheries Commission to ensure the long-term conservation, development, management, and utilization of fisheries and aquaculture resources, and to provide for related matters.
No, item numbered 10A. Budget performance report in respect of the Office of the Electoral Commission.
Budget performance report in respect of Office of the Electoral Commission for the period January to December 2024.
Honourable members, the report has been duly presented and it is referred to the Committee on Independent Constitutional Bodies for consideration and reports. Item numbered 10BI. Attorney General and Minister for Justice. Yes, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Attorney General and Minister for Justice is unavoidably absent, but we have in the chamber the Minister for Fisheries and Aquaculture, and then if you give us the permission, to rise and bow and enable us to present item number 10B, Roman numeral 1, 2, 3, before we get to her report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Minority Chief Whip, that's the application.
Speaker, the leader knows that oftentimes we've cooperated on these matters. The Attorney General has a deputy. Yes, there's a deputy Attorney General. So if the substantive minister is not available, where is the deputy Attorney General? You see, in this house, I see ministers who often come to this house to do business, and I commend them. There are some ministers who don't show up. They shouldn't push us to start mentioning names to His Excellency the President. Reshuffle is just at the corner. Those of you who are not coming to this house, you must take the business of the house serious. They must take the business of the house serious. The Attorney General is not available. Fine. What about his deputy? What about his deputy? His deputy should be here. Fair enough. We will yield for this one to be done. But in future, Majority Leader, take note. We will not be this kind to you. So whoever you want to lay it can go ahead and lay it. But from tomorrow, they must be in the house. All ministers, we are signing this caution to you. You must be in the house to lay your papers. You won't see that the ministry and think that somebody will lay your papers for you. No, that will not be tolerated.
Honourable members, item numbered BIII and III is dealing with the same committee. Can we put them together? Yes.
Budget performance report in respect of the Office of the Special Prosecutor for the period January to December 2024.
Take the II too.
Budget performance report in respect of the Legal Aid Commission for the period January to December 2024.
III.
I should go. Budget performance report in respect of the Legal Aid Commission for the period January to December 2024.
Honourable members, the reports numbered item 10B, II, and III have been duly presented. They are referred to the Committee on Constitutional Legal Affairs for consideration and report. Item numbered 10C by the Minister for Fisheries and Aquaculture Development.
Budget performance report in respect of the Ministry of Fisheries and Aquaculture Development for the period January to December 2024.
Honourable members, report has been duly presented. It is referred to the Committee on Food, Agriculture and Cocoa Affairs for consideration and report. Item number 10D. Chairman of the committee. Yes, Majority Leader. Majority Leader. Item numbered 10D, report of the Finance Committee
You are the Vice Chairman.
on the Ghana Cocoa Board Amendment Bill.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, report of the Finance Committee on the Ghana Cocoa Board Amendment Bill. will be laid, with your kind permission, by the Vice. Oh, he's recording it. Okay. Okay. Mr. Speaker, I think that the report is not yet ready
Very well.
for presentation.
Very well. We'll then skip that item. Then, all members, let's move to item number 11. Presentation and first reading of bills. Honorable Minister for Fisheries and Aquaculture Development. Item numbered 11, please.
An act to review and consolidate the laws relating to the sustainable exploitation of fisheries resources. Establish the Fisheries Commission to ensure the long-term conservation, development, management, and utilization of fisheries and aquaculture resources, and to provide for related matters.
Honourable members, the bill has been duly presented. It is referred to the Committee on Food, Agriculture and Cocoa Affairs for consideration and report. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we have questions to the Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection, and the minister is here and available to answer the questions. So if we can start with. What kind of questions? Wallahi bangani ba. Wallahi bangani. Baka gani ba. Mr. Speaker, there is an application, and Minister for Interior will answer his questions before the Minister for Gender and Social Protection. So, Mr. Speaker, if we could just vary and then allow the Minister for the Interior to answer his questions.
That's the urgent question numbered 7D. Is that so? Yes.
Speaker,
Minority Chief Whip.
we will do the questions. However, Speaker, item 10D was just laid and was referred. Speaker, in this house, the practice has been, anytime a bill has to be introduced, yes, there should be some discussion. Minister, there should be discussion. You know, Honorable Muntaka understands the practice so well. No, the first reading. Yes. So, no engagement. The committee chair is here, the ranking, no engagement, leadership. You just come and lay a paper and go like that. What is that? Minister, look into my eyes. You can't just come and lay a paper and go. No, report to Majority Leader. Majority Leader knows the language. He knows the practice. Speaker, they have to do the needful. There should be a discussion. The ranking and the chair and the leadership must discuss.
Which item are you talking about?
Item 10D.
No, item 10D has been deferred.
You are masters of our rules.
Honorable Minority Chief Whip.
Item
Item 10D has been deferred.
Yes.
Because the report is not ready.
Speaker, no. Speaker, I'm referring to 10D.
Yes.
Oh, 11, item 11.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, then you are now talking. Because 10D has been deferred.
Speaker, item 11.
Very well.
Speaker, you see the reason why I respect you? And you will live long. Speaker, you are going to live long. The minister should report through the Majority Leader for a discussion between the ranking and the chair before the laying is done. You can't just come and lay and just go away. And she's not even in the chamber. She's my friend. She's my very good friend.
Honorable Majority Leader, it's good the Minority Whip is raising the issue. The item numbered 11. How is it being introduced?
Mr. Speaker, this bill is about fisheries and aquaculture. I want to assure the chief whip of the minority side that there will be enough fishes, tilapia, to go around. So leave the bill where it is. The discussions that he's expecting will take place. He was well behaved until my counterpart came into the chamber. And I saw him instigating him to reject the lane of the presentation of the bill. Now he's walking out. You were well behaved. You allowed the bill to be late.
Honourable Majority Leader, are we introducing this bill under certificate of urgency or it's a normal bill? So, honourable members, let's revisit item numbered 11. Honourable Minister, is your bill being introduced under certificate of urgency?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Then you have to say so for the record.
I say so.
Very well.
Thank you.
Then I would then direct the Committee on Food and Agriculture and Cocoa Affairs to consider the agency or otherwise and report to this House.
Speaker.
Yes.
Speaker.
Yes.
I do not wish to overly drag this matter. I am simply saying that it is important.
Minority Chief Whip, you hold on. I will give consequential directions. So, Honourable Minister for Fisheries and Aquaculture, you are introducing this bill. I have referred it to the committee to consider the agency or otherwise. Please engage the committee as well as the leadership of the House to do the needful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am so directed.
Majority Leader will then come to question time, starting with the urgent questions. 7D. Honourable members.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Since last week, we were expecting some very important policy statements from the Minister for Finance. He gave notice. Unfortunately, at the 11th hour, he was summoned to La Côte d'Ivoire to provide some services during the election of the president of the African Development Bank. So, Speaker, I crave your indulgence. The reason why I recommended that we should go to questions is because the minister was not in the chamber. He was here earlier on. We had to rush back to his office on some urgent matter. So I crave the indulgence of colleagues that we should allow the Minister for Finance to make some very important statements on some important financial matters that this House has been raising at Committee of the Whole meetings. And so the Minister is here. If we can vary the order of business so that we can ask the Minister to make the statement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Minority Leader, you've heard the application. Minority Leader, you've heard the application. Yes, Minority Chief Whip.
Speaker, it's been an ongoing discussion. It flew from the Business Committee And in fact, I have missed the finance minister. The House has missed him. So for him to be allowed to speak to us on specific matters, don't veer into strange matters, speak to specific matters. Because, yes, and the contractors are waiting. Statutory payment, we are waiting on him. If the condition is that he must speak to these specific matters. But before then, this is the business statement that was approved on Friday. I see all the questions scheduled for Tuesday, finding expression in the order paper. The lands minister question is conspicuously missing. The lands minister, his question was scheduled for today. It's not there. It's not on the order paper. No reason has been given. And this is the business statement that was approved. You can't go midnight and change what was approved by the House. The majority leader should be kind enough to tell us why the land minister's question is not there. Galamsey is all over the place.
Honorable Minority Chief Whip, the application is to vary the order of business to allow the minister responsible for finance to brief the House. That is the application under consideration. That's why I am asking your view. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think that the business committee scheduled the lands minister to come and answer some questions, but he communicated to the House dated 2nd June 2025 that with reference to our correspondence numbered so dated 29th May, which was addressed to the minister on the above subject matter, which is parliamentary questions, the ministry wishes to inform you that the letter requesting for answers was received late on Friday, and hence the responses are not ready for submission to Parliament. We will therefore be glad if the ministry is provided with a new schedule for an honourable minister to attend upon the House. So this is a communication from the ministry that the letter came to them just on Friday, and you know that we are supposed to give them reasonable time to gather the responses for us. So they're asking for rescheduling. That's why you haven't seen that business slated for today on the order paper.
This one. Mr. Speaker, this
Minority Chief.
this is not acceptable. And I want to respectfully tell the leader, it is not acceptable. I have authoritative information that letter was brought last night. And you brought the letter last night, and the leadership is not aware. The chief whip, the respected chief whip, when I spoke to him this morning, was unaware. He was not aware. You cannot write to the clerk and leave out leadership. So when we went to conclave, we were all not aware. Is the land minister running away from the question? There is Galamsey all over. Galamsey all over. Galamsey all over. So, the lands minister should do the proper thing. The practice has been, leader, with respect to you, the practice has been anytime a minister, look, the road minister is here. The road minister is always in the house.
Chief Whip, let's get this clear. Communication from ministers, is it not addressed to the clerk? Or is addressed to the whips?
I'm saying, and the clerk knows, the practice has been this communication to ease the prosecution of business on the floor. And that is the wisdom behind that. So anytime the communication comes, we are carried along. The whips are carried along. The leader and the leadership is carried along. Out of the blue, you can't bring this communication and say that we should accept it. In any case, he should have written some days ahead Speaker, I implore you to direct that the land minister should come to the house immediately. Wherever he is, he should come to the house and answer the questions.
Well, I'm unable to direct because of my little knowledge about the procedure. When the communication is to the clerk, it is the clerk then who have to give copies to the leaders. So having brought a letter to that effect, if I direct that he should come to the house now.
We will make another consideration and stage another compromise for them. But the clerk cannot speak to the microphone. But I'm saying it on record that the letter came late. It came just last night. But we can decide to let go. But they should go and see no more. They should go and see no more. Next time, bring these correspondence early enough and keep the chief whip in the picture. The honorable chief whip, they don't inform him. They don't tell him anything. The chief whip, very hard-working chief whip, and the ministers will not respect him. Speaker, the ministers must respect the chief whip.
Those standing, kindly resume your seat. Those standing, kindly resume your seats. Honorable member, this is so disrespectful to the maize. Yes, Honorable Deputy Minority Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the majority leader made an application that we should vary the order of business to accommodate the minister responsible for finance. But his application is large to an extent that we don't know what the minister responsible for finance is coming to brief the House about. So if the majority leader must make the application correctly, to which he must let the Speaker and the House know what the finance minister will be briefing the House about. The finance minister, we know him very well. Before you will realize, he will begin to talk about things that is completely
Deputy Whip,
out of order.
Hold it.
He should make the application properly, then we will be guided.
Honorable Chief Whip, Honorable Minority Chief Whip, Honorable Anodombre, please tell the House when we are taking the business statement what you really want the finance minister to come and brief the House.
Oh, yeah, I think this matter is a matter of public record. There was an agreement that, in fact, I raised it, that the payment of statutory funds, and because of that, we should program the finance minister. It was discussed at the business committee meeting. It was repeated here, and the leader had assured that he will ensure the finance minister comes. So, Speaker, I don't think there is any argument about that.
Yes, but when this issue crop up at a meeting of the committee of the whole, how can we members of parliament create the impression that we don't know what the finance minister is here to brief us on?
Mr. Speaker, when the majority leader is making an application to the speakership, that application must be very clear, irrespective of what happened on Friday. He has to make his application very clear that he is applying to your good self to vary the order of business so that the finance minister will be accommodated to brief the House on so and so for the purpose of Hansard, and that's the procedure. So it does not matter whether we are aware or not. He should make his application very well, or else the finance minister will come and speak about certain things that is completely out of order. He is noted for that. He's a former leader. His artificial dollar rates, he will begin to talk about it.
Honorable Majority Leader, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, we have serious business to prosecute today. Mr. Speaker, I think it is clear what the finance minister is here to do. Can we have the finance minister make the statement so that we can move on?
Yes, Honorable Osahini. Honorable Finance Minister, let me give the floor to the minority leader.
Mr. Speaker, Order 90 or the 91(2) of the rules of this House provides a Minister of State may make a statement of government policy, and the statement shall be limited to facts which are necessary to be made known to the House and not contain matters that are likely to provoke debate. The application has been made for the minister to make a statement. I want to know from the minister, is he coming under Order 91? If he is coming under Order 91 to make the statement, are you aware of the content of the statement, and has he shared the statement with at least the leadership of the House? You can't just come and spring a surprise on us. The rules are applicable to you. You are supposed to make the statement available. You make the statement with the indulgence of the House. So you can't keep it under your armpit. Come and spring a surprise. Yes, you've assured us that you are going to make a statement pursuant to a matter that occurred on Friday, but you can't keep it to yourself.
Honorable Minority Leader, you have rightly quoted Order 91.
That is so.
Look at Order 91 and tell the House which of the provisions allow
Mr. Speaker,
the policy statement to be shared with the leadership.
This, Mr. Speaker, with respect, Mr. Speaker, with respect, this approach where you come up with, read, and tell us, please.
You read it.
Mr. Speaker, you don't read laws and rules in isolation. You read them as a whole. You give a conjunctive interpretation.
Okay, Honorable Minority Leader, let's look at Order 91, not in isolation, as a whole. And then we can put the meaning that ought to be ascribed to Order 91 to see where.
Very well. So, Mr. Speaker,
the policy statement will have to be shared with the leadership.
Mr. Speaker, if you read Order 91 and 93 together, 93 provides by the indulgence of the House.
Honorable Minority Leader.
May I finish? Mr. Speaker, you've asked the question. Allow me to finish. Then you can make your ruling, please. By the indulgence of the House and the leave of Speaker, a member may explain a matter of personal nature or make a statement on a matter of urgent public importance at the time appointed for statement under Order 67. Mr. Speaker, the spirit behind this provision under 93(1) can be applied mutatis mutandis to 91 too. Mr. Speaker, and that is why I am inviting this House. That is why I am inviting this House to give it a purposive meaning. You can't just say that, Mr. Speaker, because that provision does not expressly say that you should make a disclosure. Mr. Speaker, disclosure is part of any serious democracy. Disclosure is part of any serious democracy. To the extent that, Mr. Speaker, to the extent that 91(2)(b) is saying that the statement should not contain matters that are likely to provoke debate, implies that the statement must be known to you to make a determination. Mr. Speaker, if as it is, the minister makes a statement
Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker,
please.
To the extent, Mr. Speaker, yes, my colleagues behind were making some noise. Mr. Speaker,
please, order.
My submission, Mr. Speaker, my submission is to the effect that to the extent that 91(2)(b) is putting across a caveat. The caveat provides that the statement should not contain matters that are likely to provoke debate. Mr. Speaker, at what point would you know if there is no disclosure to you? So the man mounts a dispatch box and begins to breach this order, by which time the horses would have bolted. So I'm only asking that, Mr. Speaker, it will be appropriate for him to make that statement available to you and at least available to leadership, if not to the entire House, for us to peruse. Mr. Speaker, are we saying that because the order does not provide for certain admissibility clause, you are not supposed to see it? This provision is subject to admissibility by the Speaker. That is why 91(2)(b) says that it should not provoke the debate.
Honorable Minority Leader.
The statement is subject to the admissibility discretion of the Speaker.
Honorable Minority Leader, I think the answer to the issue you are raising is no. That has never been the practice. Now, if you look at Order 91, Order 91 is on statement by the Speaker and Minister. Then Order 92 is on ceremonial speech. Then Order 93 is on statement by member. Therefore, you cannot read Order 93, a statement by a member, to justify an argument for a statement being made by a minister. We've also been in this House for some time. The practice is not that if a minister is coming to make a statement, the content of the statement must be shared. No. But the standing order is guiding the minister as to the content of the statement he's coming to deliver, that the statement should not provoke debate. So it is very novel for you to say that the statement must be shared. So, honorable members, we shall accordingly proceed. Honorable Finance Minister, you have the floor.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I'm grateful for the opportunity to brief the House on the payment of statutory funds. Mr. Speaker, as a member of this House, I'm fully aware of the considerable interest that honorable members attach to this important subject, which lies at the heart of the fiscal decentralization. First and foremost, I wish to express my sincere appreciation to colleagues for their continued cooperation. Right, Honorable Speaker, I'll begin today's brief with the District Assembly's Common Fund, the DACF. Mr. Speaker, our effort is driven by President Mahamad's unwavering commitment to decentralization development, as articulated in Chapter 20 of the 1992 Constitution. It is well established that metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies have gone through severe financial strain over the past 8 years due to the unfortunate re-centralization of district assemblies' common fund. Mr. Speaker, it is evident that decisions taken in recent years have regrettably undermined the capacity of MMDAs to respond effectively to the pressing needs of our people at the local level. Right, Honorable Speaker, in the past 8 years, a paltry 40% to 50% of transfers to the common fund were disbursed directly to the district assemblies, thereby denying MMDAs the ability to spur local economic development. Mr. Speaker, the government under President John Mahama is resolute in its determination to reverse this trend. We are committed to adequately resource MMDAs and ensure that effective and accountable utilization of these resources are maintained at all times. In line with our promise to revitalize the local economy, President Mahama's administration has prioritized improving financial strength of the district assemblies. I wish to commend members of this House for endorsing, as part of the 2025 budget, government proposal to ensure that a minimum of 80% of allocated district assembly common fund resources are transferred directly to MMDAs. Mr. Speaker, without a doubt, this measure will empower assemblies to drive economic growth at the local level and deepen the process of decentralization. Right Honorable Speaker, through this policy initiative, government is guaranteeing that approximately 6.1 billion Ghana cedis of the 7.57 billion Ghana cedis earmarked for the year 2025 will be disbursed directly to local assemblies to spur local economic activities at the district level. Mr. Speaker, in view of that, every district assembly will receive a minimum of 25 million Ghana cedis this year. A minimum of 25 million Ghana cedis this year. Mr. Speaker, our resource extends beyond mere release of funds. We have taken decisive steps to ensure that these resources are utilized in line with government economic objectives. Mr. Speaker, as I say, a minimum of 25 million Ghana cedis will go to every district assembly, a minimum. Mr. Speaker, Section 126(3) of the Local Government Act 2016, Act 936, mandates government to determine the categories of expenditure within the approved development budget of district assemblies that must be funded through the District Assembly Common Fund. In compliance with this, the Cabinet of President Mahama has approved guidelines to ensure the prudent and accountable utilization of these funds. The guidelines as approved by Cabinet are as follows. Mr. Speaker, 25% of the amount transferred to the district assemblies is to be utilized for the design and construction of a model market in each district assembly. Mr. Speaker, 10% of the amount is earmarked for the construction of health facilities where a minimum of 2 CHIPS compounds are supposed to be constructed at rural assemblies. Mr. Speaker, again, 10% of the amount is earmarked for the construction of educational facilities, including 1 KG block, 1 primary school block, and 1 junior high school block. Right Honorable Speaker, another 10% of the amount is earmarked for the provision of potable water in each assembly, of which a minimum of 10 boreholes are supposed to be constructed in rural assemblies. Mr. Speaker, again, we have earmarked 10% of the amount that will be sent directly to the assemblies for the provision of school furniture. Mr. Speaker, in order for the assemblies not to use this amount for the purposes of the administration and monitoring and evaluation, government has capped the allocation for the running of the assembly to be at 5%. 5%. And Speaker, finally, recognizing the need to complete abandoned legacy projects, including the numerous uncompleted structures left behind by the Middle Belt Development Authority, Coastal Development Authority, and the Northern Development Authority. We have also allocated an amount, 20% of the amount to be used to fix the mess that were created by these authorities. Right Honorable Speaker, we are steadfast in our resolve to ensure strict adherence to the utilization guidelines governing funds allocated to the assemblies. Mr. Speaker, as at yesterday, we have transferred the sum of 987 million. Mr. Speaker, as at yesterday, the district assemblies has received, and we have the District Assembly Common Fund has received and we have transferred the sum of 987,965,073 Ghana cedis from the Consolidated Fund to the District Assembly's Common Fund, being the first quarter amount due the District Assembly Common Fund for the year 2025. Mr. Speaker, the administrator of the District Assembly's Common Fund is required to ensure that 80% of this amount is transferred directly to the assemblies without fail, and expenditure returns submitted to the Ministry of Finance before subsequent releases will be made. So, Speaker, I repeat, the administrator of the District Assembly's Common Fund is required to ensure that 80% of this amount is transferred directly to the District Assemblies without fail, and expenditure returns submitted to the Ministry of Finance before any subsequent release will be made. Mr. Speaker, honorable members are also encouraged to monitor the utilization of this amount sent to their respective assemblies in line with the approved guidelines by the Cabinet of President John Dramani Mahama. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to report that under the leadership of President Mahama and the NDC, for the first time in several months, transfer to all statutory funds have been made promptly and in full. Mr. Speaker, we have not just made them, but also in full. Notably, all transfers due the National Health Insurance Fund for the period covering January, February, March have been paid in full. Mr. Speaker, a total amount of 2,033,469,607 Ghana cedis has been disbursed to the National Health Insurance Fund, and they have received the funds. These disbursements have enabled the National Health Insurance Scheme to settle arrears owed to healthcare providers and to implement the free primary health care and the Ghana Medical Care Trust Program, otherwise known as Mahama Cares. Mr. Speaker, similarly, the Ghana Education Trust Fund, GET Fund, has received a total of 2,710,227,947 Ghana cedis. So, Speaker, 2.7 billion Ghana cedis for the month of January, February, March, and April 2025, all transferred and received by the Ghana Education Trust Fund. As earlier announced in the 2025 budget, funding for the free senior high school program is now fully covered under the GET Fund. Subsequently, the challenges, including feeding, which previously impedes the smooth implementation of the program, have been resolved as a result of the payment that we have made. Right Honorable Speaker, these payments are a clear reflection of our commitment to meet all statutory obligations in priority sectors of the economy. I encourage honorable members to continue to support our effort as we chart a new course towards resetting our economy. The Speaker, let us work together to strengthen the metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies and position them as engines of local economic development. I so submit, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I will then open the floor to take comment subject to Order 91, 4, and 5. Honorable members, the comment must be within the ambit of Standing Order 91, 4, and 5. The floor is now open. Yes, Honorable Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, we have agreed that we'll take 3-3, including leadership.
Very well.
Including leadership.
Very well.
Thank you.
Yeah, very well. Honorable Member, You have the floor. Yes, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity to make a few comments to the statement by the Minister of Finance. I listened to the Minister carefully. He tried to make very important and valid comment with regard to the releases of statutory fund. Mr. Speaker, we are in June. This is the second quarter of the year. And normally we would have expected that these releases will come within the expected period so that the assemblies will have funds to run the assembly. I hear my colleagues saying that it is not normal. It is not normal. So if he's releasing, well, you are the holder of the purse, you pass there. So if you think this is normal to you, it's up to you. But I'm saying that it is not normal. We need to encourage the government that such releases will come timely. The fact that it happened previously, that is the problem that I have in this country, Mr. Speaker. The fact that releases are delayed doesn't mean that it's a normal thing that we should continue. Mr. Speaker, so I want to encourage the finance minister. Sometimes when they say it has been released, it's just a mere letter that they write that it has been released. The controller, before you go, they will be giving you excuses. I have been in the helm of it, so I know how it operates. They will tell you it has been released. Mr. Finance Minister, I am from here. I will go to the Common Fund Administrator.
Honourable members, I will begin to name and shame those who are standing.
If actually the money is in the account. If it is in the account, I'm sure as a members of Parliament, we will get to know about it. So next time, I'm just encouraging you that next time, Mr. Finance Minister, let it be released on time. Don't wait till the second quarter before you make such releases. Let it come. We need the money. The assemblies need the money. We need to continue some outstanding projects. So I want to encourage you. Make sure you let the money come on time. But Mr. Speaker, you know, I think it is something that is refreshing that finally the government has made releases of such an amount to the assembly. We as the members of Parliament, our role is an oversight. We will make sure we monitor the utilization of this fund at our assemblies and make sure that the guideline that the government have set for the assemblies, they follow strictly and make sure that the people at the various constituency benefit from it. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Kennedy Nyako. Yes, Honourable Member, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement made by the Finance Minister this afternoon. Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Kennedy Nyako, we just listened to you, so please resume your seat and listen to others. We've just listened to you. Resume your seat and listen to others.
Mr. Speaker, let me first commend the Finance Minister for the briefing or the statement he has made to this House with an intention to strengthen the revenue stream of the district assemblies to develop their various districts and metropolis. However, I want us to put on record that this is not the first time previous government and past government have allocated revenue for the development of this country. the minister talked about uncapping of funds to the district assemblies. Past government had also decided to cap revenue to enable it achieve its own set targets and objectives as a country. And so it's all about the nature in which government decides to run its economy and what its priorities are. We cannot say, as the minister indicated, he said that the revenue available to the district assemblies are going to support the health infrastructure of district assemblies, support education, as well as water and so on and so forth. We are all in this country where a government took a bold decision to construct 111 health facilities in this country, all centered across the various districts. I'm sure one is in your district. all set towards bringing health infrastructural development across the district. The money that is made available today, 10% to health facilities, the minister is talking about creating at least 2 CHIPS compound. 2 CHIPS compound cannot be compared to the building of a fully fledged district hospital as we saw brought up in this government, in the past government. I was expecting the minister to tell this house as well how much money he's making available to complete the health facilities that are in various stages of completion. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member.
Mr.
Honorable
Speaker.
member, is
Yes.
the statement not on statutory funds?
I agree, but I'm making a point based on the statement. It's all about the statutory payments and what is being used for. Mr. Speaker, I'm also here to declare that this funding, as the minister said, is supposed to be run by the assemblies, which we, members of parliament, are also part of. And we also are supposed to play oversight responsibilities in terms of the utilization of these funds. I want the Honorable Minister of Finance to send similar indication to the MCEs and the DCEs that this money is for the development of the assemblies, with the members of parliament having oversight responsibility against those funding. Because many a times it is made to believe as if the funding that is going to the assemblies is for political expediency. But as the minister has indicated, it is for the well-being of our people and our communities. And we owe it as a house to make sure that we hold government, the MMDCs, accountable for the utilization of it. The minister should also be mindful about the procurement processes when it comes to this utilization of funds, so that there will not be abuses and breaches in the Procurement Act. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, let me commend the minister once again, and I challenge him to make sure that in going forward, more of such releases will go to the assemblies for the development of this country. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Yes, Honourable Minister responsible for local government, chieftaincy and religious affairs.
The Speaker has called me. Mr. Speaker, for the record, this time, my voice has not been heard in this house. And the Minister for Finance has released the money. Mr. Speaker, this is history. Previously, Mr. Speaker, I will stand here and rant, no show. But this time, for the first time, an amount of close to 1 billion has been released to the administrator for this Assembly Common Fund. Mr. Speaker, we suffered, myself and my good brother, Honorable Frank Anudompre, we will be at conclave, struggling with Finance Minister to release just 200. He will say, I'll give you 300. We say 400. We say, no, I can't give 400. He said 250. Mr. Speaker, I believe Honorable Minister for Finance, myself and my good brother, Honorable Minority Chief Whip, We commend you for the good show. Mr. Speaker, secondly, let's call a spade spade. And he who clams well deserves a push. I've heard my respected colleague saying that we are in the second quarter. Yes, the second quarter has not ended for it to be released. The law says 1 month after the quarter. First quarter has ended, and that money has been released. We are in June, first week in June. So you cannot be demanding for second quarter release. Clearly, Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Finance has done what is needful. But Mr. Speaker, secondly, it is not only common fund that has been released. Common fund 1 billion, get fund 2 billion, health insurance 2 billion. Mr. Speaker, tell me, in your 12, 13 years stay in this house, have you seen this before? It has never happened. Mr. Speaker, we are going back to the pre-2017, where the assemblies were active and up and doing, where computers in the villages had jobs to do, where masons in the communities have jobs to do, where the rural folks who could fetch water for contractors had work to do, where those who were selling hardware in the villages had work to do, where, Mr. Speaker, Ghanaian youth were interested in artisanal job. Mr. Speaker, thirdly, I used to call for the collapse of the development authorities and giving that jobs to the assemblies to do. Mr. Speaker, that has been done. Mr. Speaker, for the first time, go to the assemblies and see. No assembly, even 1 year, to get 3 million in a year was a problem. That 3 million is being given to them in the quarter. Mr. Speaker, no, I'm saying this so that when, in the foreseeable future, when you can, you copy it. Don't say that. Mr. Speaker, and if, Mr. Speaker, 3 million, looking at the money that is being released, almost 1 billion is being released. 80% is going directly to the assemblies. And each assembly, we have 261 assemblies. 80% of almost 1 billion is 784 million. Divided by 261, every assembly will get no less than 3 million Ghana cedis in this quarter. Tell me, since when did this happen before? But Mr. Speaker, it's good you are bringing this to the attention of the House, so that my colleagues will put their eagle eye on how those monies are going to be utilized. But Mr. Speaker, one good thing that the President has directed that be done from the Cabinet is that no job or no project from the previous administration is going to be abandoned. So 20% of the 1 billion Ghana cedis will be used to pay the projects that were started by our predecessors.
Honorable Minister for Local Government. Honorable Minister, continue to make your statement, but make sure you operate within the ambit of Standing Order 91, 4 and 5.
Mr. Speaker, I rise under Order 91.3. Mr. Speaker, Order 91.3 is clear that a member may comment on a statement, and the statement shall not provoke debate. My good friend, the minister responsible for local government, his comments are all provoking debate to an extent that he's inviting the minority chief whip that they are all commending the minister responsible for finance. So, Mr. Speaker, call him to order that his comments are violating Order 91.3, and for that matter, he must stay on course.
Yes, Honorable Minister for Local Government operate within the meaning of 91(3).
Mr. Speaker,
And
I have.
you should not provoke debate.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Habib is my brother. And Mr. Speaker, you remember he said when Atu comes, he will speak on something differently. But I could see that he's enjoying. But Mr. Speaker, clearly, these are being done for oversight purposes. And this is to make the House aware that such and such amount is being released, so that in the subsequent days, the committee responsible for chieftaincy, the committee responsible for sanitation, and the committee responsible for local governance, when going on their oversight responsibilities, they will know that these are the guidelines and this is the amount of money that was released to them. But Mr. Speaker, for your information, this is not the only money that is going to the assemblies. Just this morning, I had a meeting with the KFW. I had a meeting with SECO. I had a meeting with the GIZ. The Speaker, they've all agreed that previously they withdrew most of their services. But because of the investment the President is sending to the assemblies, they are bringing it back. So in 2025 and 2026,
Honorable Minister, conclude.
Starting from October, they are also going to release monies to about 75 assemblies that distress districts. So, Mr. Speaker, good news is coming, and these are happy days for the assemblies. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Yes. Honorable Soini.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I wish to first of all commend the Finance Minister for the decision to brief the House on government's policy as far as the statutory payments are concerned. Mr. Speaker, I wasn't expecting anything less. I am excited to hear that he's releasing about 25 million Ghana cedis to all the assemblies. And Mr. Speaker, this took my mind back to the promise of 1 million one constituency. And I'm just wondering how much that will be if you were to break it down into 1 million one constituency. 25 million cedis at the local level is a lot, and it's going to actually contribute to the expansion of water provision and also, other utilities in the local at the local level. I'm particularly excited that the minister is directing that a portion of this should be used to construct nodal markets at the local level, because it is important that our assemblies utilize these releases so that over the period they can also on their own generate revenue to support their activities. Revenue generation at the local level has been very, very low over the period. And it's because many of these assemblies are not able to support the trading and the local economy. They are not able to stimulate the local economy. And these markets, I'm sure, will do that. I'm also very excited that the minister has spoken of the releases that will also be made to some of the other agencies across the country. Mr. Speaker, this is made possible because of the prudent management of the economy that we have all seen over the period. And we hope that we will all in this House provide the oversight that is needed, as the local government minister has spoken of. And with that oversight, these releases will be properly utilized, and our people at the end of the day will be the beneficiaries. And that will help sustain the growth that we are seeing in the economy today. So, Mr. Speaker, I once again want to commend the Finance Minister for briefing the House on these policies, and it is my conviction and my hope that the various assemblies will utilize these monies to the benefit of our people. Thank you very much.
Yes, my minority leadership. The indication was I should take 3-3, including leadership. Majority chief whip. Majority chief, is that not the sense of the House?
Mr. Speaker, that was the case. So we agreed on 3-3, inclusive of leadership.
Yes.
Speaker, thank you for the...
Speaker, it appears that the statement has generated more interest. So leadership is praying you to vary the earlier submission to add one more, so make it 4.
Having regard to the third business of the day,
Yes,
well, I'm at your mercy.
yes. Mr. Speaker, I believe that an additional one won't hurt the House. So 4 inclusive of leadership.
Very well. Then, Honorable Wanyimedu Entry, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also commend the Minister for being very brief and very clear on the statement. But I saw that the Minister himself was in breach of Order 91.3 when he makes a statement like he's providing money for the special initiative. And the language he used was that to solve the mess that was created. I think as a minister he could have used a better word to say that a mess that was created. Government is continuous. And if you are here now as the Minister of Finance to direct us, you should use a better language, Mr. Speaker. And I am not surprised that the Minister for Local Government did not wait to hear us, but jumped in and was also in breach of that order. What I would have loved to hear from the Minister, in as much as we appreciate whatever that had been proposed that is going to the Assembly, it is good. But, Mr. Speaker, it is quite recent that the government provided huge amounts of money in purchasing machines for the DRIP, that is the road infrastructure. I was expecting that, given the details, he would direct at least some monies to be given or to be allocated for fuel, in order that if you go to the assemblies now, most of these drip machines are packed. I was told when I asked that they wanted to do an inspection and take stock, and I was wondering what kind of stuff they were going to take when we know that we have about 6 or 7 or 8 machines in a district assembly. Since government is continuous, if the minister had not thought of that, I would pray. And I think the Minister for Roads is here. And I pray that the Honorable Minister for Roads will liaise with the Minister of Finance so that we can have a direction so far as our roads, the road infrastructure is concerned. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Walanyo Cheku.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me first commend our Honorable Finance Minister for making the House very happy this afternoon. I know this is a news that for years, for 8 years, we have not heard in this Parliament, because for 8 years, Mr. Speaker, I have not seen a single chip compound in my constituency, Hohwe constituency. But today, I can boldly walk to my constituency, Hohwe, and tell them I will provide them with chip compound. I can look straight into the eyes of my Zongo colleagues in Hohwe that the market that we promised them, together with the assembly, we will build that market for them. This shows clearly that Ato is forcing. Ato has brought the economy back on track. And I will also thank him for empowering the MPs to play oversight responsibility over the chunk of money that has been sent there. And we promise him that we will do so to see to it that the reset agenda is well achieved. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ato is forcing.
Yes, Minority Chief Whip.
Speaker, it's unfortunate the finance minister, after making his statement, has decided unceremoniously to leave the chamber. Instead of him sitting and listening to us, our views, he just left the chamber. Well, I'm reliably told he's coming back. We hope he will come back and listen.
Honour member, the Hansard will capture you.
Speaker, first of all, let nobody be deceived that the finance minister so moto walk into this chamber and deliver this statement. No, let me correct it. We started this advocacy at the business committee. We started advocating for the finance minister to be here and brief us or update the House on payment of statutory funds. Then on Friday, last week Friday, when the majority leader presented the business statement, I got up, the Hansard will bear me out, and raised the matter again. And that is what compelled him to be here. So you should be commending the minority. All of you were quiet, you couldn't even complain. And you didn't want to criticize your own government, you were quiet. We caused the finance minister to come to this house. Speaker, that's a statement of fact. And let nobody be deceived. Majority leader, sit down and let's talk. Majority leader, let us talk. You can have the whole day. So don't be deceived. Speaker, the minister says he's presenting guidelines. The minister says he's presenting guidelines by which the statutory funds, I don't know if it was limiting himself to common funds, should be disbursed. Is the minister seeking to take away the authority of this August House? We have passed the common fund formula. This House. By what authority would the minister say that he's giving guidelines? The guidelines are all subsumed here. The guidelines, the minister is coming, he should come, my good friend, come and sit down and listen. The guidelines for the usage of the common fund are all here. For the avoidance of doubt, and the template is not different, it's the same template that was used. Of course, I commend you when you say that you are going to ensure that 80% goes to the assembly. That one, you have done well. It's work in progress. But you have not done too well. It is just a beginning. So, National Youth Program, National Employment Support, National Disaster Support, construction, renovation of MMDAs and other buildings, reserve fund, blah, 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 blah.
Honour member, which document are you reading?
I'm reading the 2025 District Assembly Common Fund Formula. Was passed by this House.
Very well.
So essentially, I'm saying that you have not done anything new. You have not done anything new. You are applauding the finance minister. I have not done anything new. And Speaker, I am questioning the authority with which our good friend, the Exchequer, will come to this House and say that Cabinet has approved guidelines. Cabinet cannot approve any guideline that is different from the formula approved by this August House. So he's compelled to go by the provision of this formula. That's a statement of fact. Let me proceed further. Local government minister, sit down. Sit down and listen to me.
Honorable Minority Chief Whip, I've also been in this House for a very long time. After the disbursement of the District Assembly's Common Fund, in line with the formula approved by this House, when the money is disbursed to the district assemblies, there is always a guideline to the district assemblies, and copies of those guidelines have been given to respective members of the assembly. Is that not the practice?
Speaker, that is not right. That is not right. Let's not set a bad precedent. Let's stick to the formula approved by this House. Then we'll be making
your
progress.
word should be we should not follow a bad precedent.
Speaker,
not citing a bad
kindly
precedent.
Allow me to proceed. So these guidelines are alien to this House, and he knows. We are proceeding further. I look at the contents of the formula, and you have allocated a paltry sum of 8 million for the administration of the drip equipment. 8 million, the entire country. 8 million for the administration of the drip machines imported and bought by the previous government. How is that workable?
Is that the formula you have approved?
Is that? Yes.
I'm saying that, is that the formula you have approved?
This is your leading question. It's a very leading question.
It's not a leading question. Because it is this house that approved the formula. It's not the finance minister.
Let me go by your principle of guidelines. If I'm borrowing into your principle, then the guidelines should come and amend that. Then the 8 million is paltry, so we should amend it and ensure that more amount is allocated. Well, that is a very serious point. Now, whether you like it or not, you stand in breach of the Local Government Act. 6 months, June, the Act says that you should be making payment quarterly. We are entering the 6th month. And so, well, if you are saying that we made mistakes, that is why you brought reset agenda. Would you listen to me? Speaker, would you listen to me? Speaker, you came on an agenda of resetting Ghana, yes or no? Honorable Haruna Adrisu, yes or no? The agenda is to reset the development agenda and the development paradigm of this country. And the Ghanaian people were gracious enough. They gave you 187 members of parliament. And you won with an emphatic margin. And then you are still referencing the MPP. You should be ashamed. Because you should be improving. You should improve upon what we did. You shouldn't come and say that the MPP made mistakes and therefore you are also making the same mistakes. Why? You shouldn't be doing that. You shouldn't be doing that. The minister who is not listening to me, that's fine. He failed to update this house on outstanding payments. You cannot come and say that I'm paying 1 billion here. That is lopsided. Give us an absolute report. How much is outstanding? How much have you paid out of the outstanding? That is the crux of the matter. You are picking and choosing. The finance minister decided to pay when he pleases. That is wrong. The law mandates him to be paying quarterly. You are paying first week in June, and you are saying we should praise you, we should clap for you. We should be clapping for you. After all this delay, contractors are crying if you don't know. So my assembly in Salama Dredri, I've come there. My assembly, if you go there, the assembly officials, they are all seated, very sad. Myself and the chief whip, I wish he was here. We went to the Common Fund administration, going to advocate for your payment. He said, the finance minister has not released anything. So you release after 6 months and you say we should clap for you. We will clap for you. After 6 months. The road fund, funding to be released to the road fund, not even a PESWA. Contractors are crying all over. Contractors are crying. Contractors are crying. Kwame Agboja is very sad. The road minister, he's very sad. So, Speaker, I think we need to look at this matter beyond the politics of it. The disability fund. Our compatriots who are fiscally challenged. I'm very sad. I am very, very sad this afternoon. Our compatriots who are fiscally challenged. And if you look at the formula, there is a provision explicitly dedicated to a disability fund. They have to wait for 6 months. Our disabled compatriots have to wait for 6 months. And after 6 months, you release a paltry sum and you are here that we should praise you. We can't praise you. This is your duty anyway. Get fund is outstanding.
So, Honorable Minority,
Get fund payment is outstanding.
Minority Chief Whip, under Standing Order 91(6), I'm entitled to give direction after the statement. It's not debate. It is not debate. This is not debate. This is comment. So I want to understand which years arrears are you talking about?
Speaker, I am worried about how our contractors are struggling to continue with project. And then I hear, Finance Minister, I hear you say that you are going to construct market. Come with me, Speaker. The special fund, I want to quote. No, I'm not sitting down. Speaker, with your leave. Finance Minister, listen, look into my eyes and listen. Speaker, listen. Special project. Already you have said that market will be built. There is a provision under special project. An amount of 70 million has also been allocated for rural urban development special project, such as markets, astroturfs, waste management, borehole, street lighting, fumigation. So which market are you talking about? That thing is captured by the formula already. Is it for propaganda purpose? That is why the leader was saying that you should have brought the statement for us to vet. We, the minority, should have vetted your statement to show you direction. And then we give you alternatives. So, Speaker, seriously, a lot of the things the finance minister spoke to are already captured by the formula. And I beg to differ that he hasn't got the power to say that he's amending the formula that this House has already approved of. The Honorable Harry Idris agrees with me, and I see him nodding. You cannot amend the formula we have approved of. So if it is just guidelines, yes, but you cannot come here and just give us guidelines. You should consult us. Leader, that has been the practice. Now, in conclusion, I want to emphasize that when we pass the appropriation bill 2025 into an act, then we approve the overarching amount that is supposed to go to the assemblies. So you're not doing us any grace. Finance Minister, you're not doing anything wondrous for the House to applaud you. You are paying what you are supposed to pay anyway. You are paying what you are supposed to pay anyway. Back to the contractors. Because in my constituency, if you come to the heart of Nisaon, all road contractors are not working. I see my good friend, the road minister, sitting glance at me. I am helping you. You cannot speak. Contractors must be paid in this country. They are suffering. Contractors are suffering. Assemblies are suffering. Youth employment are suffering. And you release the poetry psalm. He has just released this poetry psalm and he wants us to applaud him. We will not applaud you. Go and pay the contractors and then come back to this house. When you come back to this house, then we will say that I know how dedicated you are. I mean, in my other world, when I was seated here and you sat in this black seat, I know the principles you had espoused. The need for the assemblies not to be denied of the oxygen to prosecute public business. That you have always said. But getting to the office, you are different. You are different. You delay for 6 months. As we can come and give us poetry psalm and say that we should applaud you. Well, we will see. So he will be coming to this house with his mid-year budget. We'll be waiting for your mid-year budget. Leader, on that note, even though I'm not happy, what can I do? What can I do? But mid-year budget, make sure you take care of all these deficiencies, especially the 8 million to drip. That is too bad. That is too small. The entire country, Honorable Minister, take a look at that. 8 million is too small. The allocation to disabled people, I agree with you. Then the one for special fund, I agree, we should build more market. Then NADMO, how much have you released to NADMO? There is flooding all over the country. Accra, there is flooding in Accra. There is flooding in my colleague's constituency. Speaker, how much has he released to NADMO? Well, I thank you, Speaker. I'm grateful.
Honorable Minority Chief Whip, I intend giving the appropriate direction to the Finance Minister. I want to know the years in arrears. What is in arrears? what is in arrears so that I can direct the finance minister to pay.
Mr. Speaker, I think...
Which years arrears are you talking about?
Mr. Speaker, the finance minister is well briefed. So the finance minister is aware
I want the
as
house
what
to be
is in
briefed.
arrears.
Brief the house about the arrears so that I can make consequential directions.
Are you saying I should brief the House, Speaker?
But you are talking about payment of arrears.
Yes, there is an arrears. He knows there is. Speaker, with respect, there is an arrears. That one is a fact. But I'm saying that but that is the finance minister. He has all the figures. So I'm saying, Speaker, I'm simply saying that he cannot apprise us of payment without carrying us along in terms of what is outstanding. That maybe leadership will engage him. There are other matters we have to talk about. I'm not too happy with him. I'm not too happy with him because the mood of the House, he has to perform. He knows what to do, and he's refused. Speaker, you yourself, you're not happy because he's not doing what he's supposed to do.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me join colleagues to commend the Minister of Finance, Dr. Kessel Atuforsen, for the statement that he has made. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I think it is clear that there has been no delay in the payment of statutory funds by the government of John Dramani Mahama. No delay. Mr. Speaker, the records at National Health Insurance Authority are clear that on a monthly basis, payments have been made to service providers, payments have been made and transferred to hospitals, and we don't owe. That is very clear. Mr. Speaker, it is also very clear that Get Fund allocation has also been made and payments made to Get Fund. Indeed, I am informed by some contractors that they have been paid. Mr. Speaker, the annual ritual of senior high schools not reopening because they don't have food has not occurred again. And schools are happily being run. Schools are happily being run. It is obvious that we are doing well in the education sector as well. Mr. Speaker, if there has been a delay in the transfer of the funds to the Common Fund Administrator, it is for very good reason. Mr. Speaker, the assemblies did not exist until very recently. After the election, many of the assemblies too dissolved. Because if you read the law says that the assembly is made of the district chief executive and the elected assembly members and the government appointees. The government appointees had been withdrawn. The DCE ceased to exist. They were no longer in office. So there was no assembly to transfer the money to. There was no assembly. Because by law, the assembly did not exist. There was no assembly. That is what the law says. Mr. Speaker, it is only recently, a couple of weeks ago, that most assemblies were able to elect their chief executives. When they elected their chief executives, then the assemblies were properly constituted to now be assemblies. And the Honorable Minister for Local Government went around the country to inaugurate the assemblies. That is why the monies were not transferred to the assemblies, because the assemblies did not exist. They had not yet been inaugurated by the local government minister. So there has never been any delay. Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Majority Leader. Minority Leader is on his feet.
Mr. Speaker, I want to draw the attention of the leader of this House to the rules of this House regarding this particular subject matter. The minister made a statement, and even the rules provide that the minister in his statement should not provoke debate. What the majority leader is doing now is to veer off from the content of the statement and to start his own argument outside of it. Mr. Speaker, there's no problem if there's a need for us to debate on an important subject matter which borders on national development. The Minister of Finance was in this House presenting the budget statement. The President had earlier told us that the famous 24-hour economy policy would find space in the budget. That was not in the budget. The minister is not concerned about how to create employment. Contractors are not being paid, people are being sacked.
You are on a point of order.
24-hour economy?
Honourable Minority Leader, you are on a point of order. What is your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, I'm coming, I'm laying a foundation. The Minister of Finance was supposed to provide a policy direction regarding the 24-hour economy. He has failed to do that.
What is your point of order, Minority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, I am arguing, my submission is that to the extent that the majority leader has failed to limit his comments to the issue raised by the finance minister, he is in clear breach of the rules guiding this particular subject matter. Mr. Speaker, why is he not concerned about the failure of the finance minister to pay contractors and to address the issue of 24-hour economy to create employment? Why is he not concerned about the mass dismissals in the public sector? As a majority leader, all he says is that, and then they have fulfilled the promise. Fulfill which promise? With time, you'll be exposed. Mr. Speaker, please guide the majority leader to act within the rules. Comment briefly and not to provoke debate. If you want a debate, let's dedicate a time for a debate on their 6 months of failure and disappointment. We're ready for them, but not smuggle his way in a statement when you failed in your own flagship policy. The 24-hour economy, your own flagship policy. You have failed the people of Ghana.
Honorable
President failed in his own. He said, finance minister took it. He said there's a team every day, committee.
Honorable Minority Leader, thank you very much. Honorable Majority Leader, please proceed.
So, Speaker, when the statement was made by the minister, it was made pursuant to Order 91. 91.2. 91.2 is very clear. A minister of state may make a statement of government policy, and the statement shall be limited to facts which are necessary to be made known to the House. Everything the minister said is factual. Facts about payments, facts about the timing of payments, facts about what the payments are meant for. They were all facts. Mr. Speaker, when you gave opportunity to honorable members to comment pursuant to Order 91.3, which says that a member may comment on the statement and the comment shall not provoke debate. Mr. Speaker, members on the other side, in their comments, raised questions about delay in the payments. They said there is a delay in the payments. Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, I sought to also correct that and put the facts before this House.
that there has been no delay in the payments. No delay because the first quarter, which has passed, was a period when the assemblies did not exist. They had been dissolved. So he could not have made the payments to the assemblies when they did not exist. The second quarter is now. The second quarter is now. So we just ended. And that is why he has come to report to us that both the first quarter when the assemblies didn't exist and this quarter, he is now making the payment. He has made the payment. One of them in his comments also raised issues about whether it was paper payment or actual cash payment. Mr. Speaker, again, to correct the records and be factual, I have a copy of the letter of the Minister of Finance transmitting the money to the Common Fund Administrator. I have the evidence. So it is not paper money, it is actual cash that has been transferred to the Common Fund Administrator. Mr. Speaker, so they have also transferred it to the various district assemblies. This is factual. This is on record. You can go out and go and check with the Common Fund Administrator and with the assemblies whether the Minister for Finance has indeed transferred the funds to the Common Fund Administrator for onward transmission to the assemblies. These are factual. We want to assure you that the issue of the disability is also within the law, that 3% is for the disabled. When you send only 1 million to the assemblies for a whole year, 3% of that is very, very insignificant. But with this level of transmissions that we are seeing, these gargantuan amounts, these colossal amounts, these impactful amounts, these amounts that can actually change the financial foundation of district assemblies, the disabled will be laughing to their bank accounts. The disabled will be excited because they are going to get 3% of gargantuan amounts of money. So the 3% is guaranteed in the law, and when it gets to the assemblies, the disabled, the physically challenged will get their share.
Honorable Majority Leader, what is gargantuan amount?
When it is big, when it is big, when it is big, when it is colossal, when some people used to transfer just 1 million, and then others come and they are transferring 20 million. That is gargantuan. This is what has happened, and especially when they are transferring it on time. Mr. Speaker, this whole discussion is about the promise of President John Dramani Mahama to revive our districts. How do you revive districts? By injecting funds into those districts, by making sure they are resourced. President John Dramani Mahama promised to reset this country. You reset the country by resetting the district assemblies. How do you reset the district assemblies? By making sure they get the right amount of financial resources. This country has been discussing fiscal decentralization only in rhetorics. The funds never get to the assemblies. President John Dramani Mahama stood in this house and promised us that 80% of the funds he will make sure they hit the accounts of the various assemblies. And the Minister for Finance has come to report to us that like what he is now known for, a man who keeps his promise, John Dramani Mahama is keeping the promise. The funds are hitting the assemblies. Mr. Speaker, they are hitting the assemblies, and the assemblies now have the resources to revive our economies. Mr. Speaker, this House has an opportunity to discuss fiscal decentralization today. Assemblies are supposed to be run on resources generated by the assemblies. The law makes provision for assemblies to take basic rates and use the basic rates to run the assemblies. The law makes provision for assemblies to collect property rates and use the property rates to run the assemblies. The law makes provision for development levies, for betterment levies. But most of our assemblies do not meet their obligations to go around and mobilize these resources for the running of the assemblies. And they continue to depend on the common fund. This government will make sure that they get the common fund. But we want to urge the assemblies not to forget that what they are supposed to run the assemblies on is the basic rates. It is the development levies. It is the property rates. It is the betterment rates. These fundamentally are the resources with which we should be running assemblies and not wait for only the common fund resources to run the assemblies. Mr. Speaker, if you look at paragraph 8 of the statements, paragraph 8 of the statements deals with the past record where only 40% to 50% actually got transferred to the assemblies. And that is what I have just discussed, the commitment of this government to make sure that 80% gets to the assemblies. Mr. Speaker, if you look at paragraph 14, and you see the amount, 6.1 billion going to the assemblies, very, very significant. But Mr. Speaker, what excites me is the guidelines. And I've heard colleagues raise issues about the competence of the minister to issue guidelines. The law is very clear. The Local Governance Act, it says that the minister shall, in consultation with the minister responsible for finance, determine the category of expenditure of the approved development budget of district assemblies that must in each year be made out of amounts received by the district assemblies from the district assemblies common fund. The law is very clear. You see, to educate you on this matter, Minority Leader, the law says that the minister shall, in consultation with the minister responsible for finance, determine the category of expenditure. You see, the assembly has its expenditure. They also have their sources of revenue, basic rates, development levy, property rates, betterment rates. What the law is saying is that common fund money will also come to help them. The money that is coming as common fund money, the Minister for Finance and the Minister for Local Government can actually determine which projects should be used, which projects should use that money for. Whilst they can also decide what to use the other sources of revenue
leader, what
for.
Is your concern? Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the House is misleading this House. Mr. Speaker, he submits that the President has met all his promises to the nation. It is not true and it is not factual. Mr. Speaker, this government promised the women banking policy. Only 50 million. Only 50 million. Only 50 million. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, 2. They made a huge commitment to agriculture. If you look at the budget, they allocated 1.5 billion cedis. Of the 1.5 billion, 900 million plus goes into compensation. Nothing for agriculture. Mr. Speaker, he pretended he didn't hear me on the 24-hour economy. In his SONA, in the State of the Nation address, the President promised this House that when the Finance Minister comes, he would introduce the 24-hour economy in the policy. Mr. Speaker, government financial policy outlines its budget for the year. The Finance Minister didn't say anything. The Finance Minister ran away from their own flagship initiative. The issue of taxes. You said you were going to take away the taxes at the port. Apart from the e-levy, what have you done? Mr. Speaker, for you
to now rise on your feet to mislead Ghanaians that you've met all your promises.
Honorable
Where is the
Finance
women
Minister, I'll
banking?
give you the floor.
Where is the 50 million? You promised when you were swearing in your deputy ministers. You said there will be some deputy ministers coming the following week. That was 3 months ago. Walk the talk. Walk the talk. Walk the talk. What is happening? Where is the 24-hour economy? The youth.
Thank you very
the
much,
mass, the
Honorable
youth.
Minority Leader.
You promised jobs.
Honorable Minority Leader, thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker, I'm concluding.
Yes.
You promised the Ghanaian youth 1 job, 3 shifts. You promised Ghanaians 1 job, 3 shifts. Today, no job for the youth. You come here, the finance minister, instead of paying contractors who have taken loans, businessmen who have taken loans, the road contractors, you won't pay them. You come here, you say we should commend you. You won't pay contractors. You are waiting to pay them after mid-year, and then you say the dollar, the CD is stable. We are interested in fluidity in the economy. Finance minister, are you paying them? Businesses are not importing. Spare parts are not available because they don't have the means.
Minority Leader, is that your conclusion?
What business? Are you promoting business? You are not promoting
Honorable
business.
Minority
And
Leader.
then you come and tell us that you are doing
Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, arrest my case. Rule him out of order. He's misleading the House. The leader of the House
Yes,
is misleading the House.
Majority Leader, you have the
You
floor.
are misleading the House.
Majority Leader, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, the minority leader should stop doing what he's doing. Between us, at our level, when you rise up to raise a point of order, let it be a point of order. Let it not be on a frolic of your own, running all over the place. Please, this is not a point of order. At our level, you don't do that. Mr. Speaker, if I may say, he promised this House that he will bring Ken Oforiatta in May. Where is Ken Oforiatta? Where is Ken Oforiatta? Where is Ken? Where is Ken? Where is Ken? You promised us that you will bring Ken to this House. He came to this House and made a promise. You promised this House that you will produce Ken. You will produce Ken Oforiatta in May. We are in June. This is the 3rd of June. Why is Ken Oforiatta? Mr. Speaker, he should no longer be heard in this House. Because when he makes promises, he doesn't fulfill them. He comes here and makes promises and never fulfills them. And yet he is questioning other people's promises. When you made a promise, did you fulfill it?
Honourable members, honestly speaking,
Mr. Speaker,
I try as much as possible to accommodate leadership. But it is getting to a point that I am being to rule leadership out of order. So please, let's stick to the rules.
Yes. When we make promises, let's keep them. Mr. Speaker, when he promised to sleep at Yoko, by 10 p.m. he left Yoko. He abandoned.
You still...
Mr. Speaker, this is the man who is talking about people not fulfilling their promises. You promised to sleep at Yoko, and you left at 10 p.m.
Honourable Majority Leader, please conclude. Honourable Majority Leader, please conclude.
Mr. Speaker, let me wind up. Mr. Speaker, let me conclude. What excites me about this statement and the guidelines is the category of items that the President is directing must be prioritized. Mr. Speaker, markets are for our women, our mothers. Health facilities, mostly it is our mothers who send children to health facilities, who are the greatest beneficiaries. Educational facilities,
It is our mothers who send our children and the babies to educational facilities. So once again, women, portable water. It is our women and girls who have to travel long distances to fetch water. Sanitation and school furniture. Mr. Speaker, these are items that particularly touch our women. That is why I want to declare that President John Dramani Mahama is a pro-woman president. A pro-woman president. Because he is prioritizing expenditure in areas that particularly border on the welfare of our mothers, of our women, of their children, and the drudgery, the labor, the suffering of our women will be reduced by the expenditures that the assemblies are going to be making. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, when you talk about liquidity in the system, liquidity is when the finance minister releases funds. In this statement alone, the finance minister has indicated that he has released funds to the Common Fund Administrator. He has released funds to the National Health Insurance Authority. These funds to the GET Fund. These funds are being injected into the system. So that propaganda that we are not spending is not true. We are spending through the National Health Insurance. We are spending through the Common Fund Administrator. We are spending through the GET Fund. So we are spending. It is not true that we are not spending. And that it is because we are not spending that the dollar is reducing and the cedi is appreciating. Mr. Speaker, we are clearly spending in the health sector. We are spending in the educational sector. We are spending at the local government levels. And Mr. Speaker, I can testify that we are spending because all of us in this chamber receive our salaries monthly on time, and there has never been a reduction. The same way with the civil servants, with the public servants, I have not received any report by government workers that they haven't been paid. I have not received any report. They are being paid promptly. Mr. Speaker, so the propaganda that we have stabilized the currency because we are not spending is clearly not borne out by the statement. The statement points to the government spending on its statutory obligations. Mr. Speaker, on that note, let me commend the minister for such a statement and once again draw the attention of Ghanaians to the fact that they have elected a government that has promised to deliver and is actually delivering, and each moment that we deliver on our promises, we will come to this house and we will account to Ghanaians and we will make sure that we remain very, very accountable. Thank you very much, Minister for Finance. We commend you for your hard work. The cedi is gaining strength. The dollar is reducing in its exchange rate. The pound is reducing in its exchange rate. All the major currencies are reducing in the exchange rate relation to the cedi. And the cedi is getting stronger. Ghanaians are more confident in their country and their government than they have ever been before. Mr. Speaker, because of the appreciation of the cedi, the salary of the minority leader has appreciated. His salary has appreciated. Mr. Speaker, his purchasing power has appreciated.
Honourable member, please conclude.
He now pays less for fuel because fuel prices have declined. He now pays less for food because food prices have declined. He is living in a better country now. And he looks happy. He is a happier man because of the performance of the Minister for Finance. On that note, Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much.
Honourable Finance Minister, any concluding remark? Please be very brief.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, let me thank
Please be very brief.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank honourable colleagues for the comments and the contribution to the brief. Mr. Speaker, I've taken note of the concerns from colleagues and would like to assure colleagues that I take their concerns seriously, and then I will ensure that if there is the need for us to input some of the concerns, we will accordingly input them. Mr. Speaker, to conclude on my brief, I wish to state for the record that it is not true that government is not spending. Mr. Speaker, we have ended the era of reckless spending. Mr. Speaker, we are spending wisely. We are spending prudently. Mr. Speaker, the era of recklessness has come to an end, and the NDC will not spend recklessly. We will spend according to what we have. If you do not have it, don't overborrow, because if you overborrow, you will give people haircut, and that is what we have spent. We have stopped. So, Mr. Speaker, we will not overborrow. We will spend within the budget, and we'll do what we have to do. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honourable members. Honourable members, permit me to recognize the presence of our revered students who are here in our midst. First on the list is Obrachere Senior High Technical School. They are led by Jude Latte, Senior House Master. They are from Ewutu Senya. They are 57 in number. The other one is Apam Presby Basic School, led by Richard Abaete Tete, Head Teacher. They are from Ebuakwa South, 59 in number. And last on the list is Otuam International School, led by Edu Issa Philip, teacher. They are from Ekumfi, 60 in number. You are all welcome. May you have a fruitful stay in Parliament. Honourable members, order paper addendum. Presentation of first reading of bill.
An act to amend the Energy Sector Levies Act 2025, Act 1135, to increase the rates of the energy sector shortfall and debt repayment levy in order to raise additional revenue to support the payment of energy sector shortfalls, reduce energy sector legacy debts, and stabilize power supply.
Honourable Finance Minister, for the record, tell the House how is he under certificate of agency, or how is the bill supposed to be introduced?
Right, Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the object of this bill is to raise additional revenue to support the payment of energy sector shortfalls, reduce energy sector legacy debt, and to stabilize power supply. Mr. Speaker, the power sector is the biggest economic and fiscal risk we face presently. It could lead to a major crisis if we fail to confront it head-on. The challenges in the energy sector are quite enormous, emanating from debt, shortfalls, insufficient gas, and inefficiencies. The total energy sector debt as at end March 2025 stands at $3.1 billion. This amount includes amount owed to independent power producers, state-owned enterprises, fuel suppliers, and fuel suppliers. Right, Honourable Speaker, as a result of non-payment of bills owed to ENI and Car Power, the World Bank IDA guarantee of $512 million and GMPC guarantee of $120 million were completely drawn down in the year 2024. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, the government is required to find an additional $632 million to restore these guarantees. Mr. Speaker, a minimum of $3.7 billion is needed to clean up the overall energy sector indebtedness for us to have a clean slate. Right, Honourable Speaker, Ghana's electricity sector has experienced a significant shift over the years, with the country now heavily reliant on thermal power generation to supplement the hydroelectronic sources. The cost of liquid fuel to power the thermal power plant is not included in the current electricity tariff build-up, resulting in a significant revenue shortfall for the procurement of liquid fuels. According to the PURC, An inclusion of the cost of liquid fuel in the price build-up will lead to an increase in electricity tariffs by at least 50%. Government considers that this would have a significant negative impact on firms and households, and so this cannot be an option. Mr. Speaker, in the year 2025, the government will require an additional $1.2 billion to procure essential fuels for thermal power generations alone. Mr. Speaker, the power sector risks imminent collapse if these unsustainable debts are not resolved, particularly given that the fiscal cannot accommodate the financial needs of the sector. Right Honorable Speaker, to help raise additional revenue to fund the needs in the power sector, government is proposing an increase in pump price of petrol, diesel, and related products. The impact will be absorbed by the gains made from the strong performance of the Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, I repeat, the impact will be absorbed by the gains made from the strong performance of the Ghana cedis. And this will mean that consumers will not have to pay extra for the price of petrol and diesel beginning today. Right Honorable Speaker, our simulations suggest that there will be no increase in the pump price of petrol and diesel in the next window beginning today if the levy is imposed. This is because of a strong Ghana cedi. Right Honorable Speaker, the levy will serve as a dedicated source of funding to the power sector, and the proceeds will be earmarked for the procurement of essential fuel for power generation. Mr. Speaker, this will ensure that Ghana enjoys stable electricity. Given that the current electricity tariffs paid by consumers does not include the cost of fuel used for the power generation. Mr. Speaker, the decision to impose a levy on petroleum prices is based on the need to find a balance between ensuring stable power supply while promoting the financial sustainability of the sector. This bill, Mr. Speaker, seeks to make a modest increment to the excise levy, existing levy, to augment the energy sector support account and to ensure the availability of fuel to back up power generation. Right Honorable Speaker, I submit that this is urgent, and so there is the need for the committee to take it through the necessary processes. I so submit. Thank you. Under certificate of urgency, I so submit.
Honorable members, I intend to refer the bill. Yes, Minority Leader. This is the presentation of a bill. First reading. This is first reading.
Mr. Speaker, would the majority side, Mr. Speaker, would the majority side extend some courtesy? Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr.
Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr.
With
Speaker,
all due respect.
Mr. Speaker, would the Interior Minister show some courtesy? Would the Interior Minister show some courtesy?
Honorable Minority Leader, I employ both of you to resume your seats. I employ both of you to resume your seat. Humbly resume your seat.
Mr. Speaker, you called me.
Humbly resume your seat. Both of you kindly resume your seat with all apology. With all apology. With all apology to both of you, resume your seat. Honorable members, the Energy Sector Levies Amendment Bill 2025 has been duly presented and read the first time. It is referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report, including the determination of whether or not the bill is of urgent nature. A report to the House. Yes, Honorable Minority Leader, let me hear you.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, the surprises are becoming one too many. Mr. Speaker, how can the Finance Minister in one breath repeal e-levy and reintroduce e-levy? Mr. Speaker, we went into conclave. The issues that he just raised as justification for running this bill through a certificate of urgency. It never came up. Mr. Speaker, will the Interior Minister, who was up challenging me, ask the Finance Minister to tell us under what rule he came under? Mr. Speaker, what is the precedent that is being set? Mr. Speaker, Hansard is watching. Hansard is taking note. One day, it will come and hound them. If today they think they have no mess, they will bulldoze their way. So be it. Have your pleasure. But bear in mind that someday what you are doing will come and haunt you. Mr. Speaker, with all the justification, what stopped him from engaging this side of the house? This morning, I must be honest that the majority leader whispered to me that something of urgent importance, of urgent value would come. Mr. Speaker, it is only important that we engage and you let us know. You come with your justification. You came here to present your budget. You presented your budget saying you are not going to introduce new taxes, new levies. Then you turn around, you say you are repealing e-levy. You are all over the place. Now you are bringing back e-levy. And then you say that the Ghanaian public will not feel it. Mr. Speaker, you repeal e-levy, reintroduce e-levy. That's what you are doing. What are you? This is the e-levy. You have introduced e-levy. Then you say that you run it through certificate of urgency. Mr. Speaker,
Honorable members,
the e-levy being introduced.
Honorable members, this is a house of record.
What is it?
Honorable members, this is a house of record. The bill introduced, which I have just referred, is energy sector levies bill.
E-levy.
So this is not electronic levy.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, allow the minority to have its say. You allowed the minister to speak. What is energy sector levy? Short form e-levy, is it not it? The energy. What is energy? Is it not E? How do you spell energy? Is it not capital E? The short form of the law, the levy, is e-levy. You are reintroducing e-levy. That's what you are doing. Reintroducing e-levy. And you are going to tax Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, and you say under certificate of urgency.
Yes, Honorable Minister for Interior.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think the minority leader should know that as one of the leaders in the house, he must learn to respect the rules of the house. Mr. Speaker, the way the minority leader keeps hijacking the floor, he rises, he doesn't make reference to any rule, he speaks out of rules, he just speaks. It's absolutely wrong, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to refer the House to Order 160, under which this business that I just concluded was done. 160. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, a sponsor may submit a bill to Parliament without publication in the Gazette, where the sponsor of the bill consider the bill to be of urgent nature. Mr. Speaker, the Speaker shall refer a bill to the appropriate committee for determination of the urgency or otherwise of the presentation and the first reading. Mr. Speaker, 3. Where the committee determines that the bill is of an urgent nature, the committee shall inform the House by a report. Where it is determined by the appropriate committee of the House that a particular bill is of an urgent nature, the provision of Article 106(13) shall apply, and the bill may be taken through all the stages in one day. Mr. Speaker, this is where my worry is. After you have referred this to your committee, reading 160, it does not give any other member
any window of opportunity to just get up and speak about what has been referred. You can only wait and go to the committee, make your argument at the committee. When the report comes, that's when you debate it. But Mr. Speaker, the way the minority leader is behaving, what he's simply doing is that he is turning the rules of this house upside down, and he gets up and speak anytime he wishes. But Mr. Speaker, with the greater respect, we need to bring the minority leader to order for him to understand that no, this house is governed by rules, and he cannot be speaking out of rules and be behaving as if he's a small child who has lost his food and therefore is behaving anyhow. So Speaker, let's get him to act in order because he's completely out of order. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, let me hear Majority Leader. Yes, Majority Leader, you have the floor. Let's listen to the Majority Leader. I am giving the floor to the Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker,
yes, Majority Leader, you have the floor. Honorable Member, I can send you out of the house. You cannot sit down and be making noise. You are making noise. Yes, Majority Leader, you have the floor.
I think the bill has been referred to the committee. I just think that for the records, what is before us is not the e-levy. What is before us is the Energy Sector Levy Amendment Bill. And basically, it is saying that Ghanaians should give one Ghana cedi each when they buy a liter of fuel so that we can end doomsday. That's all. One cedis. All of us should contribute 1 cedis. Just 1 cedi per, so that we can end doomsday. 1 cedi. Each of us, when we buy fuel, 1 liter.
The prices are going down.
1 cedi. And Mr. Speaker, it is not e-levy. It's not e-levy. That is what it is. The matter has been referred to the committee. Let's all hold on. The committee will present a report to us, and when we consider the report, we can debate all these matters. We can debate the agency, we can debate the levy itself. So please, let's hold our fire and then continue with the other businesses while the committee sits. Mr. Speaker, so I plead with you to we'll go back to the questions. Let's go back to the questions. Mr. Speaker, I think the leadership of Energy Committee should join the Finance Committee.
Well, honorable members, with all due respect, we don't debate bills at its introduction. It is at second reading that we debate the principles underpinning the bill. So what are we doing? A bill is just being introduced. And at the point of introduction, we don't debate. You refer the bill to a committee. It is at second reading that we debate. Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I believe that each one of us here has a right to express a view. Mr. Speaker, one of the things we can all do to bring peace to this house is when we patiently hear one another. I got up and you recognized me, and it was not for me to say I want to debate it. Mr. Speaker, I expressed a concern And the concern was because we always meet at conclave. Whatever we do in this house, there's always a pre-sitting discussion. The issue never came up. I only saw an order paper addendum being sprung as a surprise on us. It was a reason why I got up. Mr. Speaker, now, for Honorable Muntaka Mubarak,
Honorable
Mr. Speaker,
Minority
allow me
Leader,
to finish.
you know, you would have been justified if you said exactly that. But you went further to say they are introducing e-levy.
Mr. Speaker, may I finish? Mr. Speaker, you heard him in silence. Please hear me too. Mr. Speaker, for the Honorable Muntaka Mubarak, who I so much respect, to be on his feet, to use certain words the way he did. Mr. Speaker, I thought that Honorable Mahama Yarega, getting up, will use the opportunity to address it. Because, Mr. Speaker, he has been in leadership before. I will not want any of my colleagues here to be disrespectful to you. Never. We're here to debate. All I was saying was that the matter did not come up at pre-sitting. The majority leader whispered to me that the finance minister will bring up something. The energy minister had whispered to me that we would engage. All I was trying to draw the attention of the House to was that we were not pre-informed. For you to get up and to attack my person, that anytime I get up, I don't just get up to speak, I get recognition before. And if you, Muntaka Mubarak, who I so much respect, today you are Interior Minister, you want to hijack the leadership and then attack me? No, please, colleagues, all of you at the back bench, you know, one of the things I don't do is to disrespect you. Please, let's put all things aside, please, with respect. We are colleagues. If I raise the issue and you don't agree, get up and respond. I have been in that black seat before. I don't disrespect colleagues, and I am surprised. Honorable Muntaka Mubarak, those days in the 6th and 7th Parliament, he was always concerned about the way Honorable Chairman Sabonsu. I can refer him to answer. How Honorable Chairman Sabonsu use certain words to describe certain matters, and he would always protest. I expect you not to be the one to be attacking me. I expect you not to be the one to be using certain words, and then when you get up, you say you will withdraw. If you decide not to withdraw, I can force you. And I will plead with Speaker to get you to withdraw. Let Hansa have the record of what you have just done. And Honorable Ayerega, we have just started. It's my job to also protect you from this side. If today a colleague of yours sees an opportunity to attack me merely because I'm raising a genuine concern, when the matter did not come up at leadership discussion, and Speaker allowed him to speak all out, and you think that it is not proper for him to do the needful, I'm not worried. As a minority leader, I expect more of such attacks, and more will come. It is a price I will pay for being a minority leader. If the intolerance level has said that, I will be attacked by no less a person than the Interior Minister, who I so much respect. Mr. Speaker, I leave him and all his words to posterity.
Honourable members, we will make progress. The statement that behaving like a small child is ordered to be expunged from the record. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think we will go back to the questions. The ministers have been sitting here since morning, so let's take the questions. Let's take the questions, Mr. Speaker.
Very well.
Let's take the questions.
So the initial application was to take question number D, standing in the name of Mr. Francis Xavier Kojo Sosu, Honourable Member for Madina.
We'll do statements. We'll do statements. We will do statements. We will do statements. We will do statements.
We will come back to statement. I have various statements. We will come back to statement.
Mr. Speaker, the majority leader, Mr. Speaker, The majority leader made an application. Majority leader, I'm on my feet. Majority leader made an application that you should add the leadership of the energy committee to the finance committee to look at the. So, yes.
Honourable members, is that the sense of the House that the leadership of the energy committee should join the finance committee? Yes, majority leader. Is that the sense of the House?
Yes, we ask the leadership of energy committee to join finance.
The leadership of the energy committee is hereby requested to join the finance committee for the consideration of the bill just introduced and report. Yes, the initial application was to take the question number D in the name of Honorable Francis Xavier Kojo Sosu. The Interior Minister is in the House to respond to the question. C. Very well. Very well. We have to take question number C. Standing in the name of Osahin Alexander Kwamina Afanyo Markin, Member of Parliament for Efutu and the minority leader. You have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, I think that the practice of the House has always been for every member to rise in his place and ask questions. That is the practice of this House. There's no rule that says that a leader should walk to the dispatch box to ask questions. Mr. Speaker, that cannot be accepted. That cannot be accepted. If we have to make special statements, you can grant us the leave.
Honourable member, you may ask the question standing from your place.
Mr. Speaker, I would want to respond to this. If you will not grant it, so be it. Mr. Speaker, with the greatest respect, I will not allow certain precedent to be set. What is the purpose of this dispatch box? Clerk took the House. Advise Speaker, this dispatch box is for us. It's for us. This side is for us. We can choose to let any member use our dispatch box. What is happening here? Is it for the majority to determine, Mr. Speaker? No way. If they don't want to answer the question, so be it.
Honourable members, order. Honourable members, the rule is very clear that a member rise in his place to speak. The dispatch box is really for the ministers. But when leaders are going to make special statements, then they can make the statement using the dispatch box, not when they are to ask questions. Our members, the rule is very clear. So let's follow the rules and operate within the ambit of the rules. Unless I am shown the order under which a leader is supposed to ask questions from the dispatch box, unless you point at the order for me.
Mr. Speaker, is there any provision, is there any order that says that the minority leader must come into the dispatch box for a special statement? Which order says so? Which order says so? Tell us which order. Mr. Speaker, let us stop what we are doing. Let us stop what you are doing. One day, it will come and hunt somebody. This dispatch box is for the minority. They have theirs.
Honorable Minority Leader, if you won't take your chance to ask the question, may I move to another question?
Mr. Speaker, if it is your pleasure
Minister
to allow him to do so,
Interior, you may now take a question from Honorable Xavier Kojo Sosu. Honorable Xavier, you have the floor. Please go to your place and ask the question. Speak from your place.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Interior the measures being taken to ensure comprehensive prison reforms to guarantee rights of prisoners.
Yes, Honorable Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Prison Service, besides securing prisoners in custody in terms of safety and security, also provide a conducive opportunity for their reformation and rehabilitation. Mr. Speaker, the service is executing this mandate. In executing this mandate, Mr. Speaker, is guided by the vision of building a world-class service to attain sustainable public safety through excellence in corrections management. Over the years, Mr. Speaker, the service has achieved many milestones, including improved human resource base, enhanced collaboration with stakeholders, improved health care for officers and inmates, as well as improved rehabilitation and reformation programs for inmates. Whilst these achievements are remarkable and worth celebrating, there is still more to be done to bring the service at par with international best practices, to ensure that the socio-economic rights of the population, especially the less privileged, including the incarcerated, are met, and to further consolidate and sustain the gains Ghana has made regarding international human rights promotion agenda. Equal and adequate attention is being given to prison inmates across the entire country. Right Honorable Speaker, to enhance the safety and security of the prisons, many measures have been taken by the Ghana Prisons Administration. These include: 1. Enhanced classification of prisoners. Prisoners upon admission are classified based on their criminal history to avoid contamination of other inmates who have low criminological tendencies, and for purposes of effective rehabilitation and placement to address their needs, capacity, and disposition. The service, Mr. Speaker, with support from the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, has developed a customized classification tool in line with the UN standard minimum rules for treatment of prisoners. 2, Mr. Speaker, enhanced guidance, counseling, and moral education, where the chaplaincy and counseling units have been revamped in all prisons to assist inmates to overcome their social and psychological challenges. More professionals such as psychologists, chaplains, imams, and counselors have been employed to offer moral guidance to inmates and to reshape their conscience towards change in behavior and reintegration. 3, Mr. Speaker, delivery of health care to inmates and the entire prison community, which is done by collaboration with faith-based organizations, NGOs, and CSOs, international development partners, and private sector. This has led to increased enrollment of inmates on the National Health Insurance Scheme, resulting in improved access to the health care by inmates, reduced cost of treatment and management of inmates with chronic diseases, and reduced mortalities among inmates. Mr. Speaker, in addition to improved health care to the inmates, the Prisons Administration is upgrading some infirmaries to various levels of healthcare facilities, including 1 hospital, 1 clinic, and 6 health centers in prisons such as in Sawam, Ankafo, Kumasi, Sunyani, and Koforidua. Mr. Speaker, food is a key determinant of prison security. Research has shown that hungry inmates are more likely to cause riot break jail, and find it difficult to participate in reformation and rehabilitation programs. The prison service intends to embark on agricultural activities to provide food to inmates in very difficult times when food contractors withdraw supply due to delayed payment of food bills. Currently, Mr. Speaker, about 40% of prison ration is obtained through prison agriculture. In addition to pipe-borne water in the prison, the service has taken steps to enhance access to potable water and sanitation, including the drilling of mechanized boreholes, installation of polytanks and water reservoirs, improved sanitary conditions through effective management of solid and liquid waste to prevent outbreaks of diseases, and regular fumigation of the prison facilities. Mr. Speaker, the prison administration, being mindful of the importance of education of prison inmates towards achieving the objective of reformation, rehabilitation, and reintegration, goes all out to ensure that inmates have access to education in all forms. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Yes, Honorable Member for Madina, any supplementary question?
Mr. Speaker, my supplementary question relates to our recent visit to the prison where we had inmates who had just completed school and some even graduating with first class, showing the rehabilitation.
Please ask supplementary question. If you don't have any supplementary question, kindly resume your seat.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the information provided by the Honorable Minister. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, I think we have no further supplementary question for the Minister. And Honourable Minister, yes, Honourable Minority Leader, will you ask your urgent question? No, you rise at your place to ask the urgent question.
Mr. Speaker, I don't intend to debate you. I am opposed to the application from my colleagues for a simple reason that we have two dispatch boxes. One for the majority, one for the minority. In leadership, Mr. Speaker, I will not encourage a precedent that one day will come and haunt us. We, the five of us, at any point, if we want to use, or any of our members with the leave of leadership and with the indulgence of Speaker want to use the dispatch box, this side is for us. Now, for a member to say that there is an express provision in the standing orders, so a leader, if he chooses to be in the dispatch box to ask his question, he cannot, and he's being stopped. Mr. Speaker, I will not challenge you. I want everything to be for the record. I won't challenge you. I would protest and sit down. I won't challenge you because this is strange. This is our dispatch box. This is ours. What are we doing to our democracy because somebody has overwhelming numbers? No problem, Mr. Speaker. If you accede to them, I will sit down. No problem. But it is sad. Let's be careful what we are doing to ourselves. This is our dispatch box.
You are to rise and ask your question. Would you ask the question?
Mr. Speaker, with respect, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, with respect, I rise to ask the Minister of Interior the circumstances surrounding the raid on the residence of the former governor of Bank of Ghana, Dr. Ernest Addison, by 20 heavily armed operatives led by Richard Jakpa, Director of Special Operations at the National Security Secretariat, on the morning of Wednesday, 19th March 2025. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister. Your response to the question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on the 19th of March 2025, a joint operational team comprising personnel from the National Security Secretariat and law enforcement agencies conducted an intelligence-driven search operations at the residence of the former governor of Bank of Ghana, Dr. Ernest Addison. Mr. Speaker, prior to the execution of the aforementioned operation, an ex-parte application for a search and arrest warrant was duly filed before the High Court of Justice, Accra, on 12th of March 2025, which was subsequently in accordance with established legal procedure. The search operation was in no doubt conducted with strict adherence to due process and in full compliance with the applicable laws of the state, and was meticulously done in the presence of the former governor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member, any supplementary question?
Rightly so, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. I choose where I would want to be. These are ours. Mr. Speaker, these are our bona fides. You can't interfere with it. Any member can come here. It is ours. Yours is there. Yes, that is yours. This is ours.
You see, Honourable Minority Leader,
Mr. Speaker,
with all due respect, if your members get up to come to the dispatch box and speak, and you are saying that this is for you, so every member can come here and speak, is that the practice? Is that the rule? So what difference does it make if you ask your question from the dispatch box and you rise to ask a supplementary question from your place? Our members.
Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Interior Minister tells us in his answer that the warrant allowing them to search was properly procured. Would he be kind enough to tell this House the purpose for which the search was conducted?
The purpose for which the search was conducted?
Mr. Speaker, it was to aid an existing investigation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the minister can choose to be evasive. That is his own matter. How can you be general?
Honourable Minority Leader, you don't dictate the answer that the minister is supposed to give to your question. So why lies the case that the minister can choose to be evasive?
Mr. Speaker, he is my former friend, and he knows. He's a former friend. Mr. Speaker, if he says that there was an application to the court, what it presupposes is that there was an affidavit accompanying. Mr. Speaker, you see the Attorney General.
Honourable member, he has provided the answer. Do you have any further supplementary question?
Mr. Speaker, what he is saying is that there was an investigation and they deposed to an affidavit. An investigation is not at large. There must be a reason, a particular reason for which you go to a man's house to search. Are you aware? Are you aware that when the officers got to Dr. Addison's house, they said they were looking for cash? Are you aware?
Honourable member, that cannot be a supplementary question.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, is the minister aware that upon entering the premises of Dr. Addison, the officers did not comply with the terms of the search warrant? And if he's unaware, would he be surprised?
Honorable member, the officer has never said anything about complying with the warrant terms or not. Supplementary questions must flow from the answer given by the minister.
Mr. Speaker, the minister said, Mr. Speaker, the minister said the officers who executed the search warrant complied. These were his words. He said they complied. Mr. Speaker, he said they complied. They did so in accordance with law.
I have heard they went with a warrant.
Mr. Speaker, he has his answer. Can he share it with you? Because he said they complied. And I'm saying, would he be surprised to hear that they did not indeed comply with the terms of the order as he's telling this house?
Yes, Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, our standing orders are very clear on questions that can be admitted, and that includes supplementary questions. A question shall not, Order 86, a question shall not, F, solicit the expression of an opinion or the solution of an abstract legal case or a hypothetical proposition. Hypothetical proposition. Soliciting opinions. All the questions that he's been asking are soliciting opinions, raising hypothetical questions, making charges that he cannot substantiate. Mr. Speaker, before you ask questions, make sure your facts are well known to you and that you can substantiate the facts. If we ask you to substantiate any charge that the officers went beyond the terms of their warrant, will you be able to substantiate it here? Please, let's follow the rules when we are asking questions. They are very clear. They are very, very clear. Let's read the rules and let's act according to the rules. It will make life easy.
Honorable member, I just want to
go
add
outside the rules and we try to stop you, then you start complaining that you are being gagged as a minority.
I just want to add Order 89.
89?
89 one said, as soon as a question is answered, any member, beginning with the member who asks the question, may without notice ask supplementary question for further clarification of any matter or fact on the answer. But the supplementary question shall not introduce a matter not included in the original question. So let's operate within the rules.
Mr. Speaker, the minister tells us in his answer that these 20 heavily armed operatives, led by Mr. Richard Jakpa, Director of Special Operations at the National Security Secretariat, who on the morning of Wednesday, 19th of March 2025, searched the premises of Dr. Addison, the former governor, did so within the law. Mr. Speaker, in view of the public complaint, the complaint that came out of Dr. Addison regarding the mode of the search, would the minister take steps to address these? Mr. Speaker, will the other colleagues allow the minister to pay attention to the question? Instead of becoming coaches, they say they don't want hypothetical questions. This is not hypothetical. Would the minister focus? Would the minister focus? Now, Afenyo Maki asked one question, many coaches. Let me deal with the minister, he's capable. Mr. Speaker, doesn't matter. Mr. Speaker, in view in view of the complaint from Dr. Addison regarding the manner of the search, the public outcry as a result of the entering of his premises at dawn, banging of doors, forcefully opening his door. Mr. Speaker, would the minister take these public concerns on board in future operations? Would he take it on board in future operations?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, so far as I'm concerned, I have neither received a complaint from Dr. Addison or any member of the public about the operation that was carried on the said day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, it is very rich. It is very rich.
Honorable Leader, be reminded of Order 89 too.
Very well, sure. Mr. Speaker, I'm concluded. I don't have anything more apart from the last thing that I'm going to do. Mr. Speaker, it is very rich that the minister is telling this House that he is not head of any public outcry regarding this action by the national security operatives. Be that the case, would he want to reach out to Dr. Addison to follow up on the excesses of the action of the national security operatives? Would he follow up?
Honorable members, question overruled. Yes, honorable member, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Minister, I would want to confirm from you, and maybe for purposes of education, you indicated to us that the national security secured a search warrant. May you educate me the scope of the search warrant, if it is inclusive of searching phrases of persons, if it is inclusive of searching phrases of persons. I want to understand the scope of such a search. Thank you.
Your question is whether or not the search warrant includes searching what? But if you are a lawyer, you've seen a search warrant before. Does the search warrant specify that you search the pocket or what?
Mr. Speaker, I think this is unfair. Mr. Speaker, it's a direct question that is addressed to the minister. I want to understand the scope, the particular search warrant that he got. Is it inclusive of the searching phrases of persons? That is the question I'm asking. So you should just let me know that maybe
that is why, you see, Honorable Asafwa, if this question were to be coming from a non-lawyer, but you have seen a copy of a search warrant before. If a warrant is issued to search your house, the warrant will not specify whether they should search pocket of all your searches, your pocket, your fridge, your kitchen, or that the content of the warrant. Please, if you have another question, ask. Honourable members, I think that we have ended the urgent question for the Minister for Interior. However, once the Minister for Interior is here, we have other three questions. Should we exhaust the Minister for Interior to go, or we have to exhaust the urgent questions before we again bring the Minister responsible for Interior? Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, both urgent questions and questions scheduled for today are the same. They are all meant for being asked today and answered today. So since he's already sitting there, I think that he can just answer the rest of the questions.
Very well, then we then move to question number 87, standing in the name of Honorable Frank Anodompre, Member of Parliament for Nsaum Adwajiri. Please, you have the floor.
Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for the Interior what plans the ministry has to decongest prisons in the country, particularly the Nsaum medium security prison, which is posing health and safety threats to prisoners and officers of the prison service. I thank you.
Honourable Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as part of measures being taken to decongest the various prisons throughout the country and the Nsawam medium prison facility in particular, the Ghana Prison Administration has adopted initiatives such as 1. Routine transfer of prisoners to camp prisons, which allows the prisons service as part of its security measures to routinely transfer low-risk prisoners from walled prisons to open camp prison for purposes of decongestion. 2, Mr. Speaker, the Justice for All program, which is another intervention to decongest the prison by allowing the court to sit in the prison to try inmates who have been on pre-trial detention for a long period. Some inmates have been able to regain their freedom through this program and others convicted. Unfortunately, the program comes with its own sustainability challenges, usually budgetary, making it difficult to be executed at scheduled periods across the country to ease the congestion. I have written to the Acting Chief Justice to consider the vacation period as a planned period annually for consideration of the Justice for All program. Mr. Speaker, the introduction of the parole regulation in accordance with Article 2088 and 3 of the 1992 Constitution, the Prison Service Parole Regulations 2024 was formally laid in Parliament on the 15th of October 2024, but failed to meet the 21 statutory sitting days. Mr. Speaker, the draft regulation, upon review by the Ministry, will be relayed in Parliament. The introduction of the parole system is expected to improve the overcrowding situation and related challenges. It is projected that about 4,000 inmates may be released on parole annually when considered by this August House. Mr. Speaker, the completion of an 800 capacity remand prison at Nsawam, which commenced in 2016, is currently 60% completed. Upon completion, all remand prisoners at Nsawam Medium Security Prison will be transferred there to free up space. Mr. Speaker, the Church of Pentecost is currently constructing 2 camp prisons at their own expense for the prison service at the Damango and Obuasi. Both prisons will have the capacity of about 360. The Damango camp prison is almost completed with final works currently ongoing and is expected to be completed before the end of the year, while the Obuasi camp prison is about 60% complete. Mr. Speaker, the completion of these camp prisons will allow for the transfer of low-risk prisoners from the medium and central and other world local prisons. Mr. Speaker, permit me, even though this is not in the hands, to mention that I want to take this opportunity to thank the Pentecost Church for building 5 prisons. These 2 that I've mentioned, inclusive, they have built 5 prison camps to support the prison services. Community Sentencing Bill. Mr. Speaker, the introduction of the Community Sentencing Bill facilitated by the Ministry of the Interior and the Ghana Prison Service, which aims at introducing an alternative to traditional custodian sentencing and allow court to impose sentences that involve community service or other non-incarceration measures for minor offences, unfortunately could not be passed by the 8th Parliament. Its passage will accelerate the drive to decongest the targeted prisons. Mr. Speaker, as the service continues to grapple with the threat of health of officers and inmates, the Ministry of the Interior in the long term is considering the establishment of the purpose-built hospital for the prisons community at Nsawam and conversion of all infirmaries in the prisons to clinics and polyclinics. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Any follow-up?
Yes, indeed, Speaker. Honorable Minister, as part of your answers, you had observed that the Justice for All program is one of the outlets you intend to use in decongesting our prisons. I know that the POS Foundation, an NGO that was providing the liquidity for the Justice for All program. However, the program has stalled because of funding. Government played a role in providing the framework, which largely was helping in dealing with cases involving the inmate. Now, as the Minister for Interior, do you have any, or has government got any plans to provide some counterpart funding? Because in the first place, it's supposed to be a core responsibility of government, and an NGO is coming in to help. Now, the program is stalling because of funding. I want to know if it's a matter you intend to pick up to ensure that we can raise some revenue to help in the continuation of this Justice for All program. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, because of the importance of this, and let me take this opportunity to thank all the NGOs in the past that have supported this Justice for All program. When I was writing to the Acting Chief Justice, I requested that we are giving the budget or the funding that is required. So that, Mr. Speaker, we intend to solicit support from other non-governmental organizations and our development partners. But most importantly, my intention is to make sure that it's part of our annual budget, so that we budget for it and make sure that we fund it, even if not fully, we provide a counterpart funding so that we make sure that this is sustainable and not just abrupt the way it's currently happening. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any further supplementary?
Yes, Speaker.
You have the floor.
Speaker, if I may refer to the Minister's answers, the last paragraph. It says, the Speaker, as the service continues to grapple with the threat of health of officers and inmates, the Ministry of the Interior, in the long term, emphasis mine, long term, is considering the establishment of a purpose-built hospital for the prisons community at Nsawam and conversion of infirmaries in the prisons to clinics and polyclinics. My question, the Honorable Minister, is the conversion to clinics and polyclinics is in the long term. My investigation tells me there is lack of adequate medication at all the infirmaries. So I conceive as a good plan the conversion of the infirmaries to clinics and polyclinics. But in the meantime, what is the consideration to get these infirmaries equipped with up-to-date drugs to deliver on the health needs of the inmates, of my inmates at the Nsawam medium prisons? Minister, I'm not sure. We get a question.
Is it not the case that your question is on the measures to decongest the prisons?
Speaker, My question
Why are
the
you
follow-up-
questioning on medication?
I have not departed. The follow-up is right. And I'm referencing his own answers. Speaker, I have not departed from the rules.
From which paragraph?
I quoted the last paragraph. That's on page 14 of the other paper, the last paragraph. And it referenced the conversion of the infirmaries to clinics and polyclinics. And preceding that sentence is the fact that that is ascribed as a long-term measure. And I'm saying that investigation reveals that the infirmaries don't have enough medication. So as a temporary measure, what will the minister do to stock the infirmaries while we wait for the conversion? Because that's a valid question.
Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in fact, the long term is in reference to the hospital, the building of the purposeful hospital. But the other infirmaries, we've already converted many already. In Sawam, in Kumasi, and many others. And like I answered the earlier question, which is different from yours, was to accredit them with the National Health Insurance Scheme so that when they visit those clinics and polyclinics within the facility, we are reimbursed by the health insurance scheme to enable us continue making sure that we stack our medication. So that's currently what we are doing. But the long term is in reference to the hospital, to build a purposeful hospital. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, last supplementary question.
Speaker, the minister has also observed that there's, as part of measures to decongest the prison, there is a need for a completion of the 800 capacity remand prison at Nsawam. Yes, I have been to the site, see the construction ongoing. Can the minister apprise the House the source of funding for this project, and also if it is the case that it has been budgeted for and it will see the light of day where it will be completed duly?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it was being funded under GOG, by information. And Mr. Speaker, this was started earlier than 2016, and unfortunately it has stalled since 2017. And for almost 8 years, it's been left just as it was. We left it in January 2017. But I can assure my colleague that it is something that we are prioritizing. And already we've visited the place, we've tried to take the new the new quantities and what it will take to get it completed. We are hopeful that in the 2026 budget, we'll make provision for it and ensure that we get it completed. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the Honourable Minister with regards to his response in paragraph 5 on the completion of the two camp prisons at Damangu and Obuasi. Though this construction is being done by the Pentecost Church, there is also a contributory responsibility of government to provide accommodation for prison officers in and around those camps. Else, it will be difficult for the prisoners to be checked whilst in occupation. I want to find out from the Honourable Minister what steps government have taken in connection with this to ensure that construction for those accommodations are done so that we can also send the prisoners there to ease the decongestion. Thank you very much, Right Honourable.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yes, it's rightly correct that the prison camps alone will not be sufficient to be able to put inmates there because you need the prison officers to also be around. But usually what currently is happening is that these are sited close to communities. So the officers are able to rent not far away from the prisons. And as you may know, that in the prison service, you always have officers 24/7 that run in shift. So the only concern is that they shouldn't be too far away from the camp so that when it is time for changeover, there's delay and what have you. But we are putting up a master plan to see what we can do to bring out accommodation. And in the case of the Namango, the prison service has already come up with a drawing of some number of officers' accommodation that needs to be constructed. It is our hope that we may be able to include them in our 2026 budget for construction. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honourable members will then move to question number 88, standing in the name of Dr. Kinsley Ajimai. Abuakwa Saf, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. I seek to ask the Minister for Interior, once the Ministry has the completion of the National Fire Service College at Chebia Kwedum in the Abuakwa South.
Honourable Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the construction of the Ghana National Fire Service College at the Chebi Aquedum in the Abuakwa South constituency was located in two phases. Phase 1 of the project, which consists of the following facilities, is 95% completed. That is administration block, classroom block, male hostel, female hostel, kitchen hall, parade grounds. The phase 2 consists of the following facilities, which the ministry plans to include in the 2026 budget for construction to commence. A, senior and junior staff accommodation, commercial center, swimming pool, football field, senior, junior staff mess, external works, church and assembly hall, mosques, smoke chambers, and Whose tower. The Speaker, it is my prayer that this project will be completed on time to enable the Ghana National Fire Service enhance capacity of its officers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, do you have a supplementary question?
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. As the project was phased, will commissioning also be in phases?
No, I don't understand the question.
The project was in two phases. Phase 1 is 95% completed. I'm asking, after completion, will phase 1 be commissioned before moving to phase 2?
Well, would the phase completed be commissioned before you go to phase 2, leading to the completion of the entire project?
Right, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my colleague will notice that even at 95%, we are already using the facility because of the dire need for it. So you can be rest assured that once we complete the phase 1, we'll commission it and then we'll continue with the phase 2. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any further supplementary?
Thank you very much. That will be all.
Very well. Honourable members, that brings us to the end of questions slated for today for the Minister responsible for Interior. Hello, with one question. I think question number 124. Standing in the name of Nana Apau Kwame, Adofrimpong.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Interior the steps his ministry is taking to avoid imminent clashes between farmers and migrant herdsmen in the Abuakwa North municipality.
Honourable Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at the beginning of the 2025, farmers, mostly from Kukuruntumi, reported to the New Tafo police that the migrant herdsmen were destroying their farm. A meeting was subsequently organized by the Municipal Security Council, MUSEC, with executives of both parties to find a way to avoid clashes between them. The meeting agreed that the migrant herdsmen should leave Ebuakwa North jurisdiction within a week, which the herdsmen did not comply with. On 25th of January 2025, the MUSEC, in collaboration with the Ghana police, undertook an operation to drive away the herdsmen. After the operation, some of the herdsmen were still found to be in the jurisdiction. Mr. Speaker, on 30th January 2025, the MUSEC again met with the farmers and the remaining migrant herdsmen where it was agreed that the herdsmen leave or face arrest and prosecution. There have since not been any complaint from the farmers. Mr. Speaker, it must, however, be stated that there are indigenous cattle farmers within the Ebuakwa North who control the grazing of their cattle, which do not cause destruction to farms of the local farmers as compared to the migrant herdsmen. The police intelligence is, however, monitoring the situation to avoid potential tension between the migrant herdsmen and the farmers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Any supplementary question?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, as we speak, the herdsmen are still there. So can you give us timelines as to when we can move all of them out of the municipality? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, in my answer, I indicated that the migrant herdsmen were all flushed out. But you have people like you and I who have our own cattle, and we regulate the way they graze, and they graze within a limited area. For those ones, they are running their business and they are Ghanaians like you and I, and we ensure that they do not normally cause harm to other farmers because they coexist peacefully. Where the challenge is with the migrant herdsmen, and so far as the information to me indicates that all those who were there were made to leave. Unless if my colleague have any contrary view, he can let me know and I'll follow it up. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Minister, it's not a view, it's a fact that as I speak to you now, they are still there in huge numbers. I mean the migrant herdsmen. So we will plead with you to engage MUSEC to have a second look at the matter and make sure they clear them from the minister.
Honorable Member, the Minister indicated that since then he has not received any complaint. So if there is any issue like that, then you need to complain to the Minister. If the issue is still persisting, then you complain to the Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it is for that reason that I asked this very question. The issue is still there.
Mr. Speaker, I can give my colleague the assurance that I'll follow up, and if there's anything that we can do together, why not? We can team up and ensure that we get the migrant herdsmen out of the place so that they do not destroy innocent people's farm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for the opportunity.
Honorable Members, that brings us to the end of questions for the Minister responsible for Interior. Honorable Minister, on behalf of the House, we thank you very much for attending upon the House and providing answers to the questions. You are discharged. Yes, Majority Leader. We have other questions standing in the name of Minister responsible for Education and
Yes,
Gender.
so let's take education questions.
Very well. Honourable Members, let's start with the urgent question for Minister responsible for Education. He's standing in the name of Mr. Alfred Oko Vanderpoy, Member of Parliament for Ablekuma South. Honourable Member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have permission from Honourable Alfred Oko Vanderpoy.
Well, if you don't have his authority, it is permission, then you are not allowed to ask the question.
Mr. Speaker, I have his authority to ask this question.
Very well.
On his behalf.
Very well.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister of Education when the Get Fund project 2-story 12-classroom block at the Mamprobi Sempe compound started in 2015 will be completed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, let me
Thank you very much for the opportunity to respond to the question by the Honorable Alfred Oko Vanderpoy on the state of the two-story 12-classroom block at the Mamprobi Sempe compound. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Education Trust Fund was established in the year 2000 by the Ghana Education Trust Fund Act 581. The fund existed to provide funding to supplement government effort in providing educational infrastructure and facilities in Ghana from pre-tertiary to tertiary level. Mr. Speaker, there are several uncompleted GET fund projects across the country. A regrettable development which does not sit with Article 35(7) of the 1992 Constitution, which requires that as much as practicable, succeeding government will continue projects and programs initiated by the previous government. That was not the case, Mr. Speaker, in 2017. And additionally, when GET fund was further capped by the previous administration, resulted in a number of these projects being abandoned. Mr. Speaker, the President is rolling out the Big Push initiative for infrastructure. The Ministry of Education is making a strong case for some additional resources to support the completion of some of these projects. The GET fund is currently undertaking an audit of the project. But Mr. Speaker, I must state, and I believe the member will appreciate it, for many of these projects, the contractors have no appetite or motivation to continue. At the time that the contract was awarded in 2015, the cost and value of cement, sand, or other building materials is not as it is today. It is both in the interest of government and the contractor that we evaluate and do an assessment of cost variation in order to support the contractor to continue to be at site. The Mamprobi Sempe 1 and 2 schools are located in the Ablekuma South Municipality of the Greater Accra region. Sempe, it has a student population of 269, while Sempe has a student population of 90, making a total of 359 people. The construction of the two-story unit classroom block at Mamprobi Sempe compound was awarded to Measures Summer Plumbing and Construction Limited at a contract sum of 3.3 million in 2012. Mr. Speaker, certainly 3.3 million today cannot complete that project. The project is being supervised by Measures Amalgamated Design. Works on the project stands at 70% complete, with a contractor currently on site working to complete the project. We will monitor the progress of work and ensure the project is completed. And Mr. Speaker, we have taken a decision to complete a number of GET fund projects this year. The rest will be budgeted for in the 2026 formula of the GET fund. I thank you.
Yes, Honorable Member, any follow-up? Thank you very much. Then we then proceed to question number 80. Standing in the name of
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. N.S. Yao Enim Kumeu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Education when work on the stalled Bistro STEM School and Kumeu Anglican Model School projects will resume.
Yes, Honourable Minister, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, the Bistro STEM School and St. Peter's Anglican Model School are located in the Setri Kumau district of the Ashanti region. In line with the mandate of the Ghana Education Trust Fund, the fund is supporting the implementation of the STEM school and other projects in the district. These projects are at various stages of completion, and the ministry is working with GET fund to ensure their completion and successful operation and functioning. There are two projects currently ongoing at Bistro STEM School. They are the construction of the 12-unit classroom block and 6-seater toilet facility. The project was awarded to Measures Paul Amentim Limited at a contract of 3.2 million in December 2023 and are being supervised by Compro Limited. The classroom block is at the first floor slab cast stage and the toilet facility is at the lintel level. Payment made to GET fund so far stands at 645,000, Mr. Speaker. So we support the contractor to complete it. But as I said, the cost variation doesn't provide motivation for many of the contractors. as they fear working at a loss. Thank you.
Yes, honourable member, any supplementary question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the minister's response, I think he touched more on the Bistro project, but then I did not hear more on the Kumeru Anglican. But then what I want to find out from the minister is that these two contractors have left site for almost 5 months now, and I would want some assurance from minister as to what timelines we should expect these two contractors back on site.
Yes, honourable minister, any timeline?
Speaker, I've invited the administrator of the GET Fund to come and we'll do an assessment and see what funds is available in his coffers. In fact, this morning I had to ask him to direct funds which was available to pay for WASI, the West African Certificate examination, which is of urgent consideration in order that they are preparing for exams. And then to assure my colleague that we will do everything possible per budget. With St. Peter's Anglican Model School, the construction of the number 2 12-unit classroom block and 6-seater toilet facility, the projects were awarded to Measures Intermove Company Limited in August 2024 at a contract sum of 4.1 million Ghana cedis and is being supervised by Compro Limited. The classroom block is at oversized concrete cast level, and payment made so far by GET Fund is at 845,000. The honourable member for Kumau, be assured that we'll do everything possible to get it completed. Thank you.
Honourable Jerry Ahmed, this is a constituency-specific question. The member is asking a supplementary question and has not exhausted his 3 supplementary questions. Yes, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the minister for his assurance that he would work to ensure that these 2 projects are completed. This project is very dear to the hearts of the people of Kumeru, and I'm confident in the venerable minister, and I'm sure we'll be able to work together to ensure these projects are completed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This being a constituency-specific question, I proceed to take question number 81. Standing in the name of Mr. Alassane Sulemana, honourable member for Yo-Yo.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister of Education whether the ministry has plans to urgently complete the abandoned E-block in Nangmangu in the Unyo constituency, and when the ministry would provide necessary infrastructure for Nanswan Senior High School, Unyo Senior High School, including dining hall, kitchen, and dormitories. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Prime Minister, you have the floor.
Yes, sir. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. The honourable member for Yonyo, one of the deprived communities in the Northeast region, certainly deserve more education infrastructure, including senior high school. The intention was to increase access to senior secondary education across the country. That is why the E-block project was initiated under the Community Day Senior High School. Mr. Speaker, the construction of the E-block at Namong was awarded to Measures Usuya Limited at a contract sum of 6.8 million Ghana cedis. The project is being supervised by Measures Architectural Engineering Services Limited, the AESL. Payment made at GET Fund stands at 3.4 million Ghana cedis. The E-block is at the second floor slab cast stage. The ministry is working with GET Fund and the Ghana Education Service to ensure the completion and operationalization of the E-block to serve its intended purpose. So, honourable member, I'm sure Mr. Speaker doesn't know your other name. Honourable Jabless will do this for the people of Yonyo. The E-block Naswan Senior High School is a mixed-sex school located in the Yonyo Naswan district of the Northeast region. The school was absorbed into the public school system in November 2023. The school has a total student enrollment of 184, of which 145 are boarders and 39 are day students. To meet the infrastructure challenge of the school, the Ghana National Gas Company Limited constructed a one-story 12-unit classroom block as part of their corporate social responsibility with a staff common room. However, given the infrastructure challenge, the provision of the company was not sufficient. The minister acknowledges the need for infrastructure improvement, which include providing the school with a dining hall, kitchen, and dormitory. I'm working with GetFund and will prioritize it into our 2026 budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honourable member, supplementary question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My follow-up question have to do with our teachers. Unyo constituency is one of the deprived districts. And you realize that you go to a school which has class 1 to 6, and you only have one teacher or two teachers. And it's worrying. And sometimes when you post new teachers there, because the area is very deprived, they are not happy to stay. So I don't know, with the resetting agenda.
Honourable member, your question was on school infrastructure, not on teachers. You are talking about dining hall, kitchen, and dormitory.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank the Minister of Education.
By standing order 89.
I thank the Minister of Education, and I hope that he would respond to our needs as he said. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Question number 82. Standing in the name of Honorable Damata Ama Apianima Salam, Ifijakwabre, South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister of Education what steps the ministry is taking to complete the construction of Amponsem Senior High School, which has been abandoned for some time at Egretia.
Honourable Minister, you have the floor.
Speaker, thank you very much, the Honorable Damata. Amponsem Senior High School is located at Adjournment in the Fija Kwabre South District. The establishment of the school was an initiative of the Fija Kwabre District Assembly with the help of a philanthropist. The school, which started with a population of 100 students comprising 65 boys and 35 girls, is currently not in operation. The Assembly is working on its absorption by the Ministry of Education and has written to the Ministry through the Ghana TVET service. The process for absorption is ongoing. Upon full absorption of the school, the Ministry will take the necessary steps to provide additional infrastructure to accommodate the growing student population in the Fija Kwabre South District. Let me assure the Honourable Member that the school will be absorbed into the Ghana Education Service system. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Member, any supplementary question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, from the Minister, the absorption is ongoing. So I would like to know from the Minister how soon will the absorption take effect? We all know very soon basic education examination certificate exams will start. And upon successful students to be posted to the various schools to access secondary education. So I would like to know from the Minister,
Minister, how soon? Timeline.
If by then Amponsem Senior High School will be in operation.
Speaker, normally when the ministry receives such requests, we subject it to the regulator to make an assessment. When the minimum requirements are satisfied, we'll grant policy approval to it. Let me assure the Honourable Member that there is a shift in government policy and emphasis now is on basic education and foundational learning. The trust is that if the child gets it right at 6 years, you can predict the 80 years of that child. So we are beginning to invest more to improve learning outcomes at the basic level and be assured that within the next 3 to 6 months, the absorption process will be completed. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Any further supplementary question? Thank you. We then move to question number 140, standing in the name of Honorable Bid Awantazuma Asidi.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Education the measures the Ministry of Education has put in place for the completion of the Zambo Girls Senior High School in the Laura constituency. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, if I may indulge you just to complete my answer to the Honorable Member for Efija Kwabre South. Part of her request is for a TVET, Technical Vocational Education Training Center at Himan Boho or Boaho. You want to pronounce it well for me? A TVET at
Honorable Minister, that is a question I overlook. I intend coming back to it.
Ah, okay.
But if you want to take it now, then I give the floor to Honorable B. Zidin.
That's why I indulge you.
So then let me give the floor to the Honorable Member to ask the question number 83. Honorable Member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Education what the plans of the ministry is to establish additional second cycle institution in Efija Kwabre South to cater for the increased population, since the only second cycle institution are Edumai Senior High School and a TVET at Himai Boho.
So, Honorable Minister, you can then provide an answer to that question before we come to
thank you, Mr.
Speaker. Honorable Bizidi, we shall soon come to you.
For your diligence. The ministry recognizes the growing demand for access to secondary education. Currently, the only existing second cycle institution in the Efija Kwabre South District are Aduman Senior High School and Himan Bohu Technical Institute, located at Himan Bohu. The need for additional educational facilities has become priority given the rapid population growth. Mr. Speaker, in respect of TVET, Technical Vocational Education, I'm working with Cabinet to get approval to establish a Technical Vocational Education Fund to spur investment in education infrastructure for technical and vocational education. Efija Kwabre South will benefit from it. In fact, this year, Mr. Speaker, in the allocation of the GET Fund formula, we provided for some dedicated financing for technical and vocational education, because it is our belief at the Ministry of Education that if Ghana needs to address the employability question and challenge of youth employment, then we have to emphasize technical and vocational education. Therefore, we would give it a priority and see what we can do for you. Additional school infrastructure will be provided for you per your request, but subject to budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. If you have a supplementary question, please, you have the floor. Thank you. We now come to...
Thank you, Minister, for this assurance. So I'll be coming to your
Honourable
office.
Osani, this is a constituency specific.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, with your leave, I just would want to pursue one supplementary question. The Minister, in his answer, has made an important disclosure. A disclosure to the effect that there is going to be a TVET fund. A TVET fund, which is outside of the GET fund, from what he just told us. He mentions this and saying that it's going to go to cabinet and all. May I know from the minister whether this TVET fund, which his government is looking forward to introducing, would require a levy to be imposed on the ordinary Ghanaian. Because now we've just seen this afternoon the e-levy, the energy recovery levy, simply called e-levy being
Honorable
introduced.
Minority
So I just want
Leader,
to
when
know
we get there, we'll
whether-
cross the bridge.
Yes,
Question disallowed.
Oh, Mr.
Honorable
Speaker,
Bidsidin, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, with respect. Mr. Speaker, with respect. The supplementary must come out of the main answer.
Your question is whether or not a tax will be introduced when
In the
they are
TVET.
establishing the TVET fund.
Yeah, that's
And
what it
I'm telling you that when we get there, they will come here, where they will get the money from will be indicated in the house. So,
Mr.
it
Speaker,
doesn't
with
flow
respect-
relate
Mr.
to the
Speaker,
question.
Mr. Speaker,
I'm looking at standing order
Mr.
89.
Speaker, not Bojidi. Mr. Speaker, not Bojidi. Mr. Speaker, respectfully. In other words, the minister should be patient with me. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister of Education is right here. He has mentioned TVET fund. I just want to know. He was shaking his head saying that it was not going to impose any tax burden on the ordinary Ghanaian. Can he say that for the records?
Honorable Minority Leader, your question is overruled. The minister indicated it will go to cabinet. So before cabinet, why would you want him to place answer on record? So when such decision is taken, the answer will come, they will come before us. So Honorable Bidsidin, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, once more. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister of Education the measures the Ministry of Education has put in place for the completion of the Zambo Girls Senior High School in the Laura constituency. Thank you.
Minister, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank the honorable member. The Zambo Girls Senior High School, located in the Laura municipality of the Upper West region, is still under construction and not yet in operation. The establishment of the school was an initiative of the Member of Parliament. I should commend him for that. The school has two structures at various stages of completion: one-story block roofed and a 6-unit block at roofing level. The construction of the above projects is not under the supervision of the ministry. However, the ministry will engage with the Ghana Education Trust Fund and the Ghana Education Service to ensure that the necessary steps are taken to provide appropriate infrastructure for the absorption of the school into the Ghana education system. May I also use this opportunity to assure the honorable member that we've just launched a new initiative of providing ICT centers for girls' schools in the country. Zambo girls will benefit from the initiative in our next budget provision. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Awanta Zuma Azidi. Any follow-up?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. The minister has taken the wind out of my sail, but I will still proceed to get some clarification. We are comforted by the fact that the Ministry of Education, the Ghana Education Service, is prepared to absorb the Zambo Girls Senior High School and then provide the necessary infrastructure. But it's still important to find out what was the source of funding for this school so that we can pursue the people who initiated this school to see whether it is still possible. After all, as for resources, if we can get more resources, so much the better. And if we don't know the source of funding, it is very difficult for us to pursue it. So I was wondering whether the minister happens to know the funding source and, for that matter, the contractor as well. Thank you.
This should have been a substantive question for the minister. Honorable Azidi, this should have been a substantive question for the minister. Your question was on measures that the ministry is taking to complete the project. Do you agree with me?
We will do an assessment of it. I'm happy to engage my colleague on it. But Mr. Speaker, it's not unusual. Like he initiated in respect of the Zombo girls, the initiative is a member of parliament. And as member of parliament, we do know that many of you are responding to the needs to expand access to education in the constituencies. Mr. Speaker, it's not unusual for individual philanthropists to want to invest in education. I came across someone in my recent travel who has built a school somewhere in the Ashanti region. And he indicated that it has a population of over 400 students, and he's happy if government could absorb the school. I requested the Director General of the GS to visit the school last week, and will take appropriate decisions to assist him. At least what government should be doing. There is an individual who says, I would help government in providing access to education. But to a specific question, we'll do an assessment and let him know how the initiative started, who is behind it, who is funding it, and the contractor side. I thank you.
Any further supplementary question?
Sorry. I have another question.
So I should move to your...
Not immediately, so I can go to that one.
Very well. Question numbered 141. Standing in the name of Bida Wantanzuma Zidi. Honorable Member for Laura.
I rise to ask the Minister for Education the measures the ministry has put in place for the completion of the Bow Domine E-block in the Laura constituency. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Measures Tifat Company Limited was awarded the contract in 2015 to construct E-block at Bow John Winnie in the Laura Municipal Assembly under the government's Community E-block Phase 2 project. Work is currently stalled at 15%. The ministry is currently working with GEFAN to prioritize the stalled E-block. And as I've indicated, Mr. Speaker, I've sent a list of 22 uncompleted GEFAN projects to the administrator to prioritize for this year, and the rest will factor them into next year. The GEFAN currently is dealing with some accumulated arrears, which it is trying to settle so that those who are unpaid would get some money. The ministry remains committed to addressing the challenge and will continue to ensure the completion of the E-block in Bow Winnie in the Laura constituency. The Honorable President be assured that 15%, we have to come and do an assessment of the structural integrity of the project. And then, as I said, if you awarded a contract to a contractor in 2015, 10 years on, 2025, you don't expect him to execute the same project at the same cost. They naturally and necessarily will be cost variation. We have to do an assessment and re-award the contract. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Any follow-up?
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I will not have any supplementary question because I trust that the Minister for Education will do as he has said. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We then move to urgent question number 7A, standing in the name of Francis Xavier for Joseph. Yes, Honourable Minister, you are accordingly discharged. We thank you for coming to respond to your questions. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, my prayer is that in future we should prioritize our lady. She's been here since we started, and all the men, including the Interior Minister, took their turn and she's been sitting here. Already government could not satisfy the 30% slot for women. And she is
Honourable
here.
Member, you are
Mr. Speaker,
completely out of order.
It.
Honourable Xavier Sosu, you have the floor. Well, the member is not available. We then move to question number 36. Standing in the name of Honorable Vincent Eko Asafua, Old Tafo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection what the ministry intends to do to ensure the continuity of the Kaya Empowerment Program. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in response to the query raised by the honorable member, I wish to provide the following detailed information. The Kaya Empowerment Program, a commendable initiative aimed at uplifting a significant segment of our youth, was initially conceptualized and implemented under the auspices of the Office of the Vice President during the previous administration. This initiative was implemented in close collaboration with several key institutions, including the Ghana Enterprise Agency, the Youth Employment Agency, and the National Entrepreneurial and Innovation Program. These institutions, Mr. Speaker, played a pivotal role in the planning and effective implementation of the program, which has been instrumental in empowering our youth engaged in Kaya sector. Mr. Speaker, while the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection was not directly involved in the initial stages of the program's planning and implementation, I wish to unequivocally state our full commitment to supporting this vital initiative. We recognize the critical and urgent need to economically engage our dynamic youth who are involved in the Kaya sector. Therefore, the ministry stands ready to render services in support of the program's continuous success. Our overarching goal, Mr. Speaker, is to ensure that these young individuals are consistently provided with enduring opportunities for economic empowerment and personal development, thereby not only enhancing their quality of life, but also significantly contributing to our broader national development agenda. The ministry, for its part, launched a 5-year strategic plan for street-connected children and young persons. On May 29, 2025, the ministry convened a stakeholders meeting in Accra to present its 5-year strategic plan 2024-2028, designed to safeguard the rights and welfare of street-connected children and young persons. The meeting aimed to gather feedback, strengthen partnership, and align efforts for the effective implementation of this critical plan. It is our hope that all partners will take up their roles in the plan, especially the metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member, on this supplementary question. Please, the rule is that a member who asks the question would have 3 supplementary questions, and thereafter, any other member can have the floor. So, please, very well, very well. Honourable Asafo, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. But let me commend you first and foremost for acknowledging the role that the former Vice President played in the initiation of this project. But I wanted to get what specific thing that you will do to ensure the continuity of the Kaya Empowerment Program. So you can cite maybe 2 or 3 things that, given the opportunity or even instantly, that you would want to initiate to ensure the continuity of the program. That I did not hear in your answer. If you can reiterate that for me.
Honourable Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As I earlier mentioned, this is an initiative that is not directly under the ministry. And so to come on board to take leadership role will require us looking at the specific roles all the stakeholders I have mentioned are playing, and then what we can do to enhance it. As I stand here, that has not been done. And so it will be misleading to say that I am going to take 1, 2, 3 steps to take over the project. We are not directly the implementers of the program. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further supplementary question?
So I get the impression that you are going to now collaborate with the 3 agencies, that is the YEG.
Supplementary question.
The answer that he gave wasn't clear, so it is proper that I get.
If you don't have a supplementary question, honourable member, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, no, this is not. I'm just saying that the answer he gave is not clear. So I just want to put it proper for her. Is it the case that she is going to collaborate with YEA and GEA to be able
Very
to
well.
sure
Are you going to collaborate?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable
Mr.
Bafo.
Speaker, Honorable Minister, I wanted to find out from you if your plan, your initiative, has considered generating employment for the many women who lost their jobs through the President's directive. The many women, generating employment for the many women who lost their jobs as a result of the President's directive to terminate employment, whose employment were terminated.
Honourable member, your question is overruled. Honourable member, look at Standing Order 89.
Mr. Speaker.
Look at the standing orders.
Mr. Speaker, very respectful.
Look at Standing Order 89. No, just read it for the House.
Mr. Speaker, I've taken a cue. So if I may rephrase the question. Mr. Speaker, I can rephrase it.
Honourable member, before you rephrase the question, I don't want to overrule you. Let me read Standing Order 89. Standing Order 89 said, as soon as a question is answered, any member, beginning with the member who asks the question, may, without notice, ask supplementary question for further clarification or any matter or fact on the answer. But a supplementary question shall not introduce a matter not included in the original question.
Speaker, I'm guided. Mr.
So
Speaker,
having been guided, proceed to ask the supplementary question.
Mr. Speaker, it's a Kaye matter. Mr. Speaker, it's a Kaye matter. That said, it is not out of place that you provide employment for persons who lost their job as a result of the President's directive.
Honourable member, resume your seat. Any further supplementary question? This question is specifically directed to KIA. So we need to operate within the rules. If you have a question, come and ask the question, and the appropriate minister will come and provide an answer. Has the President terminated any KIA?
Mr. Speaker, please. These can be alternative livelihood empowerment programs.
Please.
It can be alternative.
Does the rule allow you to do whatever you are doing? This is a house guided by rules, and have quoted the rules to you.
Mr. Speaker, you asked me a question.
Honourable members, in the absence of any supplementary question, Honourable Minister, thank you very much for attending upon the House and providing answers to questions. Yes, Honourable.
Right Honourable Speaker, Honourable Sosu is in the chamber. You know, we skipped his question because...
very well, because at the time I called the question, he was not in the chamber. Yes, Honourable Sosu, question number 7A.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection the measures being taken to guarantee the rights of elderly women accused of witchcraft, a phenomenon which often leads to death or worsened mental conditions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection remains unwavering in its commitment to addressing the issues of witchcraft accusation in this country. We recognize the profound suffering and injustice inflicted upon elderly women, which often leads to tragic consequences or severe mental health deterioration. It is for this reason that we congratulate the Honorable Member for his dedication towards the protection of women and men accused of witchcraft. In this regard, the Ministry is currently providing vital support to 813 women and men accused of witchcraft through a bi-monthly cash grant under the Livelihood Empowerment Against Poverty program. This intervention, though modest, aims to provide immediate relief and support to those who have been unjustly ostracized or deprived. Furthermore, we continue to actively sensitize the public, particularly in communities where these accusations are endemic, to protect older persons from all forms of abuse and exploitation. Education and awareness are crucial tools for dismantling these harmful superstitions and promoting respect for our elders. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to inform this August House that in 2022, the Ministry submitted a position paper in strong support of the then private members' bill. This bill sought to amend the Criminal Offences Act 1960 Act 29 with the express purpose of prohibiting the practice of witch doctors or witch finders, proscribing the declaration, accusation, naming, or labeling of any person as a witch, and prohibiting the employment or the solicitation of anyone to accuse, name, label, indicate, or declare another person as a witch. The Ministry's support for this bill underscores our resolute commitment to protecting the rights of persons accused of witchcraft and holding perpetrators accountable. Building on this, the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection has since formally written to the Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Justice, advocating for the amendment of the Criminal Offences Act 1960 Act 29 to explicitly criminalize these abhorrent acts. It is our fervent hope, Mr. Speaker, that this proposed amendment will receive the necessary bipartisan support from this August House when introduced, thereby providing a robust legal framework to safeguard the rights and dignity of all citizens, particularly our elderly women. Mr. Speaker, we take this opportunity to make passionate appeal to all Ghanaians to desist from accusing persons suspected to be witches. We urge our citizens to have faith and take full advantage of our established legal system to seek redress for any grievances. Furthermore, we call upon our esteemed traditional leaders in affected areas to actively protect the rights of individuals accused of witchcraft, leveraging their influences to foster peace, understanding, and justice within their communities. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Yes, any supplementary?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I want to commend the Minister for the comprehensive answer given and want to commend her for her effort to ensure that the bill on criminalization of witchcraft accusation is reintroduced. And I can only wish her best, the very best in that. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. No further supplementary question.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Dr. Samuel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. I would like to ask the minister, what is the ministry doing to reintegrate those that have already been accused of such issues into the society, and what roles are they giving to traditional leaders who are within the small towns to make sure that such things do not happen? And 3, what is the ministry doing as far as campaign is concerned to bring this to the attention of the country and most of the people within the small towns?
Yeah, for the reoccurrence, I believe that when the law is passed prohibiting it, it will not occur. So for the integration and the other aspect, Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I earlier indicated, there's a lot of education and sensitization going on. Aside that, we've also been, we've put or placed 813 of these accused persons on the LEAP program, and we are looking at how to integrate them back into society. There are other interventions that we are undertaking with other stakeholders, most of which you might not be able to give the details, but the assurance I'm giving this guest house is that we are working assiduously with all other stakeholders to ensure that there's sensitization and adequate provision made. The punitive measures that will come with the law, I'm sure, will put an end to it. With regards to the traditional leaders, like I said, we are in contact with them and then encouraging them to look at the traditional practices that give rise to this witchcraft labeling. And I believe that we are making some strides, and we believe that with all our efforts, our collective efforts, we'll be able to speed up all the interventions to achieve the targeted results. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Any further supplementary? Honorable Minister, we thank you for attending upon the House and providing answers to questions. You are hereby discharged. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, we will take just one statement and then take a short break so that we wait for the report of the committee.
Do we take one or just one?
Is there a statement on this? Your statement? Okay, so his statement and Honorable Zanetto's statement.
Very well. So if I want to go by his principle, it should be ladies first. So on this note, we shouldn't do ladies first. Very, very well. We will admit a statement by the Minority Leader, Osahin Alexander Afenyomakin, on the undeclared parliamentary results in Ablekuma North constituency. Please, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for this.
You like dispatch box, though?
Don't worry. This is all we have here. Mr. Speaker, I rise to draw attention to the troubling delay in the declaration of the Ablekuma North parliamentary results. It has now been nearly 6 months since the 2024 general elections, and yet the people of Ablekuma North remain without a member of parliament. This impasse suggests a worrying collusion between state institutions and represents a disturbing failure of duty. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's democratic journey has been defined by hard-earned milestones. The adoption of the 1992 Constitution ushered in the Fourth Republic, enshrining the principles of constitutional governance, the rule of law, and the protection of fundamental human rights of all citizens. Over the last 3 decades, Ghana has conducted 8 successive general elections, leading to peaceful transfers of power and reinforcing our commitment to these democratic principles. The European Union Expert Mission, in its final report, affirmed that 2024 elections were generally well conducted and met most of Ghana's regional and international obligations for democratic processes. It is against this backdrop of democratic consistency, affirmed by both domestic and international observers, that the failure to declare the parliamentary result of Ablekuma North is alarming. Mr. Speaker, it is a constitutional scandal that nearly 6 months after the December 2024 elections, the people of Ablekuma North are still without a declared member of parliament, an inexcusable denial of their rights to representation under the 1992 Constitution. There is no known precedent under the Fourth Republic of a parliamentary election result being left undeclared for such an extended period after voting, after citizens have cast their vote to elect a member of parliament. This delay is a serious and dangerous departure from Ghana's democratic traditions and constitutes a blot on our democratic records. This situation is not due to any legal ambiguity or logistical incapacity. It is, quite simply, because the election task force, led by the IGP, has failed or refused to do its duty of securing the entire electoral process. This impasse raises serious constitutional concerns as Parliament continues its legislative work without the full complement of elected representatives, effectively silencing the voice of the people of Ablekuma North in the deliberation of the 9th Parliament. This will not be tolerated in any serious democracy. Mr. Speaker, colleagues, under Ghana's electoral framework, the Election Security Task Force, chaired by the Inspector General of Police, is responsible for the security during the entire process of election, including the collation of results. The EU Election Expert Mission acknowledged the role of ESTF as central to ensuring credible electoral process. Yet, in this instance, the task force abdicated its duty at a critical moment, leaving EC without protection and allowing lawlessness to disrupt a fundamental democratic exercise. Following the conduct of the 2024 election, an officer of the Electoral Commission was reportedly forced to declare a candidate winner under duress. That premature and unlawful declaration was later annulled after it became clear that several polling station results had not been collated. Subsequently, a High Court ruling dated January 4th, 2025, unequivocally directed the Electoral Commission to complete the collation process. To date, that directive remains unimplemented. Mr. Speaker, on 17 January 2025, the Electoral Commission issued a statement explaining that despite formally requesting police protection for the recollation process, the Ghana Police Service failed to provide adequate security at the designated collation center. According to the Commission's official statement, this security lapse allows some party supporters to invade the premises, vandalizing property and threatening EC staff, thereby halting the process. Mr. Speaker, EC also reported that the supporters, led by the Greater Accra Regional Organizer of the National Democratic Congress, and that two unidentified individuals in military uniform without name tags were among the group. These disturbing developments compelled EC staff to abandon their duties out of fear for their lives. Mr. Speaker, it must be emphasized that the High Court order not only directed the Electoral Commission to complete the process, but also mandated the Ghana Police Service to provide the necessary security and to enable the Commission to do so. However, this lawful directive has not been heeded too. Mr. Speaker, the EC statement makes clear that the Commission had written to the police requesting security for the continuation of the collation on 17 January 2025 at 8 a.m. On the morning of the scheduled exercise, however, the police informed the EC that intelligence suggested that the exercise must be put on hold, yet they failed to provide any protection at either the old head office designated as the collation center or the new corporate head office. Furthermore,
In a recent high-level meeting involving the Inspector General of Police, the Electoral Commission, and the Election Security Task Force, expressed optimism about finalizing the collation and declaring the parliamentary results. Yet, weeks after the meeting, nothing has changed. The people of Ablekuma North are still without a representation. Mr. Speaker, this is not a mere administrative delay. It is an affront to our democracy. The continued disenfranchisement of the people of Ablekuma North calls into question the commitment of our state institutions to the democratic process. State institutions give confidence to the populace when they stand up to their mandate. Is this a case of institutional collusion? Is this institutional apathy or a calculated scheme to deny citizens their constitutional rights to representation? Or is the police simply refusing to discharge a constitutional obligation? Mr. Speaker, our democratic resilience has been tested in the past, notably during the 2012 and 2020 presidential elections. Petitions were sent to the Supreme Court. In both instances, the aggrieved parties sought redress through the court, and the Supreme Court adjudicated the matters transparently, reinforcing public confidence in their democratic institutions. This precedent reinforcing the importance of adhering to constitutional processes and the rule of law. The current impasse in Ablekuma North, however, deviates from this path, as it reflects a failure of state institutions to act decisively and uphold the Constitution. This House, and indeed the Ghanaian public, deserve answers. The Electoral Commission has confirmed its readiness to complete the process, but cannot do so without adequate security. The Commission is working round the clock to ensure that the people of Ablekuma North are not denied representation in this House. But, Mr. Speaker, without the full cooperation of Ghana Police Service, the EC cannot fulfill this mandate. I therefore urge the government, through the Ministry of Interior, to immediately engage the leadership of Ghana Police Service and ensure that the Commission is provided with security it needs to carry out the constitutional mandate in peace and safety. The Ghana Police Service has a duty to provide protection and to dictate, and not to dictate when or whether democracy should function. Mr. Speaker, this statement must not stand idle. This House must not stand idly by while citizens remain without representation for several months. We must insist in the strongest possible terms that democracy delayed is democracy denied. As the Ghana Bar Association rightly stated in its 2025 media conference, a vacuum has been created in Parliament due to the Electoral Commission's failure to declare the result, describing this delayed declaration as a democratic deficit, which must be addressed urgently. Mr. Speaker, the people of Ablekuma North deserve better. Their right to representation in Parliament is not optional. It is constitutionally guaranteed, and it must be fulfilled. Enough is enough. The Ablekuma North parliamentary result must be declared forthwith. Mr. Speaker, to conclude, let me say the general elections of 2024 were a moment of pride for Ghana. Beyond marking our fourth peaceful transfer of power through the ballot box, the early and gracious concession by Vice President Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia was internationally lauded as a mark of democratic maturity. These are moments that showcase Ghana as a beacon of democratic stability in Africa.
Honourable Minority Leader, please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, beyond marking our fourth peaceful transfer of power through the ballot box, the early and gracious concession by Vice President Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia was internationally lauded as a mark of democratic maturity. These are moments that showcase Ghana as a beacon of democratic stability in Africa. But what credibility remains if state institutions are unable to safeguard post-election processes? Let us do better for our democracy, and I take this opportunity to thank you.
Honourable members, statement made. Yes, Honourable Peter Tobulanchiri.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to make some brief comments on the statement ably delivered by the Minority Leader, Honourable Afenyo Markins. Osahini. Mr. Speaker, election 2024 went past with praises across the world regarding the security of the elections. The National Election Security Task Force, led by the police, did a fantastic job, making Ghanaians to begin to forget the pain that we went through in 2020 during the general elections, where we lost some lives, even in Tachiman South. Mr. Speaker, when you talk about election security, in fact, it is a security of the process, security of the administration. The election administration is the responsibility of the Electoral Commission. The duty of the National Election Security Task Force is to provide an enabling environment for the electoral body or the administration of the election to be able to perform their work very well. Mr. Speaker, what happened in Ablekuma North? They couldn't even pronounce the results because some polling station results were unaccounted for. The court has made pronouncement on that, but yet we are suffering to declare that seat. What the police are saying, in other words, what the National Election Security Task Force is demanding from the Electoral Commission is for them to provide a timetable as what they intend to do. After all, if elections are conducted and we cannot get results, there is nothing wrong with conducting the elections again. If that will give us peace, if running the elections again in Ablekuma North will give us peace, let's go ahead and do that, because the police will not, and the National Electoral Security Task Force will not provide security to endanger the lives of even the EC staff. They will not provide security to endanger the lives of even people around. What they intend to do is to ensure that Ablekuma North will be represented. At least the people of Sal suffered for 4 good years. And I wanted to believe, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to believe that my colleagues from the other side, if they were so interested in the representation of people in this house, they would have expressed the same interest, the same passion, the same commitment to ensure that the people of Sal had representation in the 8th Parliament. But that was not the case. Mr. Speaker, it is a very good statement from the Minority Leader, but all we are saying is that it is not just the issue of National Election Security Task Force. It is the whole gamut of a system that we have to look at. If it is not working well, let's rerun the elections again. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Yes, you have the floor. Are you rising from your place? You have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, I'm extremely grateful for this opportunity, and I want to commend the Minority Leader for such an insightful statement. Mr. Speaker, today we all know that the Parliament of the Republic of Ghana is made up of 276 constituencies. But Mr. Speaker, till date, one of the constituencies is missing in the House. Mr. Speaker, we have a responsibility as elders of this country by reason of the positions we occupy. The executive has a responsibility by reason of that. Mr. Speaker, when you have children in the house and at the end of the day, all of them come home but one, you go looking for that child. Mr. Speaker, one of the constituencies in this house is missing. There's a responsibility incumbent upon us to go looking for that child. There's that responsibility. Mr. Speaker, we cannot play an eye for an eye. In the year 2001, when President Kufuor assumed office, Mr. Speaker, at the time, there were people who were calling for retribution, but he said, no, let's do reconciliation. It gets to a certain point where somebody should say that it should end here. In any event, Mr. Speaker, till date, is there a constituency called Sal? There's a Guan constituency which was not created as of 2024. Mr. Speaker, we cannot compare an existing constituency to a non-existent constituency. They are two different things. It's like comparing apples with oranges. Mr. Speaker, one of the children of this house is missing. We have a responsibility to go looking for that child. It is godliness. That is what Jesus spoke about in the Bible. Mr. Speaker, whether it is a Rabna Orbin, whether it is one of the children of this house is missing. We cannot stay here and not go looking for them. Posterity would one day say that we did not act appropriately. Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, today, let us all come together and go search for one of our own which is missing from the house. It is very important, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. I'm grateful.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Yes, Honorable Zuera.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute to the statement made by my senior colleague, the minority leader. Mr. Speaker, to say that this statement is very important and timely is to say the least. As advocates for women empowerment, we have raised this issue severally regarding the Ablekumanov election and its declaration. Mr. Speaker, I listened keenly to my senior colleague, and I heard him say that when they were about to announce the results at a particular time, the EC noticed the Greater Accra regional chairman, the regional organizer of the NDC, and some other notable people who came in, roughed up the scene that led to the non-declaration of the election result. Mr. Speaker, it's very curious. It's very, very curious that when we take to the queue, line up, cast our vote, and all we require the EC to do is to count the numbers. And the EC is unable to count the numbers. The EC is unable to see our numbers. And yet the same EC has eyes to see party apparatchiks. It brings the work of the EC into question. Mr. Speaker, the elections are not organized by the national security, election security. Elections in this country are organized by the Electoral Commission. At this stage, Mr. Speaker, as women of this country, women of this august house, we standing at a serious precipice of history. That we have two women contesting the Ablekumanov election, Madam Obin and Madam Efriye, both women. And all we women are asking for is for these women to join us here in this house. That's all we are asking. Now we have a woman presiding over the institution that makes people MPs, and she's not able to perform. Mr. Speaker, it's incompetence at the highest level. It is dereliction of duty by the Electoral Commission. And Mr. Speaker, everybody knows the history of this Electoral Commission led by Madam Jean Mensah. The same EC denying the people of Guan constituency representation in the 8th Parliament. The same EC today is denying the people of Ablekumanov representation in the August House. Mr. Speaker, that is where we should be looking. Let's not go searching and fishing for people who are not directly involved with the elections of this country. The back of the election stops at the desk of the Electoral Commission. And the Electoral Commission will be held responsible for anything that happens in Ablekumanov. Mr. Speaker, the women of this house, we are ready. And we are going to march to the EC. We are going to demand that the EC, if they cannot declare the results of 7th December 2024, we will ask for a rerun. We need the women of Ablekumanov represented in this house. And we, the women of this house, are going to lead that charge. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Member, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to commend the maker of the statement, the Minority Leader, Honorable Afenyo Markins. Markin.
Honorable Member, you are commenting within 5 minutes. So if you stop without speaking, I will ask you to conclude when the 5 minutes is up.
Mr. Speaker, I am commenting on this statement for a very peculiar reason. Mr. Speaker, reason number one is the future of our elections in 2028. Mr. Speaker, if members of this House do not take this matter seriously, Mr. Speaker, it is brewing a recipe for disaster in 2028. Mr. Speaker, what will happen in 2028 will be that the toughest, the one with the more muscles, the one who can marshal forces and security will be declared or will win elections in this country. Mr. Speaker, it is important that we take every measure that will help in resolving this Ablekuma issue. Mr. Speaker, I get worried when it appears as though when we talk about Ablekuma North, we are talking about one particular party. It is as if there is a predetermined mind that the seat was already won by somebody or they have lost the seat. Yes. Mr. Speaker, that is what he claimed. Because when we say the EC must declare the results, we are not saying the EC must declare a result for Honorable Ekwefriye or for Honorable Obi. We are saying that the EC must declare because the CI 127 is clear. Mr. Speaker, and the constitution of this republic is clear. It gives power to the Electoral Commission to conduct and declare elections. So why are we here pretending as if we do not want the Electoral Commission to do its work? Why are we here and pretending as if we are not interested in the Electoral Commission doing its work? Mr. Speaker, I am again worried because of all the 276 constituencies, their leadership, they have members of parliament. Mr. Speaker, needy students wake up and go to these members of parliament to seek for help. Mr. Speaker, poor women go to these members of parliament to seek help. Mr. Speaker, the entire constituency take direction and inspiration from their members of parliament. But it appears that in Ablekumanov, where people queue, where people walk, where people went to vote, they do not have an advocate, a leader. Why? Mr. Speaker, why? Why? You see, when we go ahead and people talk about SAL, I get worried. Because as at that time, we do not have any constituency called SAL. There was none. And the composition of the House was 275. Now the composition of the House is 276. So why are you comparing Ablekumanov to SAL? Mr. Speaker, I am a bit passionate on this matter because I know what it takes not to have a leader. I know what it takes when people have nobody to cry to. I know what it takes when people want help and they cannot get help because they don't have members of parliament. Mr. Speaker, I know what it takes when people commit their resources to conduct elections. And at the end of the day, because of machoism, because of power, because they think they have the numbers, they don't. Mr. Speaker, the other side, the majority, seem not to be interested in the one seat that is hanging. Because they have so much that they don't even need that one seat. And they know they lost that seat. So, Mr. Speaker, with all due respect to the House, let us all be interested in who represents Ablekumanov, in who becomes the member of parliament for Ablekumanov. Because resources, decisions are being taken, and Ablekumanov has been left out. And they need to be represented in this August House. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I want to thank you.
Leadership, last. Yes, we have two more statements and other businesses to do. Yes?
Speaker, does it mean that leadership will conclude?
Yes.
Okay. Speaker. No. So, Speaker, have they yielded? Does it mean they yielded their...
Yes.
Great. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to comment on the statement made by the minority leader. Speaker, let the record reflect that this will be about the third statement coming from the minority on this matter. There was even a walkout from the proceedings of this House in respect of this matter. But Speaker, we speak of the functions of the Electoral Commission. And Speaker, with your leave, let me refer to Article 45, Clause C in this matter. Mr. Speaker, the Electoral Commission shall have the following functions: to conduct and supervise all public elections and referenda.
Honorable Majority Chief Whip, are you on point of order?
This to my colleague, but he made a definite statement that the minority walked out on Ablekuma, the undeclared seat. My friend, that is not a statement of fact. We never walked out on the undeclared Ablekuma seat. That is not true. And for the record, he can proceed and make his point, but that is not true.
I remember you have the floor.
Speaker, I will endeavor to finish the House, but I recall that on the second statement which they proceeded to make under Order 93-1, it generated a very heated debate. And we cited the Constitution and asked them whether the Electoral Commission was subject to the direction of even Parliament. They disagreed and didn't support business for that day. But I am guided, Mr. Speaker. But the point I want to make, Mr. Speaker, is that today, a member from their side
seeks to distinguish the fact that SAR, as a definite constituency, deprived of the opportunity to participate in the 2020 general elections, parliamentary, so to speak, but was permitted to vote in the presidential, one constituency, permitted to cast their votes for the presidential candidates in the same elections, but the people were denied casting votes for their parliamentary preference. It became a matter of record. The Electoral Commission deprived them. Speaker, we were on this side. We staged several walkouts. We raised this matter on this floor. The minority leader now was sometimes the deputy majority leader. He didn't pay any attention to the matters we raised. Later, he became the majority leader, a leader of government business. He told us that if we felt strongly about it, we should go to court. And that Parliament was not the forum to deal with those matters. In any case, there were several phases of those matters pending before court. So here, this floor, the well of this house, was forum non-convenience. So I am pleasantly surprised that today he elects to raise this matter on this forum. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll leave the generals to the specifics. Speaker, the NDC sponsored candidates in all the 276 constituencies. At the end of the day, 183 was declared in our favor, with several others in contention. So what did we do? We proceeded to court in about 10. We proceeded to court in about 10. Tema Central, Ablekumanov, Okaikwe Central, Akwetia, Mandai, Techiman South, Bekwai East. It's a war, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, please, we listen to you in patience. The debate and the comments will help the House if you keep quiet and listen to me patiently. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, Ablekumanov is part of the matters that we are in the Supreme Court, not in any other court, in the Supreme Court. But the minority seeks to ever often raise this matter on the floor, because Parliament is not capable of making any directions, because the matter is sub judice. And we have discovered that the matter has become so intractable that the Electoral Commission itself is incapable of resolving the matter. It also thus appears to us that the court is also incapable of resolving the matter. So, Mr. Speaker, once they sought it fit to raise the matter today, I believe that we'll comment on it. And we are of the opinion that the Electoral Commission must declare that the situation in Ablekumanov unresolvable, and that the solution lies in a fresh elections. It's only a fresh election that can raise that can resolve that matter. Speaker, why? Speaker, we went to court, and the court directed the High Court of the Republic of Ghana, directed that the Electoral Commission, one of the contentious matters, Mr. Speaker, was that in recounting the results that were in issue, the EC didn't use the designated returning officer. They used some other officer, which was not in consonance of CI 127. So the court directed the EC, go and use your designated returning officer for Ablekumanov. Speaker, the record will bear me out that they use some other officer other than the designated returning officer. You were not in court. So, as we speak, even the court order for the EC to follow and do the needful, they didn't follow. So ballot boxes have been destroyed, ballot papers have been destroyed, some polling stations cannot be accounted for. So, Mr. Speaker, as we speak, the pension on the side of our brothers to make this matter a matter for parliamentary business is totally unfounded. The solution lies in the court, and that is why we, the NDC, we are in the Supreme Court, we are patiently pursuing. But if they see fit, like I said before, to raise it, then the solution lies in the fresh elections. And I've been in this house, Mr. Speaker, for some time. We asked for a parliamentary solution for SAL. We found none. None was available. They were quick to tell us to go to court. Anytime you went to court, Mr. Speaker, the records will bear out the difficulties we face. So as we speak, even some angles of the SAL matter, SAL, that is being caught by a fluxion of time. We are still litigating it. And I believe that recently the court has made some pronouncement in respect of that matter. So we must all be guided. If a matter is sub judice, and yet we see it fit, then we will have a political solution to the political problem. And that is that the Electoral Commission must call for fresh elections, perhaps in all the constituencies that are in contention, so that we can have some peace. Because the call on this house for this matter to be raised and for members to make comments, Mr. Speaker, to what end? So if the Electoral Commission is minded, we are all crying for representation, and I'm certain, Mr. Speaker, without doubt, that if we run fresh election in Ablekumanov, we will annihilate them. Even the votes that they saw, and they thought that, oh, they'll be annihilated, we will completely eclipse them in Ablekumanov. Electorally, that is what I mean. So, if they are really willing for us to resolve this matter, they should submit to the fact that a fresh elections be called, we will go to the field, campaign, however limited time will be provided, and then let's cast the ballot. We want Mami Abna Obin to join us 6 months. And people will meet you and say, Majority Chief Whip, will you sit down, you guys, will you sit down for this matter to also become like SAL? And you are unable to respond to this matter. So, Mr. Speaker, yes, I bemoan the fact that this may not be the forum convenience, but if it is, then some direction should go to the Electoral Commission to live to their mandate within Article 45 of the Constitution and do the needful. Where problems cannot be resolved, you call for a new solution, which is a fresh election in the matter. And I believe I have the backing of this side and that side, that we should call for fresh elections and go and do new battles in Ablekumanov, so we can have a representative. Mr. Speaker, on this note, I thank you for the opportunity.
Honourable members, I think we have to end contribution on this statement. We have other three statements. The statement was made by your leader. I've taken 2 contributions, in addition making 3, then 3 contributions from here. So, honourable members, we have also admitted statements in the name of the Honourable Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, Honourable Emmanuel Lama Kofi-Boa, on the occasion of the commemoration of the 15th African Border Day.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I'll be speaking on the statement, but I first will make an announcement. Honourable Speaker, it is with a deep sense of responsibility to inform this August House of the commencement of a critical national exercise, the 2025 nationwide tree planting exercise under the Tree for Life Reforestation Initiative, which will begin on Thursday, 5th June, and will continue through Monday, June 30th. Honorable Speaker, I think this is very, very important for members to know. Under the Tree for Life initiative, we are going to plant over 20 million seedlings of various tree species: timber, fruit trees, ornament trees, shade trees. And Honorable Speaker, unlike the past, where the tree planting exercise was for only one designated day, the Tree for Life planting initiative will start on the 5th and all the way to the 30th. Everybody, therefore, will have the opportunity to participate in this program. I will encourage members of Parliament to actively be involved. Your seedlings are already at your districts, and we encourage you to get the seedlings and plant on the Environmental Day, which is this coming Friday. On Thursday, His Excellency President John Mahama will undertake a commemorative tree planting exercise to signal the commencement of this program. I thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also thank you to speak on the 15th Africa Border Day, a day set aside by the African. No, I made an announcement. That was not a statement, that was an announcement. I started by saying that I was making an announcement of the National Tree Planting Day. Now I'm going to speak on the African Border Day, the theme under which the Ghana Boundary Commission and by extension the Ghana commemorates the 15th edition of this significant strengthening boundary governance and cross-border cooperation for inclusive development in Border Commission. This timely and essential theme is rooted in and aligns with the African Union's theme for the year, which is Justice for Africans and People of African Descent through Reparations. The theme places at the center of our discourse the communities that live along our frontiers, descendants of people who had their families, livelihoods, culture and dreams and aspirations separated through colonial scrambles, and population that hold the key to regional peace, economic growth and cultural cohesion. Honorable Speaker, border communities in Ghana, like those in many African countries, face a distinctive set of historic and structural challenges that reflect unfinished business of colonial legacies. A trade demarcation imposed during the colonial era fractured ethnic groups, disrupted traditional systems of governance, and left many border populations marginalized from both their national governments and neighboring states. Today, these communities continue to endure limited access to infrastructure and essential services. In line with the African Union's 2025 theme, Justice for Africans and the People of African Descent through Reparations, it is critical to understand that true justice must address not only the historical injustices of colonialism, but also their enduring socio-economic consequences. This strongly aligns the Ghana Boundary Commission's 2025 African Border Day theme, strengthening boundary governance and cross-border cooperation for inclusive development in border communities. It signifies a shift from viewing borders merely as a geopolitical lines to recognizing them as vital spaces for development, integration, and people-centered cooperation. Honorable Speaker, justice and inclusion in boundary government is a tangible expression of reparation, justice, and necessary pathway towards achieving equitable national development. It reaffirms the right of all communities, regardless of their geographic location, to benefit from state resources, shape their futures, and thrive in secure and dignified environments. And to our colleague members of Parliament, the Ghana Boundary Commission, under the Ghana Boundary Commission Act 2024 at 1123, is mandated to manage our land, maritime, and air boundaries. But more than that, it is becoming a vehicle for inclusion in development. We're now seeing the emergence of a new approach, one that combines security, both human, traditional diplomacy, environmental stewardship, and socio-economic empowerment. Cross-border cooperation has become central to the Commission's mandate. And even in the face of inadequate budgetary allocations, the Ghana Boundary Commission has an endeavor to manifest this through research-based solutions in the form of social interventions. As we celebrate this year's Border Day, I am proud to note that Ghana is actively collaborating with neighboring countries through joint boundary committees, reaffirmation of exercises, joint maritime exercises, and cross-border peace dialogues. These efforts are essential to preventing disputes, promoting regional integration, and securing human rights on our border populations. We must, however, do more. We must commit to social interventions and policies that invest in cross-border infrastructure, such as roads, markets, schools, and health facilities. We must develop border communities as economic hubs that support livelihoods, generate jobs, and protect the environment. Madam Speaker, on the 15th African Border Day, I urge all stakeholders, including members of Parliament, government agencies, traditional leaders, civil society, and our international partners to recommit to enhancing border governance. Let us pursue a shared vision where our borders are secured and our natural resources are responsibly managed. As a House, let us continue to support the Ghana Boundary Commission and other institutions that stand at the intersection of peace, security, and sustainable development. We must ensure that the resources allocated to these bodies match the complexities and urgency of their mandates. Above all, let us place our border communities at the heart of national development and empowerment. As we celebrate this day, may this year's theme inspire policy reforms and regional cooperation. Let us guide us toward a future where Ghana and Africa's borders are not zones of vulnerability, but gateways for peace, integration, and prosperity for Ghana and the entire African continent. I wish you a happy Africa Border Day. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you, honourable members. The statement from the Minister. Yes, Honourable Senator. The mic. Very well. There be no comment on the statement. We'll take the last statement. Yes.
Speaker, this is a commemorative statement and coming from no less a person than the Minister for Lands. I want to observe that this is an important statement. As a House, we've passed the boundary bill into an act, and we must commend ourselves. But the effective governance and management of our border matters will not just be the passage of laws. It will largely and ultimately be dependent on the enforcement of these laws. The West Africa sub-region has been very fortunate compared to other regions of Africa where border disputes are so prime and prominent. Largely, we have managers. A very popular one was the ECLOS case that came up, and as a country, we were very successful in managing it. We should be going beyond just the statement. I respect my colleague, former leader, for his commitment to such matters and also concerns about resource management. I want to assure him that those of us who have some relative relative advantage in terms of awareness on border concerns, we will be glad to partner him to ensure that there is a proper harmonization of our border concerns. Another factor which I find important is us resourcing the Ghana Boundary Commission. Well, needless to say, this is the passage of the bill into an act. We have not had consistent and significant release of funding to this commission. We seem to push it to the back burner. So, whilst we talk about boundary concerns, and we have a commission dedicated to manage the governance of our borders, let's also give them the oxygen which will enable them to work. And I'm sure when we are able to do this, we can show a lot of leadership in the management of our borders. The threats are all over. Our border threats, our country is replete with border threats. Fortunately, we have been successful in navigating this threat. But the threats are real. And so we shouldn't gloss over them. We can't put our heads in the sun like the proverbial ostrich. But we must be proactive in the provision of resources, the Ghana Boundary Commission, to be able to perform. Minister, I commend you highly for this statement. But there are things you have to do. Minister, there are things you have to do that I cannot elucidate on. Don't forget about them. Having said this, I commend the Minister highly for the statement. I'm grateful.
Yes, Honorable Zanato. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on the statement made by the Minister for Environment. Mr. Speaker, the issue of our borders. Oh, I'm so sorry. No, lands and natural resources. I beg your pardon. Mr. Speaker, the issue of how we promote peace and cross-border cooperation along various borders in the continent is part of the reason why the AU conceived of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement to help build bridges across our various nation states, because a lot of the difficulties that we face across our various countries are not just political, but are steeped in our colonial history by colonial masters who have languages that separate us. Mr. Speaker, with regards to the issue of our borders, the porosity of our borders means that any issue regarding security in one jurisdiction directly affects and impacts the citizens of countries that share those common borders. And Mr. Speaker, Ghana is no exception when it comes to the issue of the impact of porous borders. Currently, we have a couple of our areas that are in watershed zones when it comes to our risk factors when it comes to violent extremism and terrorism, and all of these relate to the issue of our borders. Mr. Speaker, as we look at how we create greater integration across the communities that straddle these borders, we also have to understand that our national security is key. And as we seek to close these borders, as we seek to rather open up our borders and create greater integration, we must be mindful of the fact that not all persons on different sides of the border share our vision for economic integration and peace and stability. And therefore, in looking at how we bridge various communities, as we look at increasing the level of economic empowerment in various communities along the border, we must understand that if we reduce the gap between what government promises and what the communities receive where they are, we also create a smaller space within which certain terrorist armed groups can operate. Many of these communities where we see terrorism and extremism on the increase are doing so simply because their various governments are unable to fill the vacuum when it comes to development. And so, Mr. Speaker, as we celebrate this commemorative occasion, we must bear in mind that it is not just about the treaties that we sign, nor is it simply about the jurisdictions that we occupy, but it's also about empowering the people who live in these communities. Borders are not simply the structural things, but they are the communities that live on either side of them. And so, Mr. Speaker, we have to make a greater effort to support communities that live on the various borders, to elevate their dignity, to improve their status of living, in order to make sure that that equity that should exist along our various borders is recognized not just within our jurisdiction, but in other areas, thereby uplifting their quality of life and reducing the penetrability of persons who seek to radicalize the various youth groups in various communities. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Zaneto. Honorable members, that brings us to the end of statement. We now turn to look at item numbered 1 on order paper addendum. At commencement of public business, presentation of papers. Chairman of the committee.
Speaker, yes, that is a business we will prosecute. Speaker, I want to bring to your attention that today, 3rd, is a commemorative day that marks the 10 years, June 3rd, yes, the disaster that occurred, and I implore you, was a big matter. Lives and properties were lost.
Very well. So let's do the laying.
And then when we finish, we can observe a minute of silence.
Very well, very well. Yes, Chairman of the committee. Chairman for Finance Committee.
Report of the Finance Committee on the Energy Sector Levies Amendment Bill 2025.
Honourable members, the report has been duly presented and it is for distribution to members of the House. Honourable members, I will take 5 minutes suspension. Honourable members, welcome back. Yes, honourable members, having listened to the plea, we have a statement on the 10th anniversary of the June 3rd disaster, standing in the name of Honourable Dr. Zaneto Ajiman Rawlings, Honourable Member of Parliament for Lotte Kole constituency, and the chairperson of the Security and Intelligence Committee. Honourable Member, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to make a statement commemorating the 10th anniversary of the June 3rd disaster. Mr. Speaker, 10 years ago, over 150 lives were lost and many more permanently scarred when torrential rains led to widespread flooding followed by an inferno at the Goil fuel station at the Kwame Nkrumah interchange. The tragic combination of flooding and fire at the Kwame Nkrumah circle provided us with a sobering reminder of the tragic combination of flooding and fire at that venue, which were consequences of urban planning neglect, environmental degradation, inadequate disaster preparedness, a lack of maintenance culture, and perhaps a lack of establishment of standard operating procedures. Mr. Speaker, as we reflect today, we must remember that the lives lost were not just numbers in statistics. They were parents, children, workers, friends, and neighbors. Entire families were torn apart, livelihoods destroyed, properties destroyed, and dreams abruptly extinguished. Mr. Speaker, even a decade later, the emotional wounds remain raw for survivors, and the structural causes that led to the disaster still confront us to this day. The convergence of unregulated development, weak enforcement of building codes, poor drainage infrastructure, and decades of neglect in solid waste management remain pressing challenges. We must also acknowledge that part of the problem lies in the widespread lack of awareness among the public about the devastating impact of indiscriminate littering and improper waste disposal. Plastic continues to choke our drains, houses continue to spring up in waterways, waste continues to be indiscriminately dumped in our gutters. These are not just environmental issues, they're also issues of governance, of leadership, and of justice. Mr. Speaker, I wish to express sincere gratitude to His Excellency the President of the Republic for recently visiting my constituency to inspect the ongoing dredging works in the Odo River, which is one of the critical interventions necessary to reduce flooding in Clerk and beyond. I'm especially thankful that he has kept his word to ensure that the works are not only commenced, but are being done properly. It is our collective hope that this commitment will be sustained until we see real transformation in the lives of our people. That said, Mr. Speaker, we must acknowledge that this is not the first time that plans have been announced or budgets approved to address this problem. From the $200 million allocated to the Greater Accra Resilient and Integrated Development Project in 2019, of which $65 million was apparently realigned to COVID expenses, to the recommendations in the Auditor General's performance audit on flood control measures, as well as last year's allocation of $150 million, which was approved by this House for the same project. Mr. Speaker, the people of Clerk, specifically in Osu, Odona, Adabraka, Asylum Down, and many parts of Accra, cannot survive on words alone. They do need action, and they need the reassurance that the next time we have our rains, they will not lose everything that they have worked for. From the petty trader, the market woman, the child walking home from school, the fuel attendant, these are some of the people who continue to pay the price for our failure to act. Since 2015, we've had numerous flooding events in my constituency, and it continues to worsen in various parts of Accra, just simply compounding the trauma for many people who suffered in June 3rd, 2015. Several years after that, I've stood on the floor of this House and made appeals for the flooding to be addressed, not just in my constituency, but in surrounding constituencies as well. Mr. Speaker, since 2015, we've had at least 2 explosions at fuel stations and several incidents of explosions elsewhere. 10 years on, our tribute must go beyond remembrance. This requires a collective and sustainable commitment to responsible waste management, enforcement of our building regulations, investment in drainage infrastructure, and most importantly, citizen responsibility and government accountability. Mr. Speaker, as we mark this 10th anniversary, let us not simply mourn the dead. We must honor them with decisive action moving forward. We owe it to the memories of the victims to ensure that such a disaster never happens again. Let us strengthen our waste management systems with a bold embrace of the 3 R's: reduce, reuse, and recycle. Let us enforce building regulations and protect green spaces. Let's protect the reservoirs where rainwater is held to reduce the deluge that happens when it rains. Mr. Speaker, we need to ensure that NADMO, the Ghana National Fire Service, and other agencies are given the relevant tooling to be able to respond adequately in times of disaster. And they also need to be proactive rather than reactive. Let us remember that resilience is not built on rhetoric, but that it is built on investment, implementation, and integrity. Inbuilt into those are regulations and standard operating procedures. Mr. Speaker, we owe it to the victims of June 3rd. We owe it to the vulnerable in our society who have no insurance, no voice, and no buffer. We owe it to the future of not just the city, but the entire country. The investments we make towards safety and proper maintenance are minuscule compared to the cost in lives, livelihoods, and property in the aftermath of any disaster. 1 decade is long enough to learn the lessons. Mr. Speaker, we need to act, not out of fear, but out of a sense of responsibility. I would like to take the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to call on honorable members to give a 1-minute silence in observance of the departed from the June 3rd disaster. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Honourable members, a statement ably made and it is for contribution by members. Yes, Honourable Minister, you have the floor.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, June 3rd was an unspeakable tragedy. A tragedy that robbed us of scores of Ghanaian citizens who hitherto were filled with life and vibrancy. Mr. Speaker, one of the most enduring problems of this country is our tendency to play the ostrich and our refusal to face up to reality and the penchant to defer what has to be done immediately. We have also increasingly become indisciplined in the way that we conduct our affairs as a nation. And often efforts to correct this sort of indiscipline yields significant political backlash. Mr. Speaker, hydrologists and engineers tell us that the very topography of Accra lends itself to some level of natural flooding because we sit just at the edge of the sea, the Atlantic Ocean, and therefore water is supposed to run down from the mountains into the sea, and putting ourselves in the path of the water naturally predisposes us to some level of flooding. Whereas it is inevitable that this flooding will occur, there exist solutions, there exist ways through which the impact of this can be mitigated. One of them is the proper planning of our cities and the way that we site structures. A cursory look at the way that our city has been planned, especially those areas that are relatively new, show that there is little to no regard to local level bylaws. People build in waterways without regard for the consequences. And then the slightest rainfall there is, we find ourselves in a deluge. The way that we can honor the memory of our compatriots who perished, regrettably, in the June 3 incident is to resolve as a nation to do the right thing, no matter whose ox is God. Growing up, we learned about the legend of Salifu Amankwa and the way that through unorthodox, if you like, even harsh methods, he was able to instill some discipline into the way that affairs at the Kwame Nkrumah circle or interchange area was conducted. A few years down the line, attempts by subsequent mayors of Accra and local level authorities to instill discipline in the way that people conduct their affairs in the central business districts and other communities within the metropolis were met with stiff political opposition. And since then, we have collectively been frozen into inaction and are simply unable to do what has to be done. So it is all well and good that governments attempt to enforce the law. But if as citizens, we are not amenable to change, we are not amenable to supporting the authorities to do what is right, we will run in circles, lament on a yearly basis, and conduct ourselves like the proverbial vulture who vows every rainy season to roof its house, only for it to forget the moment the rain stops. So we as leaders must take our fair share of the blame for our inability to put national interest above partisan interest. The slightest stress we face from the electorate, we capitulate and steer clear of efforts to decongest our towns, remove structures from waterways. But principally, all of us as a people must bear collective guilt to what happened to our compatriots on June 3rd. It was a result of collective failure as a nation to do what is right and at the right time. So even as we mark this day, and I associate myself with the statement read by my honorable sister, let us remember that there are consequences for refusing to do what is right. There are consequences to taking shortcuts. There are consequences to deferring action that should be taken today. I do hope that a time will come when we will finally get the buy-in of our citizens to enforce the law without facing political consequences. A time may yet come when we should be able to enforce the law, face political consequences, but save ourselves from future tragedy. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for your kind indulgence.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Yes, Honorable Member, you have the floor. Honorable Bajira, I will come to you. Let me give the floor to my left side, and I'll come back to my right side.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement made by the Honorable Member. Mr. Speaker, this day reminds us of one of the worst disasters ever to have happened to this country. A day where 154 people lost their lives, another 154 people got injured, and then we lost property at the time worth over 1.6 million Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, what would have been the expectations of these 154 people if the state had done what is right in terms of putting in place the structures to avoid the occurrence of this particular tragedy? A committee that was set up to report on the matter indicated some of the causes of this accident, which included the overflow of fuel from the Guel filling station that was at that particular site. Following the incident, some recommendations were made by the committee which did this particular exercise. It included the dredging of the Odod River and its tributaries, and also the creation of sanitation police to enforce some of the sanitation issues. 10 years down the line, Mr. Speaker, the question is, what have we done about these recommendations that were made by the committee? We are still faced with structural issues, unresolved poor urban drainage situations across the country. We have inadequate waste management system across the country,
and then we are faced with unregulated construction across the country. So if we have this disaster hitting Accra 10 years ago, what are the works that we have done to absorb ourselves from future occurrence in other districts of this country? And that is why I stand with our sister's statement that government and successive government should review the outcome of the report that was issued by the committee and ensure that steps are taken to make our drains and our cities clean. On sanitation, Mr. Speaker, government, if you look at our allocation for sanitation, it is still inadequate in solving our sanitation difficulties as a country. If you take the issue of unregulated construction, our MMDCs, our municipal assemblies and district assemblies have not been able to also ensure that buildings along waterways, buildings along areas that causes some of these disasters are taken off. I expect us as a people to bring our minds together and ensure that going forward, the assemblies as empowered will do that which is right, that we will take away matters that sit within our construction ways and ensure that this disaster never happens again. On that note, I want to thank the maker of the statement. She made a request, Mr. Speaker, that we observe a minute silence in honor of them. I associate myself fully with that. I thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you.
I'll proceed to give the floor to Honorable Emmanuel Bajira.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also rise to comment on the statement made by my colleague, Honorable Dr. Zanaito Ajima-Rawlings. Let me commend her for reminding this House and the entire nation that a decade ago today, the 3rd of June, we had national disaster which claimed the lives of 150 Ghanaians through a man-made disaster. Even though it was natural, it should have been averted. Mr. Speaker, indeed, the Ministry of Works and Housing contracted a facility, as she mentioned, for a garage project to reduce flooding in those areas in 2019. As we speak today, Mr. Speaker, the project that was supposed to ameliorate the disaster or reduce flooding in Accra has not been completed since 2019. Just last year, we've contracted additional 150 million USD, making 350 million USD just for garage project, and still the project has not been completed. Mr. Speaker, that cannot continue in this nation. That will take money, we will borrow money, taxpayers will be paying for that loan, and the project will not be completed, whilst lives are being lost. Just last week, Mr. Speaker, a colleague of ours, Honorable Ramadan, also makes similar statement concerning the flooding in Adenta and its environment. How can we continue in this vein? That a country of Ghana or leadership of this nation will take facilities and they will not invest the money for which the facility was taken in projects that would prevent disasters of this nature. That's why I started by saying that this could be averted. If we have done our work properly, if we have mapped up our planning and zones properly, we will not have the disaster that occurred. Mr. Speaker, she continues to say that we will come back again another time because after the June 10 disaster, she made a statement on this floor of this House. Subsequent to that, she has made similar statement concerning flooding in her constituency, not only in her constituency, but a constituency all over the country. How can we continue in this vein? Mr. Speaker, I want to agree with her that we should enforce our building regulations. Not only enforcing the building regulation, but we should also have green spaces. Green spaces means that leave spaces down. Unfortunately, in this country, we do not have green spaces. Even new housing, new apartment, new construction sites that we visit, there are no green spaces. There are no spaces for where you play football, or if there is this disaster, people can converge in those spaces. They are no longer in our development scheme. And I want to call upon our designers, especially the planning authorities and our architects and the planning officers, to begin to look at green spaces. Green spaces are just places that when there are issues, people in that community can rush there, and so that they can be evacuated. We don't have those green spaces. So in her recommendation, Mr. Speaker, I want to ask that the Minister for Local Government, Chieftaincy and Rural Development should take this up seriously, so that we can have green spaces in our development scheme, so that whenever our planning authorities will give permit to those who are developing their facilities, they can have green spaces. Mr. Speaker, having said that, we look at the drainage schemes in our country. Indeed, the hydrological services is supposed to give a master plan of all hydrological or drainage in our system. I want to plead with the Minister for Western Housing and Water Resources to get hydrological services to come up with a master plan drainage system in our country, so that we can ask even members of parliament to contribute in constructing some of the drains with their emergency funds, so that we will prevent this drainage flooding of our drains in our system. And I also want to plead that we should consider the closed drains. In fact, it is time now the Minister for Roads and Highways issue a fiat that we should stop the open drains and have closed drains. Drains that people will not, put their debris or their rubbishes into those drains. But a closed drain, you only have a galley that will rot, whatever things that people that washes away from wherever it's coming from. If you have a closed drain, you will not have people, defecating or putting rubbish into those drains. Because it's open, anybody can put anything at all there. But if it's closed, where are you going to put it? Are you going to remove the galley, the tops of the galleys, and put it there? No. And so let's begin to have a new way of doing things, but then, continue the old way that we don't have money, so we should have a closing without any covers. So I want to plead with the Minister for Roads and Highways that at least in our urban areas, let's have closed drains. In our new development of our new roads, let's have a closed drain. I see some roads being constructed with a closed drain. That is in the right direction. But let's encourage that the Ministry of Road or the road authorities will continue to have closed drains, so that people will stop, dumping things in our roads. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I want to commend the maker of the statement and thank her so much for drawing the country's attention to the disaster that occurred a decade ago. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman Emmanuel Bajra. Yes, you are speaking for the leadership. Then I'm inclined to give the floor to the Minister for Local Government, Chieftaincy and Rural Religious Affairs.
Now, Mr. Speaker, let me take this opportunity to thank you for giving me some brief space to make few comments on this statement ably made by our dear sister, the Honorable MP for Clote Colley constituency. Mr. Speaker, this is a sad story that nobody is interested in repeating. However, Mr. Speaker, listening to comments made by colleagues, I think we must expedite action on the work that is going on the dredging of the Odo River. But Mr. Speaker, I think it is about time that we put matters clear for members to know where to address these issues to. Mr. Speaker, on the matter of the $350 million meant for the dredging of the Odo River. Mr. Speaker, that does not lie under the Ministry of Sanitation. It is clearly within the purview of the Ministry of Works and Housing. And Mr. Speaker, of that $350 million, $65 million was spent on COVID expenditure, as the maker of the statement has clearly stated. So, listening very well, it presupposes that what was left to be used for the dredging of the Odo River, out of the $350 million that was collected, only $285 million was left for the dredging of the Odo River. But Mr. Speaker, this $85 million, 2 months ago, myself and the Minister for Works and Housing paid a visit to the site. Mr. Speaker, the contractor was not serious with the work. And when we got to Circle, those pet hawkers who were there made it clear to us that the contractor was not doing the work. But when he saw that ministers were coming there, then they made one excavator pretended to be working on the site. Mr. Speaker, we are talking of $285 million. And I think the contract is to be done within 4 years. Mr. Speaker, what kind of dredging is that? The worst among the story was that those who put their unauthorized containers there were asking for compensation. And the World Bank was insisting that compensation be given to the container owners before the contractor will be allowed to clear them for dredging to take place. So, Mr. Speaker, that is the story of the dredging. Then you come to the matter of choke gutters and poor sanitation. Mr. Speaker, it is about time that members and even the entire sitting day be made clear that there is no centralized budget for sanitation. Mr. Speaker, we've just finished with the issue of District Assembly Common Fund. The $45 million Ghana cedis that was meant to be given for the sanitation aspect of the YEA is not coming to the Ministry of Sanitation. It is money that is going to the Ministry of Youth, Ministry of Sports and Youth Empowerment. And that is for, it is not coming to us. And that is for the YEA employees. It's only 45 million Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, and it was clear that 10% of the DACF, which is going to the MMDAs, should be spent on sanitation. What it presupposes is that the sanitation budget has been decentralized. So when the call was made that MMDAs must prioritize the matters of sanitation in their districts, Mr. Speaker, it is a call in the right direction. But Mr. Speaker, to conclude, from 17th to 22nd of this month, we are going to give orientation to MMDAs, DCs, for them to come and start effective work. These are matters that will be made clear to them. But for Clerk, we can't say that 10% of the MMDA budget or Clerk budget should be used to be able to clear the sanitation within the vicinity. Because we are talking of matters of national burden. All the rains, the drains that are coming from the mountain end up in Clerk. So if you say some people should use 10% of their DACF on sanitation, theirs must be a different story. So, Mr. Speaker, this is the story. There is no centralized budget like this money is for the Ministry of Sanitation. Use it to go and do it. But, Mr. Speaker, when the Land Use and Spatial Planning Law was passed in this House, it was also not under the Ministry of Local Government at that time. It was under the Ministry of Environment that was headed by the majority leader at that time. So we are now planning to bring the law back to this House, calling for an amendment to redirect the Land Use and Spatial Planning Unit to report to the Minister for Local Government to be properly situated at the Ministry of Local Government, so that together with our chiefs, we will be able to do a proper layout for work to be done. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, we may need the support of the Minister for Roads and Transport, because the DRIP, District Road Improvement Program, has also been given to the Minister for Roads and Highways. And Mr. Speaker, I strongly believe that that is the proper position for positioning the DRIP. Mr. Speaker, we will partner with him so that when the land use and spatial planning people are able to map up every place, the DRIP machines will be used to make inroads and service roads before development will take place. If we are able to do this, it will help to prevent the improper layout of settlements, which is making it impossible for us to have a clean environment. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I once again want to commend the maker of the statement and to plead with you, as usual, to give a minute silence to the 150-something souls that were lost on that very unfortunate sad day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Jerry Ahmed Shai.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the statement ably made by the Honorable Member of Parliament for Clote Kole, and to also support the earlier statement made by the originator, Honorable Frank Anodompre, to request for a minute's silence for the departed souls of the 3rd June 2015 disaster. Mr. Speaker, on the 3rd June 2015, disaster struck. In the very night of this 3rd June that we are making reference to, a lot of souls, a lot of lives, a lot of properties were lost. There emerged a national tragedy, which today, 10 years on, we are here to commemorate same. Mr. Speaker, there have been several discussions as to what happened. A committee was set up to investigate the cause of this disaster, one of which has been the remote cause, which is flooding. Mr. Speaker, I've been on the floor to make statements on flooding and to make reference to the fact that flooding happens not just because of science or because it's just natural, but it is also because we as human beings also cause flooding. Mr. Speaker, we have not committed ourselves to proper permitting. We have not also committed ourselves to proper planning. People have built in waterways when they have even been restrained from doing so by all the authorities that matter. Mr. Speaker, 150 lives. This is extremely consequential. Mr. Speaker, as we stand here today, there are a few things we need to make proper recommendations for. That in permitting, and in permitting for especially operators of fuel companies, where we have gas companies EPA issuing licenses to, or NPA issuing licenses to these fuel companies. Mr. Speaker, there is something we have to take cognizance of. Whether or not such permits should be granted within residential areas, that you are giving permit to people to operate. Where they are operating, is it the right place for those people to be granted permits? So if you are operating a fuel station, would you have the fuel station operate within a residential area? And have we taken cognizance of all the steps before issuing such permits? Mr. Speaker, that is key. Mr. Speaker, the construction of storm drains, so that when it rains, and you are very much aware that the Odo is very close to the Kwame Nkrumah Circle. When it overfloods, what happens is that all water that would have to even go through the drains now get into people's homes. Mr. Speaker, this issue of the 3rd June disaster, there is also a certain cause that is believed that somebody smoked and left the part of the smoke, and that also caught this fire. Mr. Speaker, My prayer today is that we should, as Ghanaians, be very careful in dealing with issues of permitting, in dealing with issues of planning. We should also resource emergency responders. So when you have the fire service, even the police, when they have to come in, even the military, when they have to come in to respond to emergency situations, they should be well resourced so that they can take up the task of doing so without even losing their lives as well. Mr. Speaker, the issue of desilting and dredging these major drains should also be seriously considered. When the drains are choked, when they are all made up of garbage and squalor and filth, what would happen is that when it rains, a little rain will cause so much problem. Mr. Speaker, I say that as we commemorate today the 10th anniversary of the third disaster, we should learn lessons, we should take a cue and depart from the older ways of doing things. And I will pray that we condole with the family members of these people that have lost their lives, and we pray that they continuously rest in the bosom of the Lord. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable members, I intend to end the statement. Honorable members, as usual, let's observe a minute silence. May the souls of the departed rest in perfect peace. Amen. Honourable members, let's turn to the item numbered 3 on the order paper addendum. Motion.
Right, Honourable.
Right, Honourable Speaker, I beg to move that the procedural motion advertised as item 3 on today's order paper be taken now. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Motion ably moved. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, motion moved and seconded, and it is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, this is a procedural motion. The question is, as many as are in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Honourable members, motion numbered 4. Yes, Honourable Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Energy Sector Levies Amendment Bill 2025 be now read a second time. Mr. Speaker, the object of the bill is to amend the Energy Sector Levies Act 1135, to increase the rate of the energy sector shortfall and debt repayment levy in order to raise additional revenue to support the payment of the energy sector shortfalls, reduce energy sector legacy debt, and stabilize power supply. Right, Honourable Speaker, the power sector is the biggest economic and fiscal risk presently faced by the country. This could lead to a major crisis if it is not addressed. The challenge in the energy sector are quite enormous, emanating from debt, shortfalls, insufficient gas, and inefficiencies. Mr. Speaker, as at May 2025, the total energy sector debt equals $3.1 billion United States dollars. Aside this debt, Mr. Speaker, the car power guarantee
of 120 million US dollars has been drawn down completely. The Speaker, also, the ENI guarantee from the World Bank amounting to 512 million United States dollars has also been drawn down. The Speaker, we have a responsibility to reinstate these guarantees immediately. Aside that, the Speaker, if you are to add these two debts put together, Government of Ghana will have to cough approximately 3.7 billion United States dollars to clean up the energy sector debt. But Right Honorable Speaker, the difficulty we face actually is that today, the tariffs that are being introduced by the PULC excludes liquid fuels. This means, Mr. Speaker, that the Ministry of Finance will have to find a way to finance the purchase of liquid fuels year in, year out. The Speaker, that amount to 1.2 billion United States dollars annually. The Speaker, this cannot be sustained. This, aside the energy sector shortfalls, will mean that every year, Government of Ghana will have to look for 28 billion cedis to 30 billion cedis to keep the lights on. The Speaker, this will mean that if we fail to confront the situation head on, a time will come that this energy sector will crowd out key expenditures of state. Right, Honorable Speaker, the PULC also informed us that if they are to include the cost, the 1.2 billion liquid fuel cost, it will mean that the price of the electricity tariffs will be increased by 57%. Mr. Speaker, I want to repeat for the records that the introduction of this levy will not amount to an increase in the ex-pump price. Mr. Speaker, I will give you certain information. Mr. Speaker, as at May, the window number two for May, the average petrol price sold by Vivo Energy, Total Energies, and Star Energies was that a liter of petrol was sold at 13 cedis and 05 pesos as at May 2nd. Mr. Speaker, this means that as a result of the cedi appreciation, even though the Ghana is selling petrol, we are seeing some price reduction. Mr. Speaker, the window beginning today, June 2nd, will mean that as a result of this currency appreciation, a liter of petrol will be sold at 11 cedis 89 pesos. 11 cedis 89 pesos. Mr. Speaker, and this is for Vivo Energy, Total Energies, and Star Energy. Mr. Speaker, these four companies sells 80% of the petroleum product we see on a daily basis. Mr. Speaker, currently, as we speak, after today, Government of Ghana will see an average reduction of the people of Ghana will see an average reduction of 1 cedi 17 pesos. All what we are saying is that we will use the 1 cedi, the shortfall of 1 cedi, to fix the energy sector shortfalls. Mr. Speaker, in total, there will still be no increase on fuel prices. We will see no increase. Rather, we will see a marginal reduction even after this energy. Mr. Speaker, I want to assure the people of Ghana that if you are to buy petrol today from Total Energies, after this levy, you will still save 10 pesos. Mr. Speaker, if you are to buy petrol from Star Energies, after this levy, you will still save 47 pesos. Mr. Speaker, if you are to buy
petrol, from Vivo Energy, after this levy, you will still save 30 pesos. Mr. Speaker, that is the kind of work we are doing. But Right Honorable Speaker, to conclude on this matter, I want to assure the people of Ghana that the currency stability will continue. The Ghana cedi will remain strong. The Ghana cedi is doing well, and this trajectory will continue. Mr. Speaker, I want to assure members of this House that the NDC will find a way to stabilize the Ghana cedi. Mr. Speaker, for the records, for the first month operation of the Ghana Gold Board, the month of May, they were able to buy 11.4 tons of gold. That brought in itself $1.2 billion United States worth of foreign currency. That has gone to the central bank, and the central bank will use this to build enough reserves to intervene for the currency to be strong. So, Speaker, we mean well. Prices are falling. Inflation is coming down. We can see prices of goods and services coming down daily. The Speaker, this will continue, and so you should be happy. The Speaker, I stand by my promise to deliver low prices, stable cedi, and good jobs for the people of Ghana. I so submit, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Members, order. Honourable members, order. Honourable members, order. Honourable members, motion heavily moved. Yes, Chairman of the Finance Committee.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion, and in doing so, Mr. Speaker, I submit the committee's report. Mr. Speaker, your committee met and determined whether this must be approved by certificate of urgency. And we came to the conclusion that given the exigencies of the time, the fact that we need to generate significant resources to deal with the energy sector problem, we must start building those reserves now, and we must start collecting those monies now so that we are able to build enough to take care of the energy sector challenges. Mr. Speaker, the committee was informed that this policy would lead to an additional revenue of 5.7 billion Ghana cedis as the fiscal impact. Mr. Speaker, our predecessors who shied away from the problem basically found it difficult to side with us. But Mr. Speaker, we are fixing the problems, and we do know that the energy sector constitutes the biggest risk to the Ghanaian economy. And His Excellency, the President, is determined to leave a very stable and strong energy sector by the end of his tenure. Mr. Speaker, even the monies that we put into the account to guarantee some of the loans that they took to run the affairs of our economy, those guarantees have all been called. What it then means is that the government must find ways to replenish those accounts that they depleted before they left office. And that is the reason why the people of Ghana, who have seen that when His Excellency John Dramani Mahama promises, he delivers. He promised a strong currency, he has delivered. He promised to bring down inflation, he has delivered. He has promised to deliver a strong power sector, And by this act, he would make sure that he delivers a strong power sector to the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, in considering this bill, we had a very strong team from the executive who represented the president at the briefing that we had. We had the Minister for Finance, the Minister for Energy and Green Transition, the Minister for Roads and his deputy, all present to advance the cause of His Excellency's agenda to fix the energy sector. Mr. Speaker, at this point in time, we want to tell the people of Ghana and to our brothers over there that those who are saying that we abolish e-levy and are bringing back e-levy, I want to ask them, were they operating 3 e-levies in our country? Were they describing this same energy sector levy as e-levy? Because energy sector levy is energy sector levy. E-levy is e-levy and e-levy is gone. Mr. Speaker, rather expectedly, Mr. Speaker, our colleagues on the other side were not willing to join the government to address the problem that faced this country. And so the committee arrived by approving this, bill by majority decision. We are quite clear that by the time the people of Ghana see the benefits of this bill, we would have had our lights on and we will not be able to have the problems of doom and power outages as we have experienced. Mr. Speaker, I want to call on my colleagues to be patriotic at least for the first time. They must put Ghana first. Put Ghana first and approve this levy so that we can fix the power problems once and for all. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Thank you very much. Motion ably moved. Report presented, and it is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honorable Collins.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to comment on the statement. But Mr. Speaker, let me start by saying that the minority is vehemently against this particular tax. Vehemently. Mr. Speaker, today we are standing with the Ghanaian people. Adongo was talking about patriotism. Mr. Speaker, whilst Dr. Atuforsen was speaking, I saw members on their side applauding Dr. Atuforsen. Mr. Speaker, I am excited this particular debate is being beamed live for everybody to see. Every Ghanaian has seen that the majority is jubilating over an increment of taxes. Yes. Mr. Speaker, in this house, the key people who argued, excuse me, the key people who argued in this house, Dr. Atuforsen, my very good brother John Jinapo, and Mr. Adongo, the same people who were speaking against taxes are today the same people laying papers, introducing statements, and making arguments for new taxes. Mr. Speaker, let me put the issues in perspective. Thank you. In 2024, e-levy alone, which they opposed vehemently, raked in close to about 2 billion Ghana cedis, Mr. Speaker. Yes. In 2024, 2 billion. Today, Dr. Atuforsen presented to us a fiscal impact analysis. And Mr. Speaker, Dr. Atuforsen intends to rake in 5.7 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, last year, 5.3 billion liters of fuel was sold. We anticipate that there will be an increment of about 20%, which will lead us to about 8.5 billion. Mr. Speaker, they intend to impose 1 Ghana cedis on each liter. On each liter. On each liter. That is what we are being told in this house. Mr. Speaker, NBC, they intend to impose 1 cedis on each liter. On each liter. A gallon is about 4 cedis 50 pesos. Mr. Speaker, your guess is as good as mine. Mr. Speaker, let me just put this thing in perspective. Just this year, during the budget, Dr. Atuforsen presented this energy sector levy. Mr. Speaker, petrol was selling at 95 pesos. Per this new bill, Mr. Speaker, there is going to be an increment of 105%. Diesel is going to go up by 103%. Naphtha is going to go up by 105%. Mr. Speaker, marine fuel is going to go up by 400%. Mr. Speaker, the shocking part is that marine gas. Sit down. Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, order.
Mr. Speaker, nothing can stop me from talking about the good news. I am wondering how Dafia Mekpop will explain this to his constituents. When they buy 1 gallon of fuel to go to the farm, I am wondering how Dafia Mekpop will explain to his constituents. Mr. Speaker, just last month, PURC increased electricity by 14.7%. Water was increased by 4.02%. Mr. Speaker, here we are again. Less than 1 month, they are back here to increase the taxes again. Is that what they promised the people of Ghana? Mr. Speaker, is that what they promised the people of Ghana? Is that what they promised the people of Ghana? Is this the reset they are talking about? Is this the reset His Excellency John Dramani Mahama promised the people of Ghana? You are taking off E-levy. Now you are bringing D-levy, Dumso levy, E-levy Pro Max. E-levy Pro Max. That is what they are introducing to the House. But Mr. Speaker, let me say again that we, the minority, the mighty minority, we stand with the Ghanaian people and we are going to reject this bill in all its front. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Honorable Phyllis Kwachi Ofosu.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you. Oh, what's your problem?
Honorable Habib, I've just recognized him.
Yeah, Mr.
What
Speaker,
has he said to warrant a point of order?
Mr. Speaker, you said a member must speak from his seat. Where he's seated, that's not his seat. He should go and debate from his rightful seat. Because when you check the screen, when you start speaking, it is Honorable Jaja name that is appearing. He should go to his seat. He should go to his seat and start debating. That's not his seat. He should go and sit at his seat.
Yes, Honorable Richard Ajampong.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Richard Ajampong. Honorable Richard Ajampong, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the very person who is complaining about the honourable member for not speaking from his seat. Where he's seated, it's not his seat. This is not your seat. Your name has not been programmed over there. So go back to your seat and speak. Then he can also speak from where he's seated. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for coming to my aid. And
you should know that he's a minister. Respect him.
Mr. Speaker, there is such a thing. There is such a thing as feigned outreach.
Honorable member, I am trying to see the name there, but I cannot see the name.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, whose seat is that?
Mr. Speaker, you are in charge. I have made an application to you to the effect that the member to contribute to the debate is not on his rightful chair. If you are ruling that he can speak on that seat, then so be it. So the Hansa will capture it. Then every member can speak from anywhere. I am a leader and I am seated here. That's why I'm so Speaker should rule on it. You cannot sit there.
Honorable Deputy Minority Whip.
Thank you for the opportunity.
You see, the seats are supposed to be labeled. But where I sit, I'm looking at it, I have not seen any label. So I don't know the reason for it. But I can see that your sides are labeled. That is why I am struggling. So, Honorable Kwachi Ofosu, is that your seat? Honorable Felix Ofosu, if that is your seat, you have the floor. Continue.
Mr. Speaker, these are deliberate efforts. These are deliberate efforts by our colleagues on the other side to stultify the debate. Mr. Speaker, there is such a thing as feigned outreach. And that is precisely what the minority is exhibiting. For people who behaved the way they did in government, it lies ill in their mouths to purport to be opposing this measure. Mr. Speaker, there comes a time when bold decisions must be taken. And in our recent history, similar bold decisions have resulted in the resolution of some of the most complex challenges that we have faced. There was a time when the downstream petroleum sector was plagued with debts which had become unsustainable.
Honorable Minister, just hold it. Yes, Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not on a point of order against my respected colleague, the Minister. But, Mr. Speaker, I just want a clarity on the application of our rules. Mr. Speaker, I know that we are often flexible. But where you strictly say that a member must speak from his place, and your attention is being drawn to the fact that on the screen, it is showing that the place where the member just stood is for another member. Mr. Speaker, if it so pleases you to introduce flexibility, which is part of our practice, Mr. Speaker, I don't have a problem. But Mr. Speaker, this side is concerned because you have gone very hard at even some senior members. The recent one being Honorable Patrick Boama. Mr. Speaker, that is the reason why this application is being made. If on this occasion it so pleases the chair to vary and to ensure flexibility, Mr. Speaker, there's no problem. But at least hands up
should have it that because there are no labels and all, you want to allow for some flexibility so that the colleagues can speak from wherever they are. That is all.
Honorable Minority Leader, I think you've heard me loud and clear. I believe in the rules. So when the issue was raised, I tend to look whether a member is speaking from his seat. Honorable member, and I realized that at the majority side, the labels are removed. So the thinking is that they are doing some relabeling. So once the labels are not there, so it doesn't mean that I am relaxing the rules. Yes.
Speaker. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker,
you see, honorable members, those who have been in the House for some time knows that after the appointment of the ministers, there are these changes that are expected to happen. So if as a result of that, the labels are removed, where I sit, I will be unable to determine that this is the situation. Yes, Honorable Majority Whip, let me hear you.
Mr. Speaker, the matter of the permanent assignment of seats in the House is not concluded. It is not. As we speak, we are litigating on the matter of how the demarcation should be between us and our brothers on the other, and sisters on the other side. Speaker has directed that he will deal with the matter. That is why our name tags are not pasted finally on where we should be seated. So for some time now, the rules are relaxed regarding this particular order. So please, can you be calm so we deal with this matter? Can you, Speaker, with all due respect, I am the Chief Whip, and your Chief Whip knows that this matter is not concluded. So you cannot be exacting this rule against our members because we don't have definite assigned seats. So please, Speaker, this is the position of our side. It's not concluded. So honestly, the Honorable Felix Kwachi Ofosu hasn't been assigned a seat yet. He has not been assigned a seat yet. The IT department has done some preliminary assignments in the interim, but it is not definite. So, Speaker, this is the position.
Yes, Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, Order 115 governs the matter. Let's just read it carefully. Subject to the discretion of the Speaker and Order 169 3B, a member who intends to speak shall rise in the member's place and address the chair while standing only after catching the eye of the Speaker. Despite Rule 1, a member may catch the eye of the Speaker by the use of the relevant technology determined by the House. So, Mr. Speaker,
a member is required to be at his place and rise from his place. And when he so rises or she so rises, you can then decide that the person has caught your eye. But, Mr. Speaker, the rule also says that this is all subject to your discretion. So a member may rise. A member may rise at another place. If the member rises at another place and you decide that the member has caught your eye and you grant the member leave to go ahead and speak, no one in this chamber can stop that member from speaking. Because you have so decided. You have so decided. The discretion is yours. So to the extent that you have recognized him, he's caught your eye, irrespective of where he is sitting, and you have decided that he should speak, no one can stop him from speaking. So let's put this matter to rest.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Whip.
Mr. Speaker, the majority leader and the leader of the House, per Order 115 that he has quoted, this is not the first time this very member, the minister, is debating in this chamber. He has debated from that angle. He has debated from this angle. He cannot be a seat prostitute. No, he cannot. So, Mr. Speaker, if the majority leader accepts seat prostitute, okay, Mr. Speaker, it's withdrawn. Mr. Speaker, my point here is that this is not the first time.
Yes, Honorable Kwame Abuja.
Mr. Speaker, my colleague, the Deputy Minority Chief Whip, has a right to make his point. But, Mr. Speaker, the point has already been made that where he's sitting, first of all, is a seat for the Deputy Minority Leader. Yet he is the one who gets up identifying where people should sit. Mr. Speaker, to the extent that he is calling people seat prostitutes, can there be a better seat prostitute than him? Thirdly, Mr. Speaker, the description of a colleague in this House as a seat prostitute is very offensive, and he must sit in his rightful seat and withdraw that statement immediately. Mr. Speaker, that kind of word has never been used in this House. I entered this House in 2013. I've never heard any colleague describing another one as prostitute. So let him withdraw that statement and apologize immediately.
Mr. Speaker, as I did earlier on, my point is that, Mr. Speaker, I made the point that today is not the first time the minister is debating in this chamber. He has debated from various seats. So I was describing the movement from seat to seat as a seat prostitute. But if he's offended, Mr. Speaker, I shall withdraw that. Mr. Speaker, as they rightly indicated, I was speaking from the Deputy Minority Leader seat. The same way I have been able to detect that he is speaking from Honorable Jaja's seat. I have come to take my rightful seat. So the Honorable Minister must do the right thing. He should also go to his seat and then speak from his seat, because that's what the standing orders in 115 said.
Honorable Phyllis Ofosu-Kwakye, is that your seat?
Mr. Speaker, nobody has assigned me a seat. There's no label here. How do I know where I sit?
Honorable Alhaji Muntaka.
Mr. Speaker, they are placing form over substance, Mr. Speaker.
So just tell me, okay, in that case, since you have a seat, you go there.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the majority chief will clarify by saying that
he's not been able to resolve the sitting arrangement. The majority leader further mentioned that the discussion is just as yours. But Mr. Speaker, there's one that is beyond doubt. The one that is beyond doubt is that this ballot box, this side, is ministerial one, and my colleague is a minister. So to cut long story, let him come and stand there, because that one is in no doubt, because that's a ministerial decision. So that we end this thing and go. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minority Chief Whip.
Go and look for your seat. Go and look for your seat. Go and look for your seat. You are not standing at this dispatch box. Go and look for your seat.
Honorable Minority Chief Whip, you have the floor.
You should go and look for your seat. Go and look for your seat. Your seat is at the back there. Go. Go to the back. Your seat is at the back there. Go there. This is not your supposed. Go to the back.
Honorable John Darko, please resume your seat.
You should go back.
Speaker. Yes. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable, you have the floor.
Yeah, I want to speak. Speaker, our colleagues should listen to us.
You have the floor.
Yes. First of all, I think this is not a matter we should overly drag. The majority leader read the appropriate orders, except that he failed to admit that Speaker has ruled severally on this matter. You are your good self, you've ruled severally on this matter. The proposition by my good friend, the chief whip, that we are not, seats have not been assigned. It's not entirely true. Leader, with respect to you. Yes, it's not entirely true. The only challenge we had were just few places here, which we have to resolve. I know the seats, oftentimes my colleague sits on. He sits at the back there. He knows his seat. Speaker, let's make progress. Why are we dragging this matter? Those who are saying
Honorable
that he's a member of Parliament.
Few hours ago,
Speaker,
the minority leader indicated that any member of your side could speak from the dispatch box. Do you stand by that?
Speaker, what the Minister for Interior said is not in the orders. The Honorable Felix is our friend, he is our colleague, we respect him as a minister, but he has a seat, he has been assigned a seat. That is a statement of fact. Speaker, are you going against your own ruling? Severally you have ruled that members should speak from their seats. Why on this occasion, Speaker? Why will you chicken out on this occasion? He should go to his seat and let's make progress. Well, if you want him to sit on the dispatch box, let him sit on the dispatch box. Because he's a minister, he should sit on the dispatch box. Well, Speaker, we are entirely in your hands. But I am worried. Speaker, I am worried that you are going against your own earlier rulings. And Speaker, this is defective. You have ruled severally that we should speak from our seats. The minister and the member should humbly move to his seat and make his point. What is this? What?
Honourable members, the rule has been read. It is at my discretion. Honourable members, if seats are not properly arranged for members as we speak right now, as a result of which the label has been removed, making it difficult for me where I sit to look and determine. I intend to exercise my discretion to allow the minister to speak wherever he is. So, Honorable Minister, you have the floor. I will then charge the majority. I will charge the majority whip to expedite an action and make sure that the majority side, their seats are properly labeled.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for indulging me. Mr. Speaker, I was making the point that whereas we on this side have enormous respect for the views and sensibilities of Ghanaians on all national matters, we must be wary of feigned outreach, which our colleagues on the other side are attempting to foist on us this evening. Mr. Speaker, for a group that handled the Ghanaian economy the way they did, it lies ill in their mouths to purport to oppose a bill which is designed to address one of the most complex challenges that is weighing down the energy sector. Mr. Speaker, the finance minister, in moving the motion, painted an accurate picture of the current situation in the energy sector. The energy sector is riddled with unsustainable debts, most of which has come about because of gross mismanagement of the economy by our colleagues on the other side. Mr. Speaker, as I speak, we require a colossal $3.7 billion, which translates into almost 50 billion Ghana cedis, to clear debts that have hung over our heads for close to 2 decades. Mr. Speaker, this has become a clear and present danger for Ghana's energy sector. And the time has come for bold initiatives to be adopted in order that we overcome this problem. Mr. Speaker, I was making the point just before I was interrupted that in our recent history, similar bold action has resulted in freeing up the space in the petroleum downstream sector. There was a time when persistent under-recoveries and huge debt overhangs created shortages in fuel products. The then government under President Mahama in 2015 took the bold step of carrying out full deregulation of the sector. Because of that, we have been able to avoid the recurrence of debt, and today petroleum products are available on a regular basis on the market. Mr. Speaker, when debt threatened to hinder further progress in the energy sector, the Energy Sector Levies Act was passed by this House, and that resulted in the accrual of over 40 billion Ghana cedis over the 8-year period that our colleagues on the other side were in power. Somehow, they still managed, in spite of this colossal amount, to bequeath in excess of 80 billion Ghana cedis as debt to us when we took over. This has become a huge difficulty. And the minister says that if this difficulty in the power sector was to be resolved by passing it on to consumers in that sector, it would mean a 50% increase in electricity tariffs. It is the duty of governments to look for ways to lessen the burden and plight and suffering of the Ghanaian people. And that is precisely what this government has been doing. We committed ourselves to reducing hardships. And since we have been in power in the last 5 months, we have done more than any other government under the Fourth Republic to lessen the burden of the Ghanaian public. Mr. Speaker, as I speak to you, this pricing window would mark the 8th consecutive time that fuel prices have dropped. When we took over power, fuel sold at an average of 15.6 Ghana cedis a litre. This added up to over 70 Ghana cedis a gallon for fuel. Because of prudent economic management and our ability to cause the appreciation of the cedi, fuel prices have now dropped to around 54 Ghana cedis a gallon. From 70, which is a reduction of 16 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, when our colleagues on the other side came into power in 2017, fuel sold at around 14 cedis a gallon. By the time they left power, a litre of fuel was selling at 15 Ghana cedis. A litre. But we find that there is a need to do something about the debt overhang in the power sector. According to the energy minister, he requires $1.2 billion every year to buy fuel, liquid fuel, to fire our thermal plants. This is not a component in electricity pricing, because our colleagues on the other side took a decision that they were going to buy fuel on credit and find a way to pay back as and when they find money. But that has proven unsustainable and is leading to a situation where if we don't take prompt action, it will completely undermine the power sector. It is the duty of a responsible government to fix this problem. That is why we have come before the people of Ghana to make this proposal, which will keep fuel prices far below what we inherited when they left power in January 2025. Ghanaians will not pay fuel, I beg your pardon, at the level that they were paying when they were in power, despite the introduction of this levy. Indeed, the minister has just demonstrated that available figures show that because of the consistent gains we have made in the value of the cedi, despite the introduction of this levy, we are going to have a net decrease.
Let me recognize Honorable Minority Chief.
Speaker, our colleague made a significant point, and this is a house of record. He says his administration has reduced taxes more than any other administration. I want to put it to him. Speaker, you increase the sustainability levy from 1% to 3%. And then the sunset clause...
Honorable member, what is your point of order?
Speaker, it's a statement
what
of
is
fact.
Your point of order?
Fact. Speaker, I can reference order 1, 2, 3, but
what
that is not the
your
fact.
Point of order?
I'm saying that statement is not true.
Because that is his opinion. You can also disagree with him.
But I'm putting it to him that they increased sustainability levy from 1% to 3%. The sunset clause, which was supposed to exit at 2025, they extended it to 2028.
The practice is that hold it. When it gets to your turn, then you can also place it on record. When it gets to your turn, then you can also place it on record. Your view can also be placed on record. And it is left out to the jury to decide what you said and what he said. Which one is correct?
In this house, it is also a practice that when somebody is speaking and he puts out an information which is falsehood, under order 122, we can come under that order and correct him.
The order that we are quoting, that the member is stating falsehood, you are delving into a matter of privileges. That is how it is. Invoke the order and see whether it will not be a matter of privileges. It will be a matter of privileges. You can look at the relevant order. So you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minority Chief Whip has spoken, but he has actually said nothing. Because I never said this government has reduced taxes more than any other government. I said this government has reduced hardships than any other government under the Fourth Republic, which is a fact. Indeed, Indeed, the very commodity we are discussing, fuel, is cheaper now than when they left power. That is evidence of reducing hardship. Mr. Speaker, only last week or the week before, transportation prices fell by 15%. Mr. Speaker, there is evidence on the market that a gallon of oil, which sold above 1,000 Ghana cedis, now sells at 650 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, multiple industries, including those who produce beverages, have announced significant reductions in the prices of their products. That is evidence of reducing hardships. Mr. Speaker, for the Ghanaian businessman who imported items, who used to exchange $1 at 16 to 17 Ghana cedis, they now do so under 11 cedis. That is evidence of reducing hardships. So when I say that this government has done more to reduce hardships than any other under the Fourth Republic, I have spoken fact. It is grounded. But Mr. Speaker, I was making the point that whereas it is the duty of government to reduce hardships, it is also our duty to ensure that if we face imminent threats to the power sector, we act timeously to avert same. This arrangement, through the increase of ESLA, would ensure that at the very least this year, $500 million, equivalent to about 5.7 billion Ghana cedis, is available for the purchase of fuel. And Mr. Speaker, the only reason why fuel does not form part of power or electricity pricing is that they took a convenient political decision to exclude it in the price build-up in the hope that they could defer today's problem to tomorrow. That kind of governance always catches up with you. Mr. Speaker, I also noted that my respected friend who spoke on their behalf cited percentages in order to create the impression of humongous increases. Mr. Speaker, the famous economics professor, Aaron Livingston, once said that statistics are like bikinis. What you see is suggestive, but what they conceal is vital. The reason why he cited percentages is to create a misleading impression that there has been an over-the-top increase in the price of fuel. But Mr. Speaker, the total cumulative effect of this increase will be a net reduction because other factors contributed to by the economic prudence of this government have resulted in a consistent downward trend in the price of fuel. Those are the facts that he sought to conceal by stating those misleading statistics. Mr. Speaker, it is all well and good. It is all well and good for them to play politics and purport to be outraged. A party that introduced more than 30 different taxes within a space of 30 years cannot possibly be outraged over a minimal increase in an existing tax. They cannot reprobate and approbate. They cannot love taxes and hate taxes at the same time. They cannot hate pork and eat pork soup. Mr. Speaker, if they were genuinely concerned about the Ghanaian people, they would not have slapped the multiplicity of taxes they did on them when they were in power. We are compelled to take this measure, and we do so at a time when we have demonstrated capacity to reduce the burden of the Ghanaian people. And we commit to using the resources that accrue from this increase in the levy in a manner that sustainably addresses the biggest risk to the Ghanaian economy, which is the debt overhang in the power sector. I urge my colleagues to move away from the grandstanding, to move away from the politicking, to move away from the pretense, and join us in this effort to resolve one of our biggest problems, because it will turn out that in the long run, we will permanently overcome what has become a cyclical problem which they struggled and failed to address. Mr. Speaker, I urge the House to back the Finance Minister and the Energy Minister in this nation-building exercise, so that we may guarantee security of power going forward, so that our children do not have to shoulder the responsibility that we reneged on. I thank you so much for your...
Honorable former minister, I intend to give the floor to Honorable Asafoje before you, because the statements that we were making while sitting, place it on record.
Place it on record. Place it on record.
Place it on record.
Asafoje.
Honorable Amin, you have the floor. Honorable Amin, you have the floor.
Avenue, place it on record. Avenue.
Walk out, walk out.
Avenue.
They should walk out.
They went to sleep.
If you can't, just walk out.
Amin, you have the floor.
Didn't you pass the gold bond?
Search.
Asafoje, on record. On record.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable
Mr.
Amin
Speaker.
Adams, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on this very important subject. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm surprised that my colleague on the other side, the Honorable Felix Kwachi, indicated that analysis based on percentages are misleading. That cannot be true. Whether you do absolute analysis based on absolute numbers or based on percentages, they are all correct. And so depending on what suits you, you can do analysis based on that. And so it will be intellectually incorrect to suggest that when you make analysis based on percentages, it's misleading. That cannot be true. Mr. Speaker, the government, this government, the NDC government, is taking Ghanaians for granted. The minister rightly said that as a result of the gains in the city, the value of the city, we are supposed to see that transmitted through prices. And therefore, is expecting the prices of petroleum products to even go down better. But that is the issue. Prices are supposed to go down when the city appreciates. That's the logical economic sequence. But my worry is that when prices are going to fall, should it be the duty of government to claw back the benefits that the Ghanaian people are to drive from the policy that you have touted so much here? Is it a crime? Is it a crime? The minister said that they have implemented good policies, they've implemented measures which are stabilizing the currency. And as a result of that, the petroleum product prices are going to fall. What crime has the people of Ghana committed such that when they are supposed to benefit from the appreciation in the value of the city through the prices of petroleum products, this government should claw back those benefits? What crime have they committed? And therefore, Right Honorable Speaker, it should be our responsibility for the people of Ghana to benefit from the policies that we make. We're all celebrating the appreciation in the value of the city. I celebrate it, but I'll even celebrate more if the benefits are felt through the prices of petroleum products. And why this government will claw back some of the benefits from the Ghanaian people bothers me. Mr. Speaker, that is not a responsible government, which is supposed to take back benefits the citizens of the country are to derive from its own policy. Mr. Speaker, this government, not long ago, they were here celebrating abolition of taxes. They were celebrating abolition of taxes. But I'm sorry to say that all the taxes they abolished, put together, did not bring us 5 billion Ghana cedis. Put together, did not bring us 5 billion Ghana cedis. This government is seeking to raise 5.7 billion Ghana cedis from the increase in the levies for petroleum products. Mr. Speaker, I said in this House during the debate on the budget that this government, in abolishing the taxes, was giving you something in your hand with the left hand, and they were going to take it back from your hand with their right hand. And not only take it from your hand, but take what was in your pocket in addition. And this is exactly what they are doing with the petroleum taxes that they are increasing. Mr. Speaker, we know, we've been in government before, you are in government today. We know the realities governments are faced with sometimes. Because every policy we make has trade-offs. Therefore, by stabilizing the cedi, petroleum product prices will fall. Revenue from petroleum taxes will also fall. I was expecting the minister to be candid with us. And as a result of that, the minister needed additional revenue to be able to balance the budget. Everybody will understand this. But to say that we are increasing these levies to address power sector challenges, these power sector challenges they've canvassed were equally canvassed during the presentation of the budget. The minister knew about all this and allocated 28 billion Ghana cedis for energy sector shortfall payment. He knew about that. And that's why he budgeted for the 28 billion. So if you are losing revenue from petroleum taxes because petroleum prices will go down as a result of the stabilization of the cedi, tell us. But even if you are losing revenue there, Mr. Speaker, if you are losing revenue there, the Ghana Revenue Authority exceeded its revenue target in the first quarter by 2.5 billion Ghana cedis. They are on their way. They are on their way. I have seen the data to achieving about 3 billion Ghana cedis excess for the second quarter. And that should give you the 5 billion Ghana cedis the minister is seeking to raise from petroleum taxes. And so there's no justification for the increase in the levy on petroleum prices, Mr. Speaker. I'm even worried why this is being taken under certificate of urgency. Why should we take this under certificate of urgency? What has changed? That will warrant this House to take this bill under certificate of urgency. We are rushing to impose additional taxes on the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, we kept the lights on in spite of the challenges they are talking about in the energy sector. We kept the lights on. And so if you cannot do it, give up. Tell the people of Ghana, you cannot do it. We kept the lights on in spite of those challenges. You are talking about the debts in the energy sector. Now who caused some? Didn't you sign the take-or-pay contracts? And when you signed the take-or-pay contracts, did you incorporate the excess capacity into the tariffs? You didn't do that. Mr. Speaker, at the end of 2024, we closed the ESLA PLC. The ESLA PLC, which used to take almost half of the ESLA levies that were collected to service bonds, the ESLA bonds. We closed the program, which means that this government now has the full complement of all the levies collected. If you are collecting 6 billion Ghana cedis a year, and only 3 billion Ghana cedis was coming to you, now that you have the 6 billion Ghana cedis, is there any basis to go out and tax the Ghanaian people any further? There is no basis to do that, Mr. Speaker. And this is why I think that the minister should come again. This is exploitative. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to fuel cost, which, as I see on this report, the minister said is going to lead to increase in tariffs by over 50%. What fuel costs are we talking about? Liquid fuel. If you take the price built up for power, the power sector, for electricity, it includes fuel. Fuel has always been part of it. And then the formula does not differentiate whether it is liquid fuel or gas fuel. It is fuel. It is part of the composite tariff for generation. We know it. Honorable Abujinapo, you know what I'm talking about. Felix, you know what I'm talking about. Fuel has always been part of the build-up. And so I am surprised, even if it is liquid fuel, how much liquid fuel do we use? We use gas most of the time. The liquid fuel we use is so little to the extent that the fuel that they are now introducing, liquid fuel, will lead to tariff increase by 50%. Mr. Speaker, that cannot be true. Honorable Minister, come again. And so to conclude, right, Honorable Speaker, the MPP has a record of also reducing taxes. When it comes to even petroleum taxes, we have a record. We abolished the excise petroleum taxes. We reduced taxes on public lighting. We reduced taxes on the National Electricity Scheme. We reduced the special petroleum tax, which you people introduced at 18%. We reduced it to 13%. And we converted it from ad valorem tax to specific tax, so that it's no longer percentage, it is specific. We've done this before. And I was expecting that you, our friends and brothers on the other side, who have talked so much about tax increases under the MPP government, and that you were going to abolish it. You only abolished taxes that could not give us 5 billion, and you are turning around to impose taxes on the people of Ghana, to increase taxes and take 5.7 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, this is not good. We must let the Ghanaian people have confidence and trust in politicians. When we give something with the left hand and we take it back with the right hand, the people of Ghana lose that confidence and trust in us. So this House has a responsibility to reject this bill in order to inject confidence in the Ghanaian people that we can truly represent them in the affairs, in the governance of this country. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Honorable John Jinapo, Minister for Energy and Green Transition.
Let me thank you. First of all, Mr. Speaker, this whole debate is about fuel prices and its impact. And we are having this debate because under the NDC government, fuel has reduced from about 15 point something to about 12 cedi. In fact, that is the whole debate. This whole debate is because of a reduction. But for that reduction, we will be debating. Because the debate is, what reduction is the consumer getting? And what is government taking to support reliable, affordable, uninterruptible supply of power? This is it. Mr. Speaker, my good friend, the deputy ranking says that fuel prices will increase by 100%. With the greatest of respect, that is completely misleading. And in Wuntumi's words, Mr. Speaker, if I may borrow, once again, Mr. Speaker, if I may borrow the strong and venerable Wuntumi's words.
Honorable Minister, what is what is the meaning?
This cannot be the case. And to sum it in English,
To sum it in English, Mr. Speaker, it simply means that it's inaccurate. That is all. It simply means it's inaccurate. But Mr. Speaker, my good friend, Honorable former Finance Minister, talks about fuel prices. Honorable Aminanta, consumption increases by 300 megawatts every year. When we were handing over, we handed over the Atuabu gas processing plant. We handed over the ENI gas field with an integrated gas processing plant. Under your 8 years, you could not add even 1 kilometer of pipeline. 1 kilometer, one. Ghana gas was moribund. There was no need, and yet you were buying liquid fuels. That means that you had no foresight. That means that you couldn't plan. If you had planned, today we won't be talking about liquid fuels. But under His Excellency, John Dramani Mahama, I want to assure you, just as we did in 2015, 2016, we are resolving the energy sector problems. We are dealing with it. And I'm happy to note that the power supply is improving day by day by day by day. Mr. Speaker, for the records, your last month in December, load shedding went as far as 790 megawatts. Today we are not shedding load. Today we are not shedding load. And he says that, Mr. Speaker, he says that, what are we doing? When we were leaving office, and these are facts, and you know I don't joke with my facts. No, I don't joke with my facts. Because facts are sacrosanct. You can have your opinion, I can have my opinion, but as for facts, there can only be one fact. When we were leaving office, the losses as far as ECG was concerned was 22%. Under your administration, the losses gone up to about 40%. That is a fact, and you can check from the records. Mr. Speaker, when we were leaving office, the debt as of September 2017, and you can check ESLA PLC, was 9.7 billion cedis. You collected 45 billion, and yet ended up a debt with about 80 billion to us. That is your record. That is your record. And when we NDC members of John Mahama's administration, when we are taking pragmatic steps, smart moves, intellectual moves to address the situation, you want to antagonize us? Please retreat. Retreat, because this will not help you. Mr. Speaker, let me assure you that unlike the previous administration, we decided to use ESLA proceeds to pay for pension funds. We will use these funds judiciously for the energy sector. And I tell you, we are determined to turn this sector around. Mr. Speaker, on this note, and on this auspicious note, let me make it clear that irrespective of the 1 cedi, we are not going to see an increase in the price of pump price at the petroleum sector. It is only an intelligent government that can do this. No, it's only a smart government. It's only a government with acumen that can do this. You had 8 years, you messed the economy up, you took us to IMF, you gave us a haircut, you gave us higher inflation, a higher exchange rate, and when we have taken over and we are turning things around, you want to instigate the people around us. It will not work, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the people of Ghana knows better. And I tell you that we will turn this economy around. I have confidence in President Mahama. And I have confidence in Atu Forcing, who is forcing. Mr. Speaker, on this note, I know that time is fast spent. It's 10 minutes to 11 to
to 10 o'clock. And so, with your permission, Mr. Speaker, I know you've been sitting for long and you want to retire. So, Mr. Speaker, if it pleases you, you may put the question and we'll go home. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Edu.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on the statement. Mr. Speaker, it's quite interesting that our colleagues on the other side always talk about the fact that we didn't add any capacity to our energy sector. And Mr. Speaker, for the record, let me state, in 2017, breakdown of power plant additions, 2017, we added AXA, Asogli and Car Power. That's 603 megawatts. In 2018, Mr. Speaker, we added AXA Phase 2, we added SEM Power, we added My Energy, 490 megawatts. Mr. Speaker, 2019, we added the TT2PP, Amandi, and Jensa, 239 megawatts. In 2020, we added Early Power, we added the Bui Solar, we added the VRA Solar, we added the Chachado Hydro, which was 161 megawatts. In 2021, we added the Daman Jensa project. We added the Bui Solar, the VRA Solar, 79 megawatts. 2023, the VRA Solar Kalio Phase 2, and the BPA floating, 90 megawatts. In 2024, Mr. Speaker, we added Early Power, 56 megawatts, all totaling 1,600 megawatts. So it is inaccurate. It is inaccurate for anybody to say that we did not add anything. Now, Mr. Speaker, let me go to the issue of the 1 cedi levy that they seek to impose on Ghanaians. I heard the finance minister and the minister for energy saying that they have reduced petroleum prices to about 11 cedis. And for the records, Mr. Speaker, in petroleum pricing, there are 3 factors that composes the petroleum pricing. 1, the FX, 2, the world market price, and 3, the taxes. We all know that FX and world market price are volatile and fluctuate every time. The constant in the pricing is the taxes. It will interest you to know that from all the presidents that we've had, from ex-President Jerry John Rawlings to ex-President Kufuor, to ex-President Tata Mills, to ex-President John Mahama I, to ex-President Nana Akufo-Addo, Mr. Speaker, all the taxes and levies together that we have had over the period is 2 cedis 30 pesos. 2 cedis 30 pesos. It also interests you to know, Mr. Speaker, that as of 2024, the world market price of petroleum was hovering around $800. Between 2020 to 2024, world market price was between $1,200 and $800. And that was when we were buying fuel at 15 cedis. So taking the constant tax of 2 cedi 30 pesos out, it means between the world market price and the FX, we were buying fuel around, when you take the tax out, it was around 13 cedis, Mr. Speaker. Today, prices are around 11 cedis. We are adding 1 cedi to the 2 cedi 30 pesos. That is 3 cedis 30 pesos. And I am shocked that our colleagues here are smiling and laughing over 1 cedis. Never in our history has any president added 1 cedi to our taxes on petroleum. This is outrageous, Mr. Speaker. We are burdening the Ghanaian. And I think we should all bow our heads in shame. We should all bow our heads in shame to impose a whooping 1 cedi on petroleum. Since I became of age, Mr. Speaker, anytime there's fuel increment, it's either in percentages. So normally it's in pesos, maybe 20 pesos, 30 pesos. Never in our history has any government imposed a one Ghana cedi tax. Now let's look at the mathematics. Mr. Speaker, let's look at the mathematics. Every month, this country consumes about 400,000 metric tons of fuel. When you convert that to liters, it is about 470 million liters monthly, which if you multiply by the one cedi, it means you'll be paying about 475 million monthly. We are taking 475 million from the pockets of the ordinary Ghanaian, which translates to about 5.7 billion in a year. 5.7 billion in a year. That is outrageous, Mr. Speaker. And I believe that taking this money from the pockets of Ghanaians is going to, one, affect individual incomes. It's also going to affect businesses. The ministers should find an alternative. If they want revenue generation, they should find an alternative that will help them, rather than this clandestine move of reimposing the e-levy on Ghanaians. And at this point, Mr. Speaker, I would say that this is very insensitive, and we, on the minority side, Mr. Speaker, for this one, kill and cheer.
Yes, Honorable Kwame Govins Agboja.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this motion and encourage colleagues to support the efforts of the Finance Minister to address a very critical issue in our country. Mr. Speaker, this issue in the energy sector resonates with the rest of the sectors in the economy. Mr. Speaker, I hear the minority leader always asking, why are you not paying contractors? Why are you not paying contractors? Well, part of the reason we are paying slowly the debt you left, which is 21 billion Ghana cedi, is because you have created so much mess in the energy sector, and because President Mahama is determined to keep the lights on, we spend a lot of the resources buying fuel to operate the generators. Mr. Speaker, when my good friend Colin was speaking, he reminds me of some of the economic theories Dr. Baumia was teaching us. I heard my colleague Colin saying that the increment in the fuel prices that would come as a result of what we are trying to do will be worse than what they were doing. Honorable Collins, the fact is that by the time you were leaving office, a liter of fuel was around 15 cedis per liter. That is still going to be far higher than the 12 cedi that we are expecting, even after the addition of the 1 Ghana cedi. That is exactly the kind of argument Dr. Baumia was making, that the exchange rate of 4 cedi to the dollar in 2016 was worse off than the 16 cedi to the dollar under the NPP government. What kind of economics is this? And this kind of argument has sent you into opposition. You haven't changed. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to explain this simply to our colleagues. Just today, Honorable Collins and a lot of my colleagues came here saying that, why did you stop the road construction in our communities? It is very simple. And I heard him saying, Mr. Speaker, these taxes, when paid, would free the finance minister to release money to other sectors, including the road ministry. So once you have made your point that you do not want this tax, as my very good colleague said, that we are not going to pay, just know that the impact of that will also reflect on the roads in your community. So once you decide that these monies are not necessary, I can understand that, including the finance minister. In fact, a lot of road projects are in the former finance minister's community. You know what I mean? The contractors are not working, isn't it? Simply because we don't have money to pay them. The contractors are not working. Even your own community, the contractors are parked off site. In fact, the ones that actually work, you didn't pay them before going. Now we are faced with the burden of looking for money to pay for the contractors that work in the community. And then we are saying that free the finance minister. So you allocate money to me so that I pay the contractors who work for you. You say, yeah. Anyway, I have taken judicious notice of everybody who says, yeah. I have taken a very critical look at the faces of everybody who say, yeah. And I'll apply it to the work I'm going to do. Mr. Speaker, this is not a joke. And I want to commend the energy minister for the great job he's done. Our colleagues opposite thought they set a trap for us by actually messing the finances in the energy sector. They were shouting, saying that Doomsaw will come, Doomsaw will come. You have been exposed. Doomsaw is not here. The energy minister is fixing the problem. We want to make it even more sustainable. You are not paying the IPPs. We are not paying the IPPs. Today, you see a government that is determined to use the money to fix the problem, build new gas plants, because you are afraid that you'll be exposed further. You say, Yentia. As for the Yentia, I've heard it. And we will make sure that we use these monies to address the shortfalls in the energy sector. And I want to encourage you, don't see this as politics. When the lights are kept on, they are kept on for all of us. When the economy collapses, it collapses for all of us. So I want to commend the finance minister for this bold step. Few months ago, you decided that you spend the money and embellish it and say we will not pay. Honorable Ato Forson is saying that, no, we'll come to the people of this country and be honest with them that we have a problem and we want to solve the problem. Isn't it amazing that all that you are saying about the increment, this evening, the price of fuel will still fall? Is that not magic to you? That you are crying that things will go up. Yet even after the addition of the 1 cedi, the price has fallen. That is smart economics. That is what you were not able to do. Honorable Amin Anta, I think you can jealous your colleague, your Honorable Ato now. The guy is really smart, isn't it? And I think that you are taking notes. If you get opportunity one day, you would like to be like him. I want to encourage you, be bold and support him, because he's doing what you have not been able to do. And he's going to make sure he takes the money, allocate money to me to fix the roads that have been done in the community, which you didn't pay for before leaving office. On this note, I encourage you to support him. Don't just join them. Don't say Yentia, because as a former finance minister, following them and say Yentia, they may not know the economics. You know. Guide them to say that we should pay this so that the problem will be fixed. With this note, Mr. Speaker, I want to encourage colleagues. The net effect is that the Ghanaian is not going to be affected negatively by this increment. The net effect is that this economy is healthier than the economy you left. The net effect is that despite the fact that we are going to pay your debt, and in very soon, Mr. Speaker, I will explain to you, where under this government, even contractors were paid millions of dollars, and we didn't get even 1 kilometer of road out of it. All those who come out, for the Ghanaian to know how you mismanage our economy. So when we are talking, please, give us some peace of mind to solve problems of the Ghanaian. Give us a peace of mind. Mr. Speaker, the mess they left, if we want to debate the mess these people left in every ministry, it will be difficult for them to open their mouth. And at the right time, Mr. Speaker, some of these details will come out, and you feel ashamed of what your government did to the people of this country. Of course, Yentia, for the one that matters to Ghanaians, when you paid $30 million to a contractor for no work, you are happy about that one. Anyway, we thank God, and my minority leader, I am very grateful that you are happy today. Untumi has been released from custody, so now there will not be anything. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Yes, Honorable Minority. Leader.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to add my voice to this debate. Mr. Speaker, first I have a preliminary matter that I want addressed. If you look at page 1 of the report, paragraph 2.0, the committee's report reads, and with your leave, I quote, "The committee met to determine the urgency of the bill pursuant to Standing Order 1062 of the House." Mr. Speaker, I have read Standing Order 1062. Unfortunately, if you go into our standing orders, there is no Order 162. The 106 we have has to do with withdrawal of motion. So, Mr. Speaker, 106. No, please, with respect. I'm saying that I'm raising a preliminary matter for consideration before I go into the substance of the matter. With respect, page 1 of the report, paragraph 2.0, urgency of the bill, quote, "The committee met to determine the urgency of the bill pursuant to Standing Order 1062 of the House." Mr. Speaker, I am speaking from the records of the committee's report. Now, if you go to the standing orders, we only have Order 106. 106 has no 1, has no 2. It deals with withdrawal of motion. So, Mr. Speaker, if this report is seeking to withdraw the motion, then there's no need to debate it. We've been told that we should act within the rules. So, Mr. Speaker, is it the pleasure of the chair of the committee to do the needful so that, I come back to do my debate? Because, Mr. Speaker, this is a very fundamental matter of reference to our rules. And it is nowhere in the rules. There is no Order 1062 in our rules book. No, I don't know. That's why I'm bringing it up.
Honorable Chairman of the Committee.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, it is obviously an error. We came pursuant to Order 160, not 106. It's 160.
Leave accordingly granted. The report is corrected.
So, Mr. Speaker, from what the chair of the committee just did, is he relying on Order 1601 or 1602, Mr. Speaker, or 3? Which of them are you referring to?
Mr. Speaker, I was very emphatic that that was an error, but we are coming under 160.
Honorable Minority
Just
Leader,
160.
it doesn't lie within your power to say whether it is 1601, 1602, or 1603. In interpretation, once he said 160, take the 160 as a whole. You have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to know from the chair the leave he sought and the corrections that he made pursuant to your leave.
I think we've all heard him.
So he's relying the paragraph 2.0 now reads order 160 of the House. Is that the case? Very well. Mr. Speaker, that being the case, I shall proceed to address the House on my own views in this matter. Mr. Speaker, first, this government from day one created a certain impression to the Ghanaian public that it's a government that consults. Unfortunately, this bill, which was just introduced to the House, had no prior consultation. Mr. Speaker, the government is telling us that it is against taxation and levies, and that introducing taxes and levies will burden the ordinary Ghanaian. What we are seeing today is that after repealing e-levy, the government is introducing another e-levy. Mr. Speaker, government is saying that it is introducing 1 Ghana cedi e-levy on petroleum products. 1 Ghana cedi. So, Mr. Speaker, 1 liter, 1 Ghana cedi e-levy. If you buy a gallon of petrol, it is 4 cedi 50 pesos e-levy. So, Mr. Speaker, this government is imposing 4 cedi 50 pesos e-levy on a gallon of petrol that we buy.
Yes,
You
Honorable
have
Agboja.
energy, you said energy
Honorable Minority
sector
Leader,
levy.
I recognize
Kwame,
Honorable Agboja.
We stood for, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Agboja spoke for 19 minutes. We all sat and listened to him. Very well. I would allow you, this is your government's bill. If that's what you want to do, it's 10 o'clock. Let's proceed. No,
Honorable
Mr.
Agboja,
Speaker,
you have the
when
floor.
we do it to them, nobody should cry. It's okay. Filibuster, go ahead and filibuster.
Mr. Speaker, my nephews do watch parliamentary proceedings. They know what e-levy was, which was repealed. When the minority leader keeps talking about e-levy and they are watching, they may get confused. To save my nephews, let the minority leader just know that there's no semblance of e-levy in this house today. So you are debating a completely different bill. Actually, I want to suggest that perhaps he's been given the wrong bill. Because there's no e-levy in this house. Energy sector levies. No, energy sector levies is not e-levy. How can you say it's e-levy? Show us which bill. What is the title of the bill you've got? What is the title of the bill you've got? You said you are Catholic. Do you have e-levy on your paper? You say you are Catholic. Proof. Do you have any e-levy on your paper? You don't have e-levy. And people are watching. Why are you shaking your head? Why are you shaking your head? Do you have e-levy?
Yes, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Kwame, we are all Saturday borns. But yours is just too much.
He was born in the afternoon.
Mr. Speaker, when the Akufo-Addo government introduced the electronic transactions levy, you never referred to it as electronic transactions levy. Was there anything like e-levy in the law? Was the law setting e-levy? You see, you are now crying. Mr. Speaker, this is an e-levy.
I would call it e-levy. E-levy go, e-levy come. That's what you're doing. Now, you said that you have repealed the e-levy which was on Momo transactions. You have now. Don't forget that when I sit down, your leader is going to be on his feet. So be careful. When I'm done, the last person to speak is the leader of the house. So continue. Continue. When I'm done, I'm not the final person to speak. When I'm done, he would be the next. So continue. You continue. Mr. Speaker, the Akufo-Addo government introduced a levy on Momo transactions. Our friends criticized it. They came and they repealed it. It's a matter of fact. Today, this same government, after repealing e-levy, has introduced another e-levy which is more burdensome than the one they repealed. This e-levy is imposing 4 Ghana cedis, 4 cedi 50 pesos on a liter, on a gallon of petrol. How much were Ghanaians paying for the Momo levy? Mr. Speaker, now you said you were not going to introduce taxes. You are now introducing e-levy, and your e-levy is more expensive than the e-levy you repealed. If you put all the taxes, the e-levy you repealed, how much Ghanaians were paying for that e-levy compared to how much Ghanaians will pay? You have said, I'm not the one saying so. Please, if you go to your report, the report is talking about the amount to be expected in this. Look at page 4, paragraph 8.0. Your e-levy is going to impose a huge burden that will cost the Ghanaian taxpayer in excess of 5.7 billion cedis. The e-levy that you repealed was less than 2 billion. The e-levy that you repealed was less than 2 billion. The e-levy that you are imposing now is 5.7 billion plus. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Soini, I believe you are being interruptive. Please resume your seat. Honorable Soini, kindly resume your seat. I take offense from the statement that have you taken my girl.
Mr.
Honorable
Speaker.
members, we are honorable members, we must behave as such. Honorable Sahin, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, you didn't add the Togbi to it. It's Togbi or Sahin, you know. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Suhini is your own friend. Sometimes you should take it easy, he's your own friend. Sometimes you don't call him. That's why he said you've taken his thing. So if you've taken his thing, give it to him.
You have
Mr.
the
Speaker is
floor.
your friend.
You have the floor.
Very well. Very well. Mr. Speaker, they are today imposing 4 cedi 50 pesos on a gallon, on each gallon of petrol. On each gallon of petrol, you are imposing e-levy of 4 cedi 50 pesos. Mr. Speaker, I want to read portions of the report. Mr. Speaker, the minister said, under object of the bill, I quote, paragraph 5.0, the purpose of the bill is to amend the Energy Sector Levies Act 2025, Act 1135, to increase the rates of the energy sector shortfall and debt repayment levy in order to raise additional revenue to support the payment of energy sector shortfall, reduce energy sector debt, and stabilize power supply. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Kwame Agboja was talking about payment of road contractors. Mr. Speaker, for the records, this bill, this levy is not for the payment of road contractors. Mr. Speaker, this e-levy is going to pay for the pay or take contract that you signed in 2015. This e-levy. Mr. Speaker, in 2015 in this house, Dr. Mark Esebe-Yabua took the NDC government to the Supreme Court, questioning the government on why it was signing power purchase agreement without recourse to Parliament. This government defended its action and said that, well, ECG had its own board. And to the extent that ECG was a limited liability company, albeit government being a sole shareholder, they could do their own business. And the Supreme Court upheld that argument for them. And that is why all those contracts were signed. Can you tell us how many power purchase agreements were signed by the Akufo-Addo government? Can you? Because the Akufo-Addo government was paying for the power purchase agreement you signed and bequeathed it. But, Mr. Speaker, I will not be hypocritical. I know my friends have not played the game fairly, but I will take it from the ending part of Kwame Agboja's submission that let's look at Ghana. And I would raise my submissions from there. If you fail to be honest with the people, this is your shame. In fact, this night is a night of shame for you guys. E-levy, you repeal, you introduce e-levy. I am surprised Honorable Jinapo is not in this chamber. When he came into office, he talked about the challenges at ECG. And I'm with him on that score. Mr. Speaker, the time has come for us as a political class to look at the institutional failures and address them. If Honorable Minister of Energy comes to this house introducing reforms, I will be the first to support him. If he comes to do politics, saying that during your time it was 22% transmission losses and our time is 40%, that is the usual politics. Now, the mistake you are making is that imposing these levies without addressing the challenges at ECG, Mr. Speaker, you will come to square one. Mr. Speaker, I want colleagues, I have chaired that board. And the problems of that institution, Mr. Speaker, the fact that I'm in opposition does not mean that you in government should fail. No. Mr. Speaker, but I'm saying that the challenges in that institution is beyond you in government and I in opposition. If we want to look at it with a partisan eye, gentlemen and ladies of this chamber, we would always come here and argue. But the problems will be there. I am rather proposing to this government that focus on reforms at ECG. The power we produce. Mr. Speaker, I want to encourage this government to focus on reforms at ECG. There are fundamental challenges there. From the point where people consume the power without paying. Mr. Speaker, I'm not with the report now, but Mr. Speaker, for the 3 or 4 months that I chaired that board, there was a report that I had a privy of going through, and it was alarming. What was it? That less than 30% of the users of the power we generate actually pay. Most households have illegally connected. Most factories do not pay power. So, Mr. Speaker, in this chamber, instead of we doing the MPP NDC politics, let's spare a moment of our time. Today, with technology, there is nothing you cannot do. I hold a view that even aside this bill, you are going to get some 5.7 billion cedis if the reforms are properly handled. Mr. Speaker, quite obviously, you can rake in more and more and more. Because when we have a stable energy sector, it benefits the economy, it benefits our people, and government will be able to use resources to develop the nation rather than always going to use it to pay. Mr. Speaker, can you imagine this 5.7 billion divided by 276? This is supposed to be monthly, correct? Yearly. Divided by 276. It means that this money could be for our people infrastructure. 400,000 or more can come to each constituency. So, Mr. Speaker, if we do not take steps to introduce reforms at ECG, at Ghana Gas, at VRA, at BUI, Mr. Speaker, we will come back again to say we are imposing another e-levy. And this is what I want my friends in government to take advantage of and do those reforms. For now, the reforms they spoke about, nothing has been done. When they took office, they were chasing after containers, trying to talk about containers that were not even in the custody of ECG, claiming that those containers have been stolen. All of a sudden, they say the containers have been found, and they've not held a press conference on it. They only smuggled the report to graphic to publish it on front page, and they went quiet. They forgot about the damage they did to the reputations of the management and the board of ECG, knowing that at the time they made those statements, those containers were not in the custody of ECG, but were in the custody of the ports. Mr. Speaker, there is a limit to mischief. When we get on the campaign platform, of course, we can make promises. Once you come into government, you have to recline and face the reality. Dr. Forson came here to promise us that there will be no taxes. No new taxes will be imposed. No new taxes will be imposed. No new levies. Mr. Speaker, today, what is the time? 10, as I speak, it's 10:22. In the dead of night, Ghanaians, I suspect, with this application to take the bill through the motions and the certificate of urgency, the intention of the leader of government business is to do this thing in the dead of night like they did in the gold board one. So Ghanaians will wake up to another e-levy. To another e-levy. When you have not introduced any reforms in the energy sector, all you are doing is imposing
Honorable
another
Minority
levy.
Leader, I recognize Minister responsible for education.
Very well. Mr. Speaker, I yield to him in accordance with your orders. I will yield. The Honorable Minister of Education, today you've decided to be the number 6. So you are coming on a point of order or point of information. I will yield to you. You guys will never listen to others in silence, but it's okay. Don't forget that when I'm done, your leader will speak.
Minority
That is
Leader.
what you forgotten. Continue
Honorable
shouting.
Minority Leader, with all due respect, I indicated to you humbly that I recognize the minister responsible for education. So please, kindly resume your seat and let's hear
Mr.
him.
Speaker, I will resume my seat. Bear with me a moment. Mr. Speaker, I can take heckling, but where backbenchers are throwing their left hand and shouting, that is unacceptable. They are all of them. Mr. Speaker, that is very disrespectful. That is very disrespectful.
Yes, Honorable Minister for Education.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank you very much. The Honorable Minority Leader knows that when the leader is on his feet, it must be very compelling for me to come on a point of order. Mr. Speaker, I do so on 2 counts. One, repeatedly he stated that this government must undertake necessary reforms and that this government is failing to undertake the reforms. Mr. Speaker, I just want to assure him that President Mahama, as President of the Republic, has given cabinet approval for private sector participation in electricity akin to the PDS Field Initiative, which is a major reform decision to open up electricity company so that efficiencies will improve. Mr. Speaker, the second count of my point of order is when the leader says that certificate of urgency. And Mr. Speaker, you are presiding. Certificate of urgency on what? This is a financial bill. The combined effect of Article 1062 and 108, this is not a bill we should be debating urgency. Indeed, the Minister for Finance introduced this bill in daylight in order that he can save the country from doomsday tomorrow. This government will not sleep and wake up tomorrow to be blamed that this country will be subjected to another energy failures that will cripple the private sector, cripple individuals from undertaking their economic activities. So, Mr. Speaker, let the leader be reminded that I respect your law. Read the combined effect of Article 1062 and 108 combined. This bill is a financial bill and can walk the process and be concluded today in accordance with the Constitution and the law. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker. The former leader. Mr. Speaker, the former leader of this House and now Education Minister knows how much I respect him. And even where I disagree with him, I am measured in my disagreement. Mr. Speaker, the issue of certificates of agency is not mine. It's born out of records. And he knows that my law has never rusted. My law has always been live and active. Mr. Speaker, I referred to the report. The report at page 1, paragraph 2, talks about agency of the bill. That was what I was referring to. So I disagree with him. I don't want to use the word he's wrong. I disagree with him when he suggests that I am arguing the matter of certificate of agency. That is what the report is saying, not me. Two, it is also your submission that there's a cabinet approval. Honorable Minister, this house is not part of cabinet. The Minister of Energy is a member of cabinet. If there is any such reform, it is his duty to introduce it to this house. He is to apprise the house. And I believe that if this government is minded by its own reforms, this government will rather implement the reforms before introducing any new tax. If you believe in your own reforms, you would implement the reforms. And I'm saying that we in the minority are ready to support if you mean a genuine reform. Mr. Speaker, why do you say you are repealing e-levy and reintroducing e-levy? Mr. Speaker, let me read paragraph 7 of the report. Quote, the committee observed that the power sector is the biggest economic and fiscal risk presently faced by the country, and this could lead to major outages in the country if it is not addressed immediately. Mr. Speaker, the committee got it wrong. What we know is that since this government assumed office, there has been a return of Dumso. We know that Dumso is back. Your energy committee members acknowledge this at a workshop. Your own side, the majority side, publicly spoke about this. So why are you pretending in your report? Why is it that in your report you are saying that Dumso is yet to come and you are introducing this bill to save the situation? Be honest. When you campaign and you say all manner of things, including 1 job, 3 shifts, including 24-hour economy, and then when you get the opportunity, no 1 job, 3 shifts. When you get the opportunity, you are unable to lead the country on that path of your own promise. Then you come that Ghanaians should now pay 4 cedi 50 pesos per gallon of petrol. That's your only solution. It is more expensive because the e-levy and Akufo-Addo was less than 2 billion. This your e-levy is going to cost the Ghanaian taxpayer 5.7 billion and more. Mr. Speaker, if you go to page 4, under the same paragraph 7.0, the committee concludes on that paragraph with this very curious statement. The decision to increase the levy on petroleum is based on the need to find a balance between ensuring stable power supply while promoting financial sustainability of the sector.
Do you have a long way to go?
Pardon?
Do you have a long way to go?
No, Mr. Speaker, I'm just going to conclude.
Very well.
Mr. Speaker, the decision to increase the levy on petroleum prices is based on the need to find a balance between ensuring stable power supply while promoting the financial sustainability of the sector. This is what the committee is urging upon us. Then when they had the opportunity, the energy minister was once again doing the usual politics, NDC, MPP. Mr. Speaker, the solution does not lie in partisan political blame game. The government communications minister, when he had his opportunity to speak on this matter, was rather saying that increasing this levy, imposing more levy on Ghanaians, is a patriotic act and a call to duty. That is what was coming from him. Very rich. Very, very rich. Mr. Speaker, were they not the people who said they were against taxes and levies? What has changed? What has changed? Today, you call it a mess. Today, you call it a mess, but you've forgotten that is the same power purchase agreement you signed in 2014 and 2015 that you are coming to pay for. Tell us two power purchase agreements that Akufo-Addo government signed. Tell us two. Tell us just two. All these power purchase agreements that you are complaining of were signed by you under the John Mahama administration 1, 2013 to 2016. Those were the agreements you signed. Mr. Speaker, our side, per the views we expressed at paragraph 10, the minority opinion, Mr. Speaker, I re-echo the fact that it is our contention that it is not appropriate to impose additional burden on Ghanaians having regard to this government's own public views on taxation. If the government found the need to repeal e-levy, which was lesser an amount, less than 2 billion, why would the same government, claiming to be a caring government, now impose 5.7 billion more under e-levy? Mr. Speaker, this is not a solution. So we are opposed to this. We hold a view that, Mr. Speaker, this is not an urgent matter. The government should engage in broader consultation with stakeholders in the sector, not to take advantage of the sleeping hours of the Ghanaian public. Many Ghanaians are asleep. I don't know whether it's because of this that they said today we are sitting at 2 p.m. It is getting to 11. They don't want Ghanaians to participate in this matter. Mr. Speaker, if this government is minded, it should place this bill on ice. Let there be proper consultation. Let us discuss the reforms, the gains in the reforms, as Honorable Haruna Druso has just told us, so that if after the reforms there are still some gaps, we can come together and sit to discuss this. But Mr. Speaker, for now, if they want to use their numbers, there's one thing I want to assure them, that we are going to take them through the necessary processes in accordance with our rules, and they cannot think of railroading this bill like they did in the gold board. It will not happen. You will not have your way. The people of Ghana must be heard. You must engage them and ensure that the proper consultation is done. Counting your numbers, you don't have the numbers. You don't have the numbers to take this thing through. Look at all the empty seats. You don't have the numbers, so don't attempt. We are going to ensure a head count, and we've counted you already. You are not up to the threshold to take a decision. You don't have the threshold to take a decision. So we know, and we are forewarning you. Mr. Speaker, I rest my case.
Yes, Honorable Majority Leader.
Let me thank colleagues for a very spirited debate on the Energy Sector Levy Amendment Bill 2025. The Speaker, let me go straight to the most important point. The most important point. The most important point is that in the last 4 months, when the NDC government started implementing its economic policies, having appointed its ministers, measures have been put in place that have accrued to the ordinary Ghanaian a certain amount of money. One, because of our prudent management of the finances of this country, the cedi has appreciated against the major currencies, including the US dollars. As a result of that, fuel, which Ghanaians used to buy at around 17, 16 Ghana cedis, has now reduced to 11 Ghana cedis per liter. Mr. Speaker, by that reduction, Ghanaians have been given at least 5 Ghana cedis by virtue of the reduction from 16 to 11. Mr. Speaker, if per liter, Mr. Speaker, if 1 Ghana cedis will give us a total of 5.7 billion, then what it means is that Ghanaians have been given 5.7 billion times 5. So, Mr. Speaker, by virtue of the prudent management of the finances, this single policy, one single item, and Ghanaians consume a lot of items. A lot of the items, the prices have been reducing. One item alone, petroleum, the price is reducing. And by the reduction of that price, Ghanaians have been given over 28 billion Ghana cedis in 4 months. What this bill is saying, Mr. Speaker, is that out of the 28.5 billion Ghana cedis that is being given to Ghanaians, we are pleading with them to sacrifice just 5.7 billion of that amount. We are pleading with Ghanaians to relinquish 5.7 billion of the 28.5 billion that they are going to receive as a result of the prudent management of the finances of this country. Many other items, the prices are reducing. We're not asking for anything out of those other commodities. Just one single item, that is fuel, diesel, and petrol. Sacrifice 5.7 billion Ghana cedis out of the 28.5 billion Ghana cedis. So this is not a tax. This is an appeal to Ghanaians to sacrifice some of the benefits. Some of the benefits. It is not a tax. We are appealing to Ghanaians to sacrifice some of the benefits of our prudent management of the finances of this country so that we will solve a major problem. and that is the energy sector challenge. Mr. Speaker, everybody knows that we need to stabilize our energy sector. And everybody knows that this is a government that will fix the energy sector, just as we are fixing and resetting several sectors of this country. The president has already taken measures to deal with the issue of losses so that we'll be able to ensure greater efficiency. Mr. Speaker, so when there is an attempt to brand this as a reintroduction of e-levy, I think that we need to understand exactly what it is. This is not an attempt to reintroduce e-levy. E-levy is fundamentally different from this levy. This levy is a benefit that we are saying sacrifice some to us, but e-levy was highway robbery. Highway robbery, where when Amma goes to the market and sells her produce and decides to transmit the money to a colleague trader to supply the goods, the state will stand on the highway, the electronic highway, and take some of the money without having contributed in any way. That was what e-levy was. And that is why this side of the House opposed e-levy. But this is not e-levy. Mr. Speaker, this is a tax that has always existed. Indeed, when e-levy existed, this energy sector levy also existed. So it is not e-levy being replaced with another e-levy. Mr. Speaker, I am not surprised that today the minority will be opposing this, because this is not the first time. When we were passing ESLA, they opposed it. They opposed it. But when they came into office, not only did they spend it, they used it and they mortgaged it and took loans. They mortgaged it and took loans. So I'm not surprised that today, this very innovative effort to get Ghanaians to contribute so that we'll fix the challenges in our energy sector is facing stiff opposition from Honorable Afoyo-Makin and his colleagues. Stiff opposition. Very stiff opposition. Mr. Speaker, I am not surprised. In fact, I would have been surprised if there was no opposition at all.
Honorable Majority Leader. Yes, Minority Leader. What is your concern?
Mr. Speaker, we in this chamber, we are politicians. The clerks at table, they are not. So when we are doing our politics, we do our politics. I'm happy the clerk has just entered. The cameramen, when the majority leader was on his feet, they are only focusing on him. If a cameraman would deliberately take, when I've taken my leg out of my shoe, Mr. Jetro, let your cameraman know that if they want to play politics with a camera, we will not take kindly to it. Yes, Mr. Speaker, if they would now be taking our legs, why is it that when he goes to the majority leader, he's only focusing on the upper part of his body? If the cameraman will be doing partisan politics, then he must be cautioned. Mr. Speaker, I had momentarily taken my legs off my shoe. Then he zoomed the camera down to take it. Mr. Speaker, I will speak on some of these things because today it may be me, tomorrow it may be you. It is not right because I was in pain and I removed my legs from my shoe. How come I'm debating? You decided to only zoom down. Mr. Speaker, we should. It's me. Mr. Speaker, why? No. Mr. Speaker, I will speak to it. If we do not check some of these things, tomorrow they will deliberately zoom on your phone and spy on what you are
what you are reading. They must be told that they should do their work professionally. Mr. Speaker, I am saying this, nobody should take it personal. Nobody should hold the fort for them. Tomorrow, it will be you. As for me, I'll speak on some of these things. If you think you should support them, one day they will do it to you. And you will see. So let us stop them. It is not right that when you are zooming the camera in the chamber, you go and target the leader's shoe down there. Mr. Speaker, I had taken my shoe off because my leg was hurting. You know, we sat down for a long time. And then when you go to the majority leader, he's only focusing on the upper part of him, not going down there. Mr. Speaker, the cameraman must not be part of the politics of this house. That's all I want to say.
Honorable Majority Leader, proceed. Honorable Majority Leader, proceed. Honorable Majority Leader, please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, my friend, the Honorable Minority Leader, is worried about his feet today. A few days ago, he was lying in front of Yoko with the feet on display for all Ghanaians to see. Mr. Speaker, a few days ago, he, not this cameraman, he removed his shoes and was sitting in plain public view and displaying his feet. Mr. Speaker, and he encouraged all his colleagues to also remove their shoes and sat on the floor, the tarmac. Today he's worried about us seeing his shoes, his feet. These feet that you are displaying to Ghanaians a few days ago at Yoko.
He has removed it again. He has removed the shoes again.
Honorable Majority Leader, proceed.
Mr. Speaker, on a more serious note, I indicated in the beginning that I was not going to waste anybody's time. I just have one simple point, and I have made that point, that this is not a tax in the ordinary sense. Government, through its prudent policies, have conferred a benefit of 28.5 billion Ghana cedis on Ghanaians, and is pleading with Ghanaians that in view of the challenges we are having in the energy sector, can we sacrifice 5.7 billion out of that amount to be invested in solving the problems that we have in the energy sector to ensure reliable supply of electricity. I believe this point is simple enough. I believe the Ghanaians will support us, and I believe they will support us because this is a government, when it makes a promise, it keeps the promise. Mr. Speaker, on that note, I urge you to put the question. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, as many as are in favor of the motion, say aye. Those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it.
An act
The
to
motion
amend the Energy Sector Levy
is accordingly
Act
adopted.
2025. Act 1135 to increase the rates of the energy sector shortfall and debt repayment levy in order to raise additional revenue to support the payment of energy sector shortfall reduce energy sector legacy debt, and stabilize power supply.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise under Order 1513. Mr. Speaker, and with your permission, I read Order 1513. A member may challenge the decision of the Speaker on the voice vote, and the Speaker shall determine whether to call for head count or electronic votes. Mr. Speaker, I invite you to head count and to follow the procedure under Order 152. I so submit, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, I think the voice vote is very clear to me.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, it's the rule of this House that when a member is not convinced on the outcome of the voice vote, he may challenge. Mr. Speaker, and he says that, Mr. Speaker, read it again. It says shall. Mr. Speaker, and I am challenging your decision on the voice vote and inviting you to a head count. And Mr. Speaker, when the decision of the Speaker is challenged
Please,
on a voice vote, you must
rules.
follow the procedure. So I'm
Please,
challenging your
read
decision on
the
the voice
relevant
vote.
rules. Kindly read the relevant rules.
Mr. Speaker, the provision that I quoted was that a member may challenge the decision of the Speaker on the voice vote.
Which of the rules are you reading?
I'm reading Order 1513. A member may challenge the decision of the Speaker on the voice vote, and the Speaker shall determine whether to call for a head count or electronic vote. Mr. Speaker, you have only two options here on the emphasis of the shall, either a head count or electronic vote. And in this case, I invite you to a head count and to go by the procedure under Order 152. As for something, Mr. Speaker.
You see, Honorable Deputy Minority Whip, at this time of the night, the voice vote is very clear. Honourable members, if the voice vote is not clear, I will say I think the ayes have it. But when the voice vote is very clear, I will say the ayes have it. So what I said was the ayes have it, and the motion is carried.
Mr. Speaker, no, he said that. Mr. Speaker, I think the procedure in which you put the question was under 151. 1511 says that when the question has been put by the Speaker at the conclusion of the debate, the vote shall be taken by voice indicating yeah or no. And that is why, after 151, I am now challenging your decision under 1513.
So, in the circumstances, all those against the motion, rise on your feet to be counted. All those against the motion, rise on your feet to be counted.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, we in the Justice Abdullahi case, Mr. Speaker, in the Justice Abdullahi case, the Supreme Court decided that it would have to take 138 to take a decision. Mr. Speaker, if the majority, they claim they are super majority, if they have their 187, they should at least bring 138 now and take a decision. You don't have 138, Mr. Speaker. They don't have 138.
Honorable Clerk.
Come on. Mr. Speaker,
all those against the motion, rise on your feet to be counted. So, the clerk, I hereby order you to count them.
Do your thing.
Honourable members, order. Honourable members, let me place on record that I am operating within the meaning of the rule. I was clear when I put the question that the ayes have it. And accordingly, I ruled that the ayes have it. The Honourable Deputy Whip called for a head count. And the procedure for the head count is stated in Standing Order 152. Let me read. The Speaker shall take a vote of the House in the case of a head count by calling upon members who support or oppose the question to rise in their place successively. So the question is members who support or oppose. Therefore, I have discretion to decide whether members who support or members who oppose to be counted first. It is on that basis that I ask that members who are opposed to the application to rise and be counted. Instead of rising and be counted, they choose to walk out. So why will you call for a division? When they ask you to rise and be counted, then you walk out. Honourable members, let's proceed. The ayes have it.
An act to amend the Energy Sector Levies Act 2025, Act 1135, to increase the rate of the energy sector shortfall and debt repayment levy in order to raise additional revenue to support the payment of energy sector shortfalls, reduce energy sector legacy debt, and stabilize power supply.
Honourable members, the Energy Sector Levy Amendment Bill is read for the second time, and accordingly, Passed. Duly read a second time. Honourable members, let's move to item numbered 5 on the order paper addendum.
Right,
Motion.
Honourable Speaker. I beg to move that motion advertised as item 5 on today's order paper addendum be taken now. I so move.
Honourable members, motion move. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, motion move and seconded, and it is for the consideration of the House. This is a procedural motion. The question is, as many as are in favor, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Honourable members, item numbered 6. The Energy Sector Levies Amendment Bill 2025 at consideration stage. Honourable members, the schedule.
Schedule to Act 1135 amended.
Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Yes, we have no amendment.
Honourable members, no proposed amendment from the committee. It's now for the consideration of the House. Is any member having a proposed amendment? There being no proposed amendment. The question is, all those in favor of the schedule being part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. All members, the ayes have it. The schedule is ordered to stand part of the bill. All members, long title.
An Act to amend the Energy Sector Levies Act 2025, Act 1135, to increase the rate of the energy sector shortfall and debt repayment levy in order to raise additional revenue to support the payment of energy sector shortfalls, reduce energy sector legacy debt, and stabilize power supply.
Chairman of the committee, any proposed amendment?
Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
Honourable members, no advertised amendment from the committee. However, it is open. Yes, Honourable Haruna Idrisu.
Mr. Speaker, I just took a copy of the act, the long title, to amend the Energy Sector Levies Act. I see 2025 there. Is that appropriate? Just want to assure myself. Thank you.
Yes,
Mr.
Honourable
Speaker. Mr. Speaker, during the 2025 budget that was read and passed some few months ago, we repealed the Energy Sector Levies Act 2015 and reintroduced a new Energy Sector Levies Act 2025. And so the rendition is correct. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable members, Act 1135 is 2025. So, honourable members, there have been no proposed amendments. The question, therefore, is as many as are in favour of the long title standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The long title is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Honourable members, that brings us to the end of a consideration stage. Honourable members, let's move to item number 7. Honourable members, motion numbered 7 on the order paper addendum. Minister for Finance.
Right Honourable Speaker, I beg to move that motion advertised as item 7 on today's order paper be taken now. I so move.
Honourable members, motion moved accordingly. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I second motion.
Honourable members, motion moved and seconded, and it is for the consideration of the House. This is a procedural motion. Therefore, the question is, as many as are in favour of the motion, say aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Item numbered 8. Minister for Finance.
Right Honourable Speaker, I beg to move that the Energy Sector Levies Amendment Bill 2025 be now read the third time. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, motion move. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, motion move and seconded. The question is, as many as are in favour of the motion numbered 8 on the order paper addendum, say aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is accordingly carried. The Energy Sector...
An act to amend the Energy Sector Levies Act 2025, Act 1135, to increase the rate of the energy sector shortfall and debt repayment levy in order to raise additional revenue to support the payment of energy sector shortfalls, reduce energy sector legacy debts, and stabilize power supply.
Honourable members, the Energy Sector Levy Amendment Bill 2025 is duly read and passed for the third time. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think we have come to the end of the day. Mr. Speaker, in view of Friday being a public holiday, I just want to serve notice that the usual arrangement for the Minister for Roads to come and answer questions on Fridays, we'll shift that to Thursday so that the table office, if you can take note, and you can move the Minister for Roads questions from Friday to Thursday. I just thought I should give advance notice. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, we are at your pleasure.
Table office, kindly take note. Honourable members, standing on order 56-2, I will proceed to adjourn the House. The House is accordingly adjourned till Wednesday, the 4th day of June, 2025, at an indication.
Mr. Speaker, 2 o'clock.
Honourable members, the House is accordingly adjourned till Wednesday, 4th day of June 2025 at 2 o'clock afternoon.